Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. And as always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, happy Father's Day, everybody. Yes, indeed, Sunday Fun Day, Father's Day. It's hopefully going to be a lot of valuetainment here tonight. In fact, this might be the most valuetainment-packed Sunday Fun Day that I have for us yet. With all the sporting events happening and things like that, we're going to be heavily focused on things like the World Cup and the Knicks ticker tape parade. But celebrating fathers, too, when we can. Fathers, great job, by the way, being dads. Sure, you're doing a great job dadding it up. But yeah, we'll also briefly talk about the primary elections that are happening on Tuesday and next Tuesday. What else? Let's see. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what else I have. I mean, it's a lot of World Cup stuff, I'm not going to lie. It's the world's biggest sporting event. You might not know that. Oh, that's right. JD Vance is in Iran. Where is he? Switzerland, not Iran, is in Switzerland doing the peace talk, supposedly, with Iran. Iran saying that they are leaving because the peace talks aren't going well at all. A failure. All right, but before we get to any of that, now, of course, the sporting event of last weekend that we kinda covered was UFC Freedom 250. And the big fight that was actually happening was between two contenders, Donald Trump and Sleep.
Aww. Welcome, I am Johnny Gomez.
And I'm Nick Diamond.
And this is White House Deathmatch. Nick, we got a lot of great fights here tonight, but none bigger than the main event of the evening, Donald Trump versus Sleep. What are we looking for in this fight?
Well, I think everyone is wondering the same thing. Can Donald Trump fend off Sleep? Now, we've seen him succumb to Sleep on numerous occasions recently. Isn't that right?
That's right. I mean, just this past week in Madison Square Garden, Game 3 of the NBA Finals, Donald Trump, he goes to the game, falls asleep in the box with owner James Dolan.
That's right. You can almost see Sleep sneaking up behind him and taking hold. Those are not long blinks, folks. We've heard that before. That is outright Sleep. Will Sleep win tonight?
Main event.
Justin Gaethje, first round knockout on the White House lawn. America.
It's a tough one. I do like Justin Gaethje because, you know, America, but Ilya Topuria, come on. He's a different beast right now. His wife left him. He's got to do it for his son.
His wife left him?
Or the divorce, whatever it is.
What happened with that? Sounds dramatic.
She's from Miami. You can't trust a girl from Miami.
Who do you think is going to win this fight between Donald Trump and
women.
Sleep?
And who?
Sleep.
Miami. It's a tough question because Sleep, it's something that we all need, but when it comes down to it, I think Donald Trump is going to lose against Sleep because let's look at the history.
And what instances are you thinking about? We were just talking about Madison Square Garden falling asleep.
Office, cabinet meeting.
When I'm thinking Sleep versus Donald Trump, I'm thinking of one thing. What you guys just said, the Knicks game.
Right.
You sleeping, he was, dead asleep. He got his REM sleep, which is good for him, but what if someone else had that ticket?
Had the ticket to the Knicks game. And who would that person be?
Maybe me.
Yeah, the main event, that's the one everyone's wondering about.
He says. That's a good point. I mean, he was in a box, but to be fair, he dragged down the entire event. Let's also not forget that he fell asleep at his first birthday party, well, his 79th birthday party, the military parade that we held for his birthday. Remember that one? He fell asleep during that. He's fallen asleep during a lot of pivotal moments, as it turns out. And yet, somehow, it's really, the problem is Donald Trump, he's got a weird sleep schedule, it seems, Because he's up at like 3, 4 in the morning tweeting, then he's sleeping during cabinet meetings. It's weird.
What do you have?
Definitely Taporia. I mean,
oh no, that's a big match on the card. No one's denying that. But the main event, Donald Trump versus Sleep. Who do you think is going to win?
I don't know, probably Donald Trump. I mean, he seems like a fighter to me,
Fighter?
Yeah.
I have to ask, did you see the NBA Finals this week? Donald Trump was facing off against Sleep. Sleep got the better of him there. Do you think we could see a repeat of that tonight? Do you think we're going to see a rejuvenated Trump with a UFC fight on his birthday on the White House lawn?
I think I don't really blame him for falling asleep. Watching the Knicks play, it's pretty easy to probably snooze a little bit. But
watching the Knicks, they just had one of the most exciting games, certainly in finals history, probably in NBA playoffs history. You think they're a pretty boring team?
Yeah, but a UFC event, that'll keep you awake for a while.
He has never defeated Sleep. Sleep is undefeated versus Donald Trump. Tonight, let's look at the elements. It's going to be night. Does that favor Donald Trump? He does those late night truths. He's always up at all hours posting weird shit online.
100%. Some of the weirdest stuff that you'll ever see will come out of Donald Trump in the middle of the night, sometimes between 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. But the problem I think you're going to see here for Donald Trump is that this is the exact wrong part of the night.
Whoa,
right?
okay.
He's had his cheeseburger. He's had his Diet Coke. Those things start to wear off. And what happens?
Nappy time
takes over. There are a lot of amazing fights.
Yeah, that's a good point. Now that he's mentioning it, I mean, Donald Trump is an elderly man. Old guys supposedly take a lot of trips to the bathroom in the middle of the night, from what I've been, what I've heard. Sorry, dads, but this is what I've been hearing. The older you get, the more trips you take to the bathroom. So maybe some of these tweets at night, he goes down early on, right after cheeseburger, after Diet Coke. Then he's waking up middle of the night. He's on the golden toilet in the marble bathroom, and he gets tweeting. He gets truthing out there. That's probably what's happening now that I'm thinking about it.
On the card here, but I think a lot of people are excited about the biggest fight of the night.
Yeah.
That's Donald Trump versus Sleep. Now, who do you think will win?
I think the guy, what's his name? Justin? His name is Justin?
Oh, you're talking about one of the other fights. I'm talking about the biggest fight of the night. Donald Trump, President of the United States, against Sleep.
Against Sleep? I'll be honest, I have no idea about that point. But if you talk about the fight, I can.
But you know about Sleep, right?
Yeah.
When you sleep, you fall
yeah,
asleep.
and also about the other fights, which means the fight for tonight, I can give you my opinion.
What is going on with this guy? He can't give his opinion on Trump versus Sleep. He can't give his opinion on Trump versus Sleep, but he can give his opinion on the fights. Is this guy like a spokesperson for Donald Trump?
Well, yeah, but I'm asking about the main event, Donald Trump versus Sleep. Will he fall asleep at the event tomorrow?
I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I don't think he's gonna fall asleep because he's good.
Yeah, but he fell asleep at the NBA Finals. He falls.
This is like this guy is one of these Trump supporters who's also like moderately terrified of getting deported for being brown and having an accent. Am I wrong? But like these are one of these guys. These like walking sort of contradictions. It's very confusing.
I don't think so because it's going to be a lot of fight. I don't think so. You're going to be Sleep.
And then, of course, we got the main event, Donald Trump versus Sleep. Who you guys got?
I got Trump. He's a dog. put him in the White House.
Sleep is
He's already in the White House,
you know,
idiot.
We've all struggled against sleep before.
How dumb do you have to be exactly to say that sentence? This guy isn't even drinking. He's got a water bottle. I mean, I guess it could be. It looks branded though. It looks like multiple people are carrying this bottle of water. But it's just interesting that he would say put him in the White House. He's already in the White House. You fucking moron. Oh god, country is filled with idiots.
But he has shown that if you persevere through it, you can definitely beat sleep.
We've seen our last president struggle with a lot of sleepy issues, but our first president now, the 47th, he'll be all good. I haven't seen him sleeping yet. So.
On
Really?
Monday night, Madison Square Garden, NBA Finals, Game 3. Donald Trump was falling asleep in the box with James Dolan.
Yeah, I don't think he was
You gotta
falling asleep.
pee?
I think
What
he
are you
was
doing
just
down
taking
there?
a second. I mean,
With
it's
your
probably
hands.
tough being 80-something years old.
Okay, so we went through Madison Square Garden. Obviously, an epic fight. Sleep, of course, came out the victor.
Right.
Now, let's take it back to the Oval Office. What's happening here at the Oval Office? He's got a lot of people in there. You'd
that's
think you
right.
wouldn't fall asleep when
This
you're
is
the
a
president.
high-pressure situation. You're the president. You're in the Oval Office. You are surrounded by people who are hanging on your every word. Important things are happening, but guess what? That's when sleep strikes.
So let's take a look at this video here. You can see his eyes are, obviously those are long blinks. Anyone could see that. But you could think he could fight out of that if he just tries to pay attention to what's happening. I mean, people might be saying something very important right here.
Right. You'd think he could just kind of
Snap out of it, say,
Snap
hey,
out
I'm
of
the
it,
president
yeah.
of the United States. It's a
But-
bad look to fall asleep in the Oval Office, and it would look kind of pathetic to do that.
Right, for all the obvious reasons that I think
Right.
the whole world knows, you would like not to lose to sleep at that moment, but sleep does not give up, and
That's
that's
true.
something I think we can expect
That's why
to
it's
see
such a
tonight.
worthy adversary for
That
the
is a good
president.
point.
So you think you've got sleep, you've got Trump.
I've got Trump all the way. Give me Trump for a third term, too.
I think if you put sleep and Trump in the ring together, it's a toss-up. It can go unanimous. It can go split. It depends on who you want to put your money on, who Vegas has, really.
Who
I
it
think
really matters who
has
Vegas
sleep
has,
right
dude.
now. Obviously, you look at it.
Yo,
sleep.
the on this Father's Day, I'd like to remind the fathers out there, you know, your sons need help. Okay, these guys are fucking idiots. They have zero like concept of anything in the world that make this is of any importance. He's like, oh, all that matters is what Vegas thinks, bro. It's all that matters, dude. That's how, every Kalshi, dude. It's whatever Vegas thinks, dude.
Undefeated against Trump at this point. What's your first name?
Scott.
Okay, so we're here.
Like, seriously, fathers, get your sons reading actual books, please. If you could just work on that, or engaging in literally anything other than what they seem to be up to lately.
We're here with Scott. Scott, how long have you been watching UFC?
Oh man, dude, since I was like probably 21, 35 now, so a long time.
Okay, so you've got 14 years experience.
For sure.
What do you think the most devastating finishing move is?
I'll say a head kick.
Head kick?
I'll say those are pretty brutal, yeah, for sure.
What about a variation of a sleeper hold?
I'd say darces are pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I trained myself, but I'll say darces are pretty gruesome, yeah, for sure.
And it's the main event
I
of the
trained
evening,
myself,
Donald Trump
dude.
versus sleep. Do you think he's going to fall asleep? Or do you think he's going to stay awake the whole night?
I'm going with staying awake on that one.
Staying
yeah.
awake?
Yeah, for sure.
Have you bet money on this? Would you tell people to wager on this?
I would, yeah.
The wager that he's going to stay awake?
Yeah,
Now, some
everybody
people
can,
would have bet that he was going to stay awake during the NBA Finals, though,
Yeah.
and that didn't turn out so well for them.
Yeah. He stays awake, everybody get a free chest bump. Yeah.
But did you see? So in New York, for the
Everybody
NBA
get a free chest bump. If Donald Trump stays awake, everybody got a free chest bump. It'll be really exciting. This guy's a fucking moron. I train myself, man. I'm 35. I train myself. My daddy, Donald Trump, he's gonna win. If he wins, everybody gonna get a free chest bump. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic. Just you wait. It's gonna be amazing.
I don't know if you saw this. Donald Trump, he came to New York. The whole city was shut down. It affected 2 million people. Streets were shut down so he could attend the NBA Finals. He sat with James Dolan in a box. In that box, you could kind of see for a while, his eyes were starting to droop. He looked a little tired. And then it looked like he fell asleep for a little bit. You wouldn't expect that. You wouldn't expect that at an NBA playoff. What's going to make this difference? How can he stay awake at a UFC fight and not at an NBA Finals game?
It's fighting, man. It's the best sport of all time, man. If you don't get excited and you fall asleep during something like this, man, you're in the wrong area. So you don't watch a fight and get excited for it.
You were saying
if you fall
the
asleep,
sleeper hold are really,
if you fall asleep, you're in the wrong place, man. You're in the wrong place. Right, there he is, falling asleep. Uh-oh. There's Donald Trump falling asleep at the UFC match. Oh, God. Dear Supreme Leader Daddy.
Dead.
Oh, God.
move. Does anybody do the sleeper hold better than sleep?
I think Sleep's undefeated on that one, yeah.
The main event of the evening, Donald Trump versus Sleep. Who do you think is going to win?
I don't know Sleep. Who is Sleep?
So, Sleep, it's like when you close your when you close your eyes at night and you go into a dreamland.
I mean, it's a close game right now. We don't know. It's a close fight.
Well, you have to pick one. Gun to your head. Who do you pick?
How about a tie? Can we hit a tie?
There can't be a tie because if you're awake, but you're not asleep, and Sleep doesn't win.
What do you got? I mean, I guess. Well, I mean, I couldn't tell you.
But you have to pick one. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. We're just doing a.
What is wrong with this guy?
Tie.
It's a tie.
Can't say
okay,
that's the one
to
thing
pick one,
you
that's
can't
the only thing you can't say is.
Seriously, parents, we need to get these young people help. Okay, even if then they're in their 20s, which I'm fairly certain this young man is. They need help. Okay, this guy is not. He hasn't even solved object permanence. This kid never should have been allowed to leave the house at any time, right? He's a danger to society. He's not. He does not understand the concept of yes or no. Both, he says. Does it have to be one? Can it be both? No, it can't be. God, our society really needs help.
Yeah, well, I have to say
You're an
tie.
idiot.
Just say Trump or Sleep. There's no tie. You can't, because if he's awake, he wins.
Have
and
you
if
ever
he falls
been asleep
asleep
and awake?
Well, yeah, half dreaming, you know.
You think he'll be half dreaming? Is that what the tie means?
Wow.
Is that what it means? The tie. Is that when you say tie? Does that mean he's like,
That's a tough one. God, what is wrong with the brain of the average individual who? Well, these aren't the average. I want to believe these aren't the average individual. But as the average individual seems to have shown up to this event, this Trump event last weekend, just seems to have real difficult times with some very simple concepts, and it's a little troubling, if you ask me.
his eyes are open, but he's sleeping. He's like
You can
sleepwalking.
say yes.
How about like, we'll do the sleep paralysis. He's on the sleep paralysis.
Okay, so
But
you
his
are
eyes are open.
a sleep expert. That's why you're here. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Tell me your name one more time.
Joyo.
Okay, Joyo, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Expert analysis there by
Yeah,
Joyo.
that was easy to get an answer. We were able to get him, I think, fairly quickly to say who was going to win, Donald Trump or sleep.
Now, Donald Trump has been training for this bout 4 months, if not years. He has a steady diet of McDonald's and Diet Coke. He's having that every single day. He is making sure he is ready.
I did
for this
everything
fight
right.
tonight. I am looking forward to seeing Donald Trump. Maybe not a new Donald Trump, maybe not a young Donald Trump, but it's a birthday boy, and he loves a good birthday party.
There we go. I mean, this is the vibes down at the UFC 250, courtesy of the Good Liars, conducting a straw poll on the street. Trump can't choose. It's a symptom of dementia. Oh. Yeah. So you're saying it's an unfair fight? Is that what you're telling us? Multiple stream streaks over on Twitch. 155 for her meteorologist. Wow, wow, wow. And a little 3-stream streak from Cali Cat. Good job. Good job. Little lighter applause for that one. Okay. Okay. Well, move from that idiot fest. This toxic love fest at the White House. It's talking about some of the other toxic individuals in the manosphere here on this Father's Day. We don't need this whole clip. I'm fairly certain everybody is here with the incredibly toxic individuals. The Tate brothers, Andrew Tate, Tristan, although Tristan's really kind of like an underling, right? He doesn't really get the same sort of clout. Like, all of his clout comes vicariously through Andrew. Like, it's not clear Tristan any of us would know Tristan if Andrew didn't exist. It's kind of like a... I'm trying to think. Because technically Andrew Tate is already a cancer. I was going to say he's like a cancerous lump attached to a host. But it's like if one cancer grew off of another cancer. The cancer of Andrew Tate, which is leeching off of the healthy or formerly healthy body of society. Where does this start? I want to talk about this fascinating bombshell report from the New Yorker. Just exposed Andrew Tate and how the Trump administration helped Andrew skirt his legal problems back in his home of Romania. Newsgirls, yesterday.
Where male members are taught how to emotionally and physically manipulate women into, quote, sexual slavery. And these weren't just happening in silos on the internet. This was like in person. Tate would hold these luxury retreats all around the world in castles in Transylvania.
I went too far back.
With steak
Hold on.
and whiskey. At least 140 of his students were making money from pornography. Quote, everyone in here is banking 10 to 15K extra. Then you're on to the next level. So it's kind of like gamifying, making a woman your servant. And this entire part of his operation was basically him flexing his money and sex life and status to appeal to young men who don't have that, and then teaching them these warped values so that they can also own women and be rich. That was kind of psychologically how this part of his business worked. Then, believe it or not, somehow it does get more disturbing because similarly to the Epstein story, the Tates became very intertwined with American politics and powerful figures. So something about Tate's manosphere points really seemed to captivate the far right in the US. Elon Musk even supported Tate's insane bid to run for Prime Minister of the UK. Don Jr. also met with Tate and defended him, saying that the cases against him was, quote, absolute insanity. Reportedly, Tate also Zoomed multiple times with Trump's youngest son, Barron. And then right-wing commentators like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens have defended him. Charlie Kirk praised him publicly, saying that he has really good values. And all of these connections and kind of positive reinforcement by this very powerful elite group of people was really valuable to Tate, because in the summer of 2024, before the US presidential election, Tate's mansion in Romania was raided. And he was in trouble right as he was becoming one of the most famous men on the planet. So what happened with this raid was that an American woman who was kind of wooed into joining Tate in Miami went to Romania and started sending texts back home being like, these guys are insane. This is crazy. Get me out of here. And so then quickly the US embassy got involved. A SWAT team came in and then rescued the girls, and the Tates were taken in. And it did seem like everything was kind of crumbling down for them. You know, they were obviously so caught. But somehow they were very quickly released because they essentially have Romanian
immediately, if not sooner.
And somehow this raid made him even more famous. After this, videos hashtagged Andrew Tate were viewed more than 12 billion times on TikTok alone. But even though he was kind of acting like this didn't matter and he was free for now, he knew that he was being flagged and kind of watched by the authorities. So he decided at this point in time in summer 2024 to go all in on Trump and solidify these powerful connections. So after Trump's assassination attempt in 2024, Tate became super vocal in his support for Trump online to the point where JD Vance, the now vice president, actually followed the brothers on X. And according to this reporting, once Trump became president, people in his orbit started to become really interested in the brothers' legal situation in Romania because they were stuck there, they were in trouble, they were being investigated. And after some back and forth with the Romanian government, I said this at the beginning, a Romanian official who had just visited Mar-a-Lago showed up at their compound at night, gave them their passports and said, you guys are free to go. So the brothers' travel restrictions were lifted in February 2025. Like, the first thing that the Trump administration did when they were in power was prioritize freeing these brothers. And then these criminals were then welcomed with open arms to Florida. What is so hard to reconcile is that the Trump administration acts like it is so hell-bent on getting rid of criminals, you know, getting rid of all of the illegals, making this country safer for everyone. That is what they act like is such a priority for them. Okay, well then why are we working so hard to allow these two rapist, criminal, evil men into the country?
That's a very good question. It's almost like the Trump administration is literally filled with guys like that, and that Donald Trump himself is the embodiment of all of those things. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I heard this, I was like, yeah, this makes sense. I mean, I already had strong suspicions about this back at the time when this was all going on. We talked about the raid in Romania. We talked about them showing up in Florida. And I think it makes a lot of sense that a Romanian official who went to Mar-a-Lago somehow tied up in them being basically allowed to go free. Freedom! It's unfortunate that he has such a large audience of young and impressionable men. You know, we need better role models out here. Let's go back in time. Let's stay back in time for a little bit.
Clearly.
Let's talk about another problematic role model for men. I actually don't know how big this guy's following is, but I know it's too big. I know it's too big. I know I know it's not quite as big as Joe Rogan's. The guy who he, and by he I mean the Liver King, had such a problem with. Now, the Liver King is one of these sort of fitness influencer guys. Is definitely in a very sort of like alt-right space and does a lot of really weird shit to his body. And if you recall, I think it was last year, Liver King, we covered this briefly last year. I think it was on another Sunday Fun Day. But around this time, I think last year, he went on a really weird sort of spree. Posting to Instagram Live and X or whatever it was. I can't remember what platform he uses. But this dude was like posting to social media about how he wanted to fight Joe Rogan and was challenging Joe Rogan to like no holds barred like fights, and then things really got more and more unhinged as more videos of him coming out. And by the way, this guy is slamming like methylene blue throughout all this, so his entire mouth is just covered. It looks like he's been drinking Kool-Aid, but instead it's this weird fitness guru obsession. I can't remember what methylene blue is even supposed to do for you, but like he's covered in blue. Okay, not quite Tobias Funke level blue, but like his mouth is, right? Like his mouth is exclusively Tobias level blue, right? And posting on Instagram or whatever, talking about like out in like the Florida Everglades or wherever he was. I can't remember where it was, but he was like out in like a swamp talking about how he was like hunting Joe Rogan. Eventually he was arrested. And the arrest videos have now come out, and vicariously through another, you could say, manosphere adjacent individual, Hassan Piker.
Dude, what the He's like a Spider-Man villain, dude. This is crazy. Why are they treating his status as a social media influencer like he's a Jehovah's Witness or something?
No, he was bluing himself hard. I mean, where are the pictures? I can find them. Where is it? Liver King, methylene, blue, Joe Rogan. No. Yeah. Right. This is him. This is what I'm talking about. Oh my god. This guy is fucking the fucking psycho, dude. He needs help.
Well, we know, sir, that it's your culture that you have to have your phone on you at all times. Yes, you have a religious exemption. You can carry your phone on you at all times because you're a social media influencer. Because it's Texas. I mean, yeah, they're treating him like it's a... If you're a famous right-wing chud social media influencer in the state of Texas, it's a protected class, okay?
With another man, a real one. Welcome to Texas, Joe Rogan. My name is Liver King.
A series of videos posted by social media influencer Liver King leaves his followers increasingly concerned. But when he arrives in Austin claiming he's there to pick a fight with podcast host and media personality Joe Rogan, police are forced to step in.
Can this video of me being in this
Ain't that a dude you ate penis with? Yes, it's true. I did do that. Happy Pride Month, by the way. It's true. I did eat penis with this man that you
every
are
single
seeing
person on this
your
planet
screen.
is gay.
His name is Liver King. He was the talk of the town. Another one of these like influencers that blew the up way back in the day. Feels like a bygone era. Clearly he had this was almost a year ago, what we're watching, when he very clearly had a mental health episode and was trying to assassinate Joe Rogan. His life kind of fell apart.
You have a mental health
after he was outed of steroid abuse, which is crazy because like it's the most obvious use of steroids of all time. But people were shocked, I tell you. For some strange reason, people did not realize that this guy was using steroids. Anyway, let's take a look at what this arrest looked like.
Can it go on social media?
The following is based on official police records to date, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On June 23, 2025, 47-year-old fitness influencer Brian Liver King Johnson posted this video to Instagram.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. My name's Liver King. Man to man. I'm picking a fight with you. I have zero training in jiu-jitsu. You're a black belt. You should dismantle me, but I'm picking a fight with you.
Oh my God.
The next day, Brian posted another video revealing that he'd arrived in Austin, Texas, the home of Joe Rogan's podcast studio.
Just pulling up to the capital of Texas. What's the capital of Texas? What's the capital of Texas? Houston. It's Houston. Guess what? You're
Officers with the Austin Police Department locate Brian at a hotel and move in to arrest him on a misdemeanor warrant. Hoping to avoid negative publicity through an altercation with a high-profile influencer, they move through the hotel covertly without their uniforms and speak with him directly. Brian agrees to go with the officers, first taking a moment to say a prayer with his team.
To discern what matters, nothing that doesn't. To discern what matters, and be profitable with time.
These guys need therapy, not fucking Jesus.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
Oh my God. All right, everybody get in here, say a prayer. Say a prayer. The police is here for my terroristic threats against Joe Rogan.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
We have the delta of perfect that's God's life. King time. That's walking with the light. That's God's time. That's your time. That you protect us. Well, that's walking your life, God.
We're gonna go down this way.
Everything is the truth. Nothing is a lie. You should be recording everything, and you should have Cam and Lodi, and then you and Justin are taking turns to live stream it. And/or make sure that you just post everything you can as soon as you.
Dude, his prayer featured prophets. There is nothing more American than that, I feel like.
You can. Okay, because it's today and that's the truth.
They escort Brian outside and check him for weapons, but allow him to keep his cell phone.
Set all the bad handcuffs.
My fucking God. You know, we got to do something about toxic masculinity in this society. You know, we need to address some shit. You know, you can be tough and not threaten other people, right? Like, you can be a tough guy and not necessarily have to make violent threats against everybody who you don't like. Just a reminder.
I'm kind of telling people my roots are Poland and Texas.
Reach out that side, okay?
Sure.
Brian arrives at the station and is escorted to an interrogation room, where he remains uncertain why he's even here in the first place.
Am I arrested?
You are. Yeah.
And they don't tell you why?
Yeah, the lead detective will give all that information to you. It's a terroristic threat, is what it's called. Okay?
Is it Texas or FBI?
We're with the Austin Police Department, so Texas.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang tight for me, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Someone of you in your show.
Okay.
What the?
Wow. No, didn't see that one coming. But it
Didn't see that one coming.
And it's awesome. I'll take that for $1.
Summon Apollo gifted 1 subscription
According
to
to
the community.
Dude, this guy is a lunatic. Not an Apollo. Thank you for the gifted sub. To Ian Leal, recipient of that generosity.
Police records. Brian posted another video in which he was seen carrying a medieval axe, as well as a black box with a Joe Rogan Experience sticker on the top. Though he was secretive about the box's contents, investigators would later find out what was inside.
A terrorist. Wow. I didn't know terroristic. Let's tell you here. In the state of Texas. And I don't have to tell you. They can just arrest you. I don't know how you get out of this box. How long do you...
He's talking to himself, by the way. Just
how long do you spend in the box? Do they tell you how long you spend in the box?
Now, supposedly, the box contained 2 pistols, apparently. The guy really does need therapy. Less steroids, more therapy. Yeah, men, on this Father's Day, we must remember that we can relate to the world in other ways than violence. And sometimes it's okay to, it's okay to have feelings. It's okay to have feelings. It's just how you deal with those feelings. I know it's tough. I know it can be tough, but sometimes you gotta deal with those feelings in a way that doesn't involve acting like a child. Sometimes you gotta resist the urge to engage in stupid things and think of smart things to do instead. Why does he have a kafia? I have no idea. He's using it to blow his nose. I don't think he sees it with any meaning. I don't get the sense that it has any real meaning to him. I don't think he's
that to me. I
could be wrong, but I don't think he's like big time like I don't think he's like pro-Palestinian. Maybe he is. I'd be shocked to hear that. Actually,
wanted to know like what he thinks. Like, why does he think, if he believes that Germany is importing Muslims, why does he think they're doing that? It's like Elon not being invited to Epstein Island. Yeah.
Recording of himself, captured just moments ago in the interrogation room. He listens as he waits for officers to collect him.
I think this is cool. I like seeing this. Because it turns out some of his weird shit is real. Like, it's sincere. He does this shit on his own time, too. He's not just putting on a show for the cameras.
I mean, that's a fair point. He really is genuinely going through shit. Now, I'd just like to give us on this Father's Day, after witnessing what we've just, in the last few videos, all of the toxic manosphere stuff from the Trump UFC thing, the Andrew Tate and Liver King v. Joe Rogan. There are other healthy opportunities out there in the world. Alternative, you might say, activities to engage in. All sorts of great stuff. Let me take you through it, dads. For instance, in New York, Rochester International Jazz Festival kicked off yesterday.
It is opening day for this year's Jazz Festival. 9 days coming up of so much great music. In total, more than 300 shows. You just walk around downtown, there's going to be one right around every corner. We've got a lot live for us with some of those groups here this morning.
Okay, might as well go straight to the source. Rochester International Jazz Festival. Yes, you can enjoy music rather than running around like a lunatic. Yes, indeed. Or maybe music's not enough for you and you need dance and storyline. Well, yeah, theater is
It's
always
the
an option.
intimacy of mom and dad and Ava entering into their lives. It is what I knew as I matured as a child. It's intimate and a roller coaster all at one time. And the music, of course, just enhances it all. And that was the key. If everything was right, then it was all wrong. And now we take you to Capitol Records and you see he's top of the heap. He's back.
It's a very human story. You see his flaws, and the permission that Tina is given allows.
Yes, indeed. That was the daughter of Frank Sinatra. Talking about a musical which is going to be debuting soon, I believe. Maybe already be playing. Debuted recently, I think, which tells the story of her father. Yes, indeed. All right. Another father-daughter story up next. Oh, wait. No, I take it back. I forgot about this one. While we're talking about New York stuff, let's go to Brooklyn, where one dance company is celebrating queer artists this Pride Month. You could get engaged.
As we celebrate Pride Month, we are highlighting a Brooklyn dance company where queer artists are celebrated.
One of the performers comes from a highly regarded classical background as a ballerina, and they took Lisa Rosder behind the scenes of the glitz and glam of the place they call home.
Duana Taste dazzles audiences every Thursday through Sunday inside Company XIV on Troubadour Street in Bushwick.
What I really love is this feeling of decadence. This is one place where I feel I've been allowed and given permission to really be myself, and it's been celebrated.
The classically trained dancer performs on point to an original song with live vocals as one of the stars in the company's latest show, Petite Rouge, which reimagines the Little Red Riding Hood. There are 14 performers in the show, most of whom identify as queer, including Duana.
I have a bit of space to make it my own. I love kind of playing with this serious and silly.
This summer marks 20 years of the company being in existence.
I think with a lot of more serious dance, we play these gendered roles, and that for me is very tired because, I never got away with hiding and being masculine. I just always had a bit of something soft to me.
Duana, born Dwayne.
Well, there you go. Spectacular dance extravaganza being celebrated in Brooklyn. So many options out there, Dats. You don't have to be, you always have to have on this hard exterior. And getting into fights. You could engage in more healthy competition, like this father-daughter duo, who created their own card game. It's now hitting shelves. We actually talked about this earlier. I don't know if everybody remembers this. We talked about this earlier. Cats. Sorry, not cats. Kittens in space.
Aww. Uno. Everyone knows that's what you shut out when you have one card left in the game. Well, for the card-shutting game, Kittens in Space, you also have to get rid of all your cards. We initially brought you this story of a local father-daughter duo who created the game together and put it on Kickstarter. They have updated News 8's Aron Spitzer because it's now officially up for purchase on store shelves.
When Riley and Jeff Wallace created the game Kittens in Space, they didn't think much of it, but now it's on store shelves, including right here at Millennium Games.
It's one of those things we've been talking about for a year to get to this point, and so to see it on the shelf, to see it being played is actually ecstatic. It's one of those pinch me moments.
It was really cool seeing someone actually buy the game because we were here and I saw someone pick it up, which was really cool. Still kind of in shock, don't really believe it.
And Millennium Games and Henrietta was so excited that they scooped the game right up.
One of the things that we really value here is locally designed games, and so both designers are part of our local communities, and so it's really fun to see games that come out of the ecosphere around us. Like, not that we were directly involved, but there's a piece of us that was. Like, you know, we created a culture of gaming, and the designers felt welcome to just be part of this community, and we just love that.
Jeff was all.
There you go, Kittens in Space. Sweet new card game, which I think certainly speaks to many around here. A lot of lovers of kittens and of space. The galactic community. Perfect Father's Day story, I thought. Now, as mentioned before, I think fathers should be trying to get their sons and daughters to read more. But you could read too. And perhaps you could get the book off of the... what do you call it? The great Velshie's Band Book Club.
Over 4 years ago, back when I hosted a weekend show with my name on it, we started the Velshie Band Book Club. It was a response to the epidemic of censorship that was sweeping school libraries across the country, and it evolved into something much more than that. When I discuss the news on this show, I do my best to bring you the facts, but what I can't do is take you inside the experiences and feelings of other people, in other times, in other places. Books, however, can do that. And powerfully so. And that power that has made books a target for politicians who'd rather people not know about people who aren't like them and their histories that aren't theirs. That's why we put an emphasis on what we call reading as resistance. Because of those powerful conversations about these vital works of literature, the Velshie Band Book Club has an audience all its own. Over the last few weeks, I have heard from a lot of you who've been worried about what's happening to it since I've moved to this show. But don't worry, the Velshie Band Book Club is continuing as both a segment on the 11th hour and as an audio podcast. In fact, 1 week from tonight, for the 11th hour's first edition of the Velshie Band Book Club, we've got something truly special to bring you. Isabel Wilkerson will become the next...
Well, there you go. Velshie Band Book Club. Get reading out there, dads. Thank you, Ollie. A lot of books out there. So many books. More books than you could ever read in a lifetime. Might as well get reading. Okay. Now, there's all sorts of things you can discover in books. But technically, all of those things that were in books were originally discovered in the real world. In one way or another. And one Nebraska paleontologist has helped to identify a new dinosaur species. That's right, dads. You could get all Dr. Grant, what's his name, from Jurassic Park out there.
It's science.
A Nebraska paleontologist has helped identify a new species of dinosaur. Ashley Paus is part of an international team at the University of Nebraska State Museum. The fossil was found in China. It's a small predatory dinosaur that was about the size of a modern barn owl.
An owl-sized dinosaur. Discovered by a UNL paleontologist. Now, I mean, I don't know if you have a paleontology degree, dads, but I mean, you could get out there, you could discover something. Who's to say? There's still things out there, unknown, undiscovered. Mysteries abound. I believe in you. But perhaps that's too nerdy for you. Well, you could save a prehistoric specimen like this dude. I don't know if he was a dad, but this shark needed some help, and he decided to take it upon himself to do just that.
The shark. White shark.
It's a little white, great white.
Yeah, white shark.
Wow, that's sick.
The biggie. Wow.
It's actually small.
Yeah.
Get the hook out of him.
Ooh. Big white.
Get him back. All right, that way.
Running man, baby. Running man, baby.
Okay, then it's just them fishing. Okay, anyway. It would appear he is a dad. One Massachusetts dad moved a hook from a shark for releasing it out back into the wild. Is he Steve Irwining the shark? I guess you could call it Steve Irwining the shark. You call it whatever you want. Trying his best to help that shark out. Yeah, exactly. There was a shark. They noticed that there was a hook in the shark's mouth. So they brought the shark back into shore, removed the hook from the shark, put it back out into the water. Was it Rhode Island? I'm sorry. I thought it was Massachusetts. It said Massachusetts. Maybe he's from Rhode Island? Or are you saying you're from Rhode Island? Okay. Well, while we're out in the ocean, let's go to Hawaii, where a dolphin tour got a surprise look at a massive oceanic specimen.
Guests on a recent dolphin tour off the west side of Oahu got their money's worth.
Boy, they sure did in a very big way. The Iruka Hawaii Dolphin Tour boat, the Poseidon, set off to find dolphins about 3 miles offshore. Clearly, they found something much bigger. Captain Stefan Dimitrovic says it was a typical day with about 30 guests when they came across a much smaller pod of dolphins than usual. However,
probably a few minutes later, they kind of led us to a whale shark, which is pretty crazy for us to see. It's a literal needle in a haystack.
he initially thought it was a giant sunfish until it rolled over.
Oh, my God. And they're massive. I mean, my boat is 50 feet, and she was probably a length of maybe like 3/4 of the boat. So we're talking about 30 to 40 feet. She was like a little submarine. It was really exciting.
He says whenever they find wildlife on their tours, they always put a safety diver in the water first, and then make sure to stay quiet and at a safe distance.
So we're staying very passive, giving them all the space in the world that they need. And it was super exciting just to be able to witness it.
There you go. A shocking sight for some dolphin tour. Group off of Oahu. Seeing a rare sight. As was mentioned, whale sharks very rarely stay near humans for an extended period of time. This crew apparently got to hang out with one for like 2 hours. Can't imagine. Gotta be pretty incredible. Now maybe the water's not your thing. Maybe you'd like to go to great heights rather than great depths. Well, for one individual, going to great heights became something of a problem in Colorado, requiring the literal National Guard.
Incredible video of the Colorado National Guard rescuing a climber from Crestone at more than 14,000 feet. This is now the highest known hoist rescue recorded in our state. The National Guard says the man was hurt after falling 30 feet. The Guard saying a Black Hawk helicopter had to maintain a hover at that elevation in order to extend that cable down.
There you go. I mean, I love a good mountain climb, but stay safe out there. Good God. One man needing to be rescued from his extracurricular activities, whatever you want to call it. Thankfully, the National Guard there to save him at a historic height, the highest ever rescue for the Colorado National Guard, apparently 14,000 feet. Hard to breathe up there, let alone do a daring mountain rescue. Okay. Now, for other sort of recreational activities you could get into instead of starting fights with influencers, you could, at least you can expect in the future, Montanans, for a serious recreational bike park. It's now broken ground this weekend. NBC Montana from yesterday.
All right, new at 6, a major milestone for outdoor recreation in Bozeman for all ages. Construction is now underway on a community bike park nearly 15 years in the making. NBC Montana's Noah Coltrane has all the details.
This comes as leaders say the park will help ease crowding on existing trails while turning previously unused land into a year-round recreational hub.
We have incredible trails in town, places like Pete's Hill, Highland Glen. We have great trails in the Forest Service and farther out of town like Yellowstone National Park. People love biking in this community, and we don't have a lot of bike-specific trails right here in town in Bozeman. So Bikefill is going to provide that, something for every type of rider right here in Bozeman that the community can access after school, after work, and for a quick stop on the weekends.
Supporters, donors, and community members joined together for a groundbreaking ceremony on Thursday, marking the start of construction.
They suck at shovels. They do suck at. That was the worst shoveling I've ever seen. I agree.
South of the Snowfield Recreation Area. The 66-acre project is a public-private partnership between the city of Bozeman, Gallatin Valley Land Trust, and local biking groups with hundreds of community donors.
$5.75 million has been secured for this park between what GVLT has raised.
Yeah, millions of dollars raised for this bike park. However, there is a catch, I'm afraid, to this bike park I have to point out. And Bozeman has got a serious we've talked about Bozeman's housing problem, but they're spending $6 million to build this bike park. But they're not going to allow any housing to be built. No new housing on the land that's being used for the bike park. So while bikers will have an opportunity to recreate, this will not at all. It is very intentionally not going to be helping with housing. So I'm a little torn on that one. Not gonna lie. All right, let's keep going around the country, seeing what sort of things we could be doing this Father's Day or in general,
The city of Bozeman.
more healthy than the sort of things that the Liver King or Joe Rogan or Donald Trump or Andrew Tate tend to get into, right? These are healthy alternatives. That's what we're getting into today for Father's Day. You could have attended the Iowa Tractorcade this week in Waterloo. 27th annual.
Well, in Waterloo, the 27th annual Great Eastern Iowa Tractorcade made a stop today at the John Deere Tractor Museum. The Tractorcade is kind of like RAGBRAI, but for tractors. Hundreds of them, from classic vintage models to modern equipment, are brought on a multi-day parade of rural roads in small towns in eastern Iowa. And for some, the tractors have real sentimental value.
Many of them, it was the first mechanized piece of equipment bought for a family farm. So they're very attached to it, and it's handed down through the generations, kept up by, maybe it was Grandpa's tractor, and son restored it, and now grandson's driving it.
Well, there you go. A tradition. A tradition. A family tradition passed down from father to son through the generations. Seems like a Father's Day type of thing. Celebrating each other. Now here's a dad thing to do. This is big time dad stuff. Golfing. I mean, I can't imagine a more dad-centric activity. Now, I don't know if you know this. There is a new golfing show on Netflix. I don't have a Netflix subscription, so this was news to me. I found out about this vicariously through a particular clip, which we're actually going to watch in just a second. But first, to familiarize those of you who are not at all aware of this new show, I'd like to introduce you to The Hawk. A show about a professional golfer trying to make a comeback in his later years. Well, there you have it. I'm probably going to have to clip that out of this. Netflix is probably going to come after me for that, but I couldn't help it. Because I have a real treat for you people, okay? I got a real treat for you. Okay, the Lonnie the Hawk Hawkins made an appearance. North Carolina, WRAL. Has the clip. Wait, hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Not there. Almost there. Here we go. We're almost there.
Hawkins is only being inducted in the World Golf Hall of Fame for today only. No future title, benefits, or relationship is extended past close of business today. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in celebrating Lonnie the Hawk Hawkins, because that's how it's done. You should probably address the crowd. You're sweaty.
Hey, Steve. Steve Lovell, everyone. Excuse me. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. I wrote down some remarks. Let me Okay, yeah. I just want to thank everyone here at the World Golf Hall of Fame. Thank you again, Steve. This is an amazing turnout. If you're watching this live at home, there is close to 1,000 people jammed into this room.
That can't possibly be true.
Easily. And the media from at least 100 countries. It's incredible to look at this room. This means so much to me. And my feelings are not hurt by the fact that the CEO of the USGA is not here, or the board. In fact, it's their loss when you think about it. Right, Steve? Oh, what do you mean you guess so? Okay. I'm so grateful for this honor. You don't know how much it means to me to now be mentioned with the likes of Nicholas, Palmer, Zeller, T.C. Chin. But also it raises the question, what took so long? I mean...
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. He just goes... He goes fucking... he literally stands here talking for like 15 minutes. Not just that, though. He also switches to a reporter's questions segment, which is, when you think about it, for a golf champion like him, really sort of generous.
Aren't I a good guy?
Really a generous... It's just an act of
And now I guess...
philanthropy, right? He could have just walked off. He did his speech. He's like, no, you know what? I'll take a few questions.
Thank you. And now I guess we'll... Questions? Questions? Yeah, you, sir.
Hi there. Mr. Hawkins, your famous defeat of Tiger Woods in 2008, does that still hold up as one of your greatest accomplishments? And have you spoken to Tiger since?
He won't talk to me. Frankly, it was easy. It was one of my easiest tour victory. I think I just, I crawled inside of his brain and I didn't leave.
Excellent.
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, you, sir.
You made friends and enemies on the tour.
Yeah.
Their names are here.
Yeah.
Who would you like to be beside your locker in this Hall of Fame?
Oh, it does, as long as I'm in a prominent row. I mean, Seve Ballesteros might be good. Fred Couples. Sure.
Yeah. Whose would you remove?
Mark O'Meara.
Is there one you would remove?
Yes, Mark O'Meara. Tom Kite. I'll get that guy out of here. And who else?
Okay. Well, there you have it. Lonnie the Hawk Hawkins. Played by Will Ferrell. Yes, indeed, dads. You could go out there, you could golf. Rather than drinking methylene blue or demeaning women, being an all-around misogynist like Andrew Tate, or ruining the country like Donald Trump is. You don't even have to technically... there are less toxic things to do from your couch, okay? You don't even have to... golf has got to be one of the lowest bars possible, but... technically, you don't even have to... You could be less toxic sitting around watching the latest season of Fallout, which is apparently coming soon. One of the shows I've managed to watch recently, and I gotta say, first and second seasons do not disappoint. Apparently a third season in the making. A look into how it's made here.
Let me turn it over to Casey so we can talk.
Deep inside a sprawling Hollywood soundstage, crew members put a massive Deathclaw prop through its paces.
This is one of the sets from Amazon Prime Video's hit series Fallout, and the scene underscores the larger story behind the show's move back to California. The first season of the series was filmed in New York. Season 2 returned to California, helped by $25 million in tax rebates. Season 3 stayed in the state, with another $42 million in credits. Executive producer Jonathan Nolan said tax incentives were an important factor in the show's return to California.
The rebate was essential in bringing us back. And there's more work to do because we're here and this show is getting the benefit of that rebate. But I have...
As somebody who's watched the show, seeing the sets without like the filters, you know, all the stuff that's been done to them in post is really interesting to see. I'm not gonna lie.
And there's more work to do because we're here and this show is getting the benefit of that rebate. But I have several friends with terrific projects who want to be here and can't because there is not enough money there to cover every show.
Nolan, who helped push for California's $750 million tax rebate program, said the industry had grown complacent. He said filmmakers got used to flying off to shoot abroad without thinking about the impact on Hollywood. California has lost over 17,000 entertainment jobs since 2019, according to the Milken Institute. Studios have sought cheaper filming locations amid falling TV ad revenue and slower streaming growth. The occupancy rate in Hollywood sound stages was down to 62% in the first half of 2025, when they were nearly full in 2016.
We totally understood people who laughed at the idea that Hollywood would ever stop being Hollywood, but I think in the last 5 years it really has. If you look at, you know, stage occupancy and employment, it's a disaster. You know, we've allowed 20 years to elapse of just casually saying, okay, you know, you can let production go anywhere but here. And that threatens to hollow out and destroy a 100-year cultural institution that is maybe one of the most sort of important parts of American culture.
The show's return has also resonated with its cast. Actor Walton Goggins.
Well, there you go. Look behind the scenes. The Fallout production, which is apparently happening entirely here in the United States, in Hollywood. What's that guy's fucking name? James Nolan? Not James Nolan. I forget the fucking guy's name. Director. I could just search Fallout. Jonathan Nolan. Apparently wants to keep Hollywood the center of cinema. All right. Here's another healthy dad activity. This one would include the kids most likely, although I guess you could go on your own. You could go to Adventureland or some other what do you call it? Theme park. Is theme park the right word for that? You know what I'm saying. Plays with the rides, carnival type of vibe. Now, unfortunately for one parent and 15 children, although I don't think that they were a parent of all of the children, an Adventureland visit went awry, getting stuck on a ride for hours.
Being stuck for hours on a ride at Adventureland. Dan Rice is over the scene in Chopper 2. Dan, you've been here watching these rescue efforts and how they unfolded. What can you tell us?
Well, Dick, we can tell you this all started at around 7:25 this evening when Suffolk County 911 received a phone call from a person in the park saying that the ride was stuck with 16 people on board the ride. Now, when they arrived, they brought multiple fire department and emergency personnel to get those stuck riders off of the gondolas there. This is a brand new ride called Wave Twister at Adventureland. It debuted a few months ago, and we can tell you that the amusement park manufacturer, RES Rides, they say this is a one-of-a-kind roller coaster, and it was a one-of-a-kind rescue for the firefighters here. When we arrived on the scene at about 8:15, 8:20 this evening, there were 6 kids that were still stuck on the ride. Now, the ages of the kids, they varied from 5 years old with a 40-year-old chaperone and 8 to 12 years old. When they saw the helicopter flying by, they were waving at us and making gestures towards us. They did not seem to be in distress. That was the good news. They were making the best of a bad situation, but it took until about 10:40 this evening, almost 3 hours after the initial 911 calls, to get everybody safely off the...
Now, there you go. 16 people stuck on an Adventureland amusement park ride. Deep into the night, kids apparently still having just as much fun stuck as they were riding the ride once the helicopter showed up. I guess they could post that to their Instagrams or whatever the kids are using these days. Their TikToks. Now let's go from Long Island to Coney Island. From Adventureland to the Mermaid Parade. Returning this year after a cancellation scare, CBS New York.
Music, sunshine, and glitter filled the streets of Coney Island today at the 44th Annual Mermaid Parade. And for organizers, it was a triumph after they said this year's celebration came close to being canceled. Elle McLogan takes us there.
Mermaids are in place, along with jellyfish, pirates, and a sailor clown. Where else but Coney Island?
I love Coney Island. I got Coney Island on my head. Can you see it? Oh, I got the train
I love her hat.
It's the Mermaid Parade, held each year since...
That hat is... she put in so much. This is a... Hold on, I want to see it when it's not blurred. Look at this thing. This is a homemade, this is a DIY Coney Island fucking hat. And look at it. Look at the detail. What an artist.
Where else but Coney Island?
I love Coney Island. I got Coney Island on my head. Can you see it? Oh, you got the train and everything else there.
It's the Mermaid Parade, held each year since 1983.
The Mermaid Parade is pretty much the largest art parade in the country.
Organizers call the parade a celebration of ancient mythology and seaside ritual, drawing hundreds of thousands of spectators every year.
This is a day that's uniquely about people's creativity to do things that you think are awesome and share it with the people who are going to love it.
I put as many beads and colorful and shiny things on me as possible.
We're using all recycled materials and trash that we found on the street.
How long did it take you to get ready for this parade?
A long time.
Well, there you go. From Long Island to Brooklyn, all sorts of great things for you people out there, dads included, to get into. A lot of fun stuff. How are we doing on time? Wow. Hour and a half in. Just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube. I got to start a galactic content goal. Jesus Christ, I am slacking over here. Now, since we've been celebrating all week, I've decided to take a shocking turn. I've opened up for the rest of the weekend throne donations to the Galactic Content Goal. So if you want to send me a physical gift, since my birthday week just ended, it's Father's Day, all these other things, figured why not? Those of you who prefer to know what your money is going to, Throne's the perfect way to do that, because I add different things to the list. You can buy it directly from that site, and it just shows up at my doorstep days later down on Earth.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Honestly, they take a less of a cut than YouTube used to when we were still monetized there, and certainly less than Twitch does, since they were the highest cut takers of anybody. So really, when you think about it, it's a win-win-win for everybody. But that's only going to be a one-day thing, I think, because it doesn't technically pay the bills. But yeah, of course, other ways to donate: Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. And of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars: Patreon. We'll do a break in a little bit. Not yet. Probably after the Knicks, before we get to the World Cup. And boy, oh boy, has the World Cup taken over North America and the planet. I'm going to be trying once we get to World Cup, it's going to be me trying to fight back with by interjecting random videos here and there that are not World Cup related, and then going right back to talking about the World Cup, because it's basically seemingly all that anybody can think about outside of the United States. Yes, Schmegley, please patronize us. Please patronize GNN. Yeah. What next? I lost my place. I was looking through my list. What we have. Hopefully you're all being fairly value-tained so far. Are you not entertained? I mean, trying to bring the Sunday Funday action as hard as possible, seeing as so many celebratory events have lined up this week. I felt an extra amount of pressure to bring the value-tainment tonight.
You're about to be value-tained.
All right, dads. Now, since you've been working on your muscles so much, here's a non-toxic competitive activity for you to engage in. American Ninja Warrior. The state of Alaska has got 2 contestants advancing in the American Ninja Warrior competition this year. Alaska's news source on the story.
All right, season 18 of American Ninja Warrior has been premiering over the last few weeks. And tonight's episode featured a couple competitors from the 49th state. If you weren't able to catch it, here is the headline. The Eskimo Ninja does it again. Nick Hansen from Unalakleet showing he still has it on his 11th season, managing to make it all the way through the West Regional qualifying course and punch his ticket to the regional finals. The 38-year-old didn't expect to make it that far, hence that reaction.
I mean, I came off that final obstacle and I was literally like, what? Like, when I jumped over, I knew the warp wall, that's my money. That's where I'm at. I literally looked up at Akbar and I was like, Akbar, what's happening right now? It was definitely, it was just good.
But he wasn't the only Alaskan tackling the course. 15-year-old Talus Bunch of Wasilla made his American Ninja Warrior debut right before Hansen and showed he belonged with a finish good enough for 15th best in the field and a spot in regional finals alongside his impressed childhood hero.
Immediately went into coach mode with, letting him know, like, hey, man, you did amazing, because he went out there and represented Alaska. He had the flag on his shoulders, and I was just so proud to see him represent the way that he did.
Well, there you go. That's clearly a fun way to let off some steam. Challenge yourself. The American Ninja Warrior. The Alaskan Ninja Warrior.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
God. Yeah. Now, of course, as a dad, you could donate your time to the Scouts. becoming a scout leader or just one of those parent volunteers, you know. And for 6 young ladies, thanks to probably dads all over the state of Minnesota, have made it to the great accomplishment, the rank of Eagle Scout. CBS News Minnesota WCCO from 3 days ago.
Fewer than 6% of scouts ever achieve the rank of Eagle Scout.
And Edina, 6 girls from Troop 123 just accomplished that rare feat. Only on WCCO, John Lorton talks with 5 of the girls about how they did it and the message they have for others.
I don't think we think about it enough, but it's definitely a big deal, yeah.
Each of the girls sitting here just achieved Scouting's highest honor. Over the years, they racked up a total of 126 merit badges.
It's crazy. I mean, especially there's 6 of us who got it. It's unreal.
New Eagle Scout Iris Nordine isn't the only one who feels that way. The girls are close friends, and they did this as a team. They became inspired when in 2018 rules changed, allowing them to join Boy Scouts.
We kind of just had to make our own path, and we were kind of the blueprint for the next girls joining. So we had big shoes to fill, but also create.
Is this genealogy?
Along this journey, their merit badges were earned in a variety of ways, from civic duties and science to technology and camping.
We all lived on a boat for a week together, so just being able to do all these cool experiences.
But it's their final Eagle Scout projects that they're most proud of.
I built a little free library and a bike rack for Morningside Theater Company. I built a shelving unit for an animal shelter. I worked at Bet Shalom Congregation, my synagogue, and I renovated the Holocaust Memorial.
On Sunday, in front of family and friends, the girls were recognized and celebrated for their accomplishments. Since they were all high school seniors, this was like a second graduation, but instead of diplomas, they got Eagle badges and neckerchiefs.
Being able to do this with my friends has definitely made it a lot more fun than doing it on my own.
Yes, indeed. There we go. 6 young ladies making it to the great rank of Eagle Scout. Thanks to their friends, and I'm sure their communities. And, a lot of times, there's a lot of unsung heroes in our communities. People cheering us on, who go nameless and or faceless. Let's talk about the life of mascots with local Iowa 5 News. 3 days ago, Behind the Mask.
Mascots have always been staples in sports. They make us laugh, get us excited, and bring out our team spirit. And in honor of National Mascot Day, I wanted to know what it's like behind the mask.
At any game you attend, you're bound to see a rambunctious character roaming the sidelines. From halftime hijinks to firing up the crowd, mascots have become an essential part of the game day experience. But who are the people behind the costumes? Well, that's something they work hard to keep secret until their days in the suit are over.
It was the only time in my life where I kind of felt like Batman.
By day, Wesley Rosenboom was a typical Iowa State student. On game days, he became Cy.
Nobody knew that I was Cy except for my roommates. And so it was really cool to be able to be out in social interactions and people talking about what Cy did at the game or how cool Cy is compared to other mascots. And being able to sit there and be like, oh yeah, I agree, Cy's awesome.
Keeping that secret isn't always easy. Just ask former Herky the Hawk performer Luke Weekland.
Senior year, I have 4 different alter egos or 4 different jobs that I was telling people about, and so kind of having to balance oh yeah, wait, what do you think I do again? Oh yeah, I still do that.
And wearing the suit isn't for the faint of heart.
Everyone always assumes oh, you're getting into a fresh suit No, I mean, if you're a third quarter, that suit has been worn for the last several hours by your other teammates.
But the anonymity can be liberating. It gives the person inside the suit the freedom to fully embrace their larger-than-life character.
You're just allowed the freedom to be wild and zany and silly and kind of like a dog off his leash.
The job is about more than representing the school. It's about creating moments people remember.
My purpose is to make people laugh, to have fun, to lift up the energy.
It's also about building connections.
For the kids, you're the main attraction. With little kids, they don't know any of the players' names. They may not even necessarily understand the sport, but they know, oh, there's Cy.
Both Wesley and Luke look back on their mascot days with pride.
Yes, indeed. Well, there you have it. That's it for our Father's Day coverage, although technically there'll be plenty of stuff I'm sure the fathers will appreciate since we're doing a lot of sports talk here today. A whole lot of it. Oh, yeah. And this was just sort of the way for us to start our segue into that. Yes, indeed. Just like dads, to some degree, mascots, unsung heroes of their communities. Thank you, dads. This is your day.
Aren't I a good guy?
Why is Cy's mouth like that? I don't ask questions. I think it's because the beak goes over the front. If you look at it from the side, I know what you're talking about. It looks wrong from the front, but from the side, it makes more sense. Because the top beak goes over the bottom beak, right? And so it's making it look like there's something wrong with his mouth. But his mouth is fine, I can assure you. Well, I assume. I guess it could be some sort of medical condition. All right. Now, one thing I was tempted to live stream, but didn't do. The Knicks ticker tape parade. Which happened just a few days ago. Feels like it was just yesterday. But people were preparing for the parade all week long. Even Mayor Mamdani getting in on the...
Zohran Mamdani.
Even Zohran getting in the preparations. Here's Reuters from Monday. Go New York, go New York. I gotta hear that one more time. Okay, there you go. Zohran Mamdani at what looks like a preschool or something. Finger painting with the children. How does he have time to do all the things that he does? You know, he's making government grocery stores and taxing billionaires, and then he's over here, he's finger painting, and he's shoveling snow, and he's got endless energy. He's endorsing candidates in local house races and shit like that. It's like he's like endless. It's like endless energy of this guy. Zohran reads books right side up. It's true. It is true. All right, let's go back to Brooklyn, a place we didn't leave that long ago. Let's see what the Knicks energy is looking like in Fort Greene. I believe that's the home of the studio of superfan Spike Lee.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Moore, and tonight for Christine Johnson. We are counting down to the Knicks championship parade. The city is getting ready to throw the biggest party ever and the very first ticker tape parade for our hometown heroes. Millions of fans are expected to line the Canyon of Heroes on Thursday. And as Addie Guajardo reports, some fans are already making sure they get a good spot.
I'm looking for a spot. That's why I'm here right now.
Ralph Sterling, immediately, if not
New York
sooner.
Knicks fan says he's on the hunt for the perfect parade spot for his family after his team secured the championship title for the
Just
first
to be
time
clear,
in 5
this is like
decades.
2 days.
It may well be the largest parade in New York City history.
The ticker tape parade will.
Just to be clear, this is like 2 days ahead of the parade. This guy's like, I'm getting a spot right now. Okay, this is an investment for my family. Like, this, we need to reserve a space immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If I don't get it, we look down by my ancestors. They will, you know, they will be booing me from heaven.
At Battery Park at 10 a.m. on Thursday, and the team will ride through New York City's iconic Canyon of Heroes for the first time in franchise history. In 1970 and 1973, then Mayor John Lindsay opted for more informal receptions.
On Thursday, millions of people are expected to attend the championship parade. We will have a significant...
Why is Jessica Tish so painfully unlikable? It's also the way she says stuff. Like, she does this weird thing with her teeth where, like, she bares all of her teeth. Like, there's, like, just a ginormous amount of tension in, like, her chin and neck. It's just this weird thing. It's just, like, I can't look at her. I'm like, why do you look like that? Stop looking like that. Are you a human being? Are you sure? Because you look fucking weird right now.
Millions of people are expected to attend the championship parade. We will have a significant NYPD presence there.
While the NYPD will be out in full force.
Celebration.
Andrew Breslaw, the senior vice president for the Alliance for Downtown New York, says they're providing the confetti for the 210th ticker tape parade, a celebration woven into the city's history dating back to 1886.
At that time, Broadway was filled with brokerage houses.
Oh, I just realized,
and then there were things called ticker
motherfucker.
tapes that fed the information.
I knew there was something wrong about this clip. God damn it. I totally looked past this clip. I don't know how I looked past it. I looked past this clip right at the one in Brooklyn. I was like, that's the one we're going to. They're both CBS New York clips. That's part of the problem. I got a bunch of CBS New York clips all up against each other because of the fucking parade. This is not the one I just talked about. This says New York City gearing up to throw biggest party ever in honor of Knicks. This is Knicks energy growing in Fort Greene, Brooklyn. God damn it.
The Knicks' excitement continues to spread, and the energy could not be more evident than in Brooklyn's Fort Greene neighborhood,
there
where
it
the
is.
team's most passionate fan, Spike Lee, has his studio. Naveen Dhaliwal with that story.
The celebrations were underway in Fort Greene. On Sunday, just one day after the Knicks' stunning victory, legendary filmmaker Spike Lee hosted a block party outside of his studios. After one of the Knicks' wins, he made a heartfelt appearance, bringing in the energy for a celebration more than 5 decades in the making, taking Michael Moore back to his roots.
He's Fort Greene. I used to see him growing up. I'm Fort Greene, and I'm hearing all of the songs we played, all of the dances we did.
After weeks of watching the games,
to be in the finals, to take it all the way.
The energy at the Havana Outpost on Monday was still pumping.
All the frozen margaritas, surprisingly, every flavor. From afternoon to late nights. We are all exhausted, but it was exciting.
Host Melissa Suriel says the fun isn't over just yet. More preparations are underway for this Thursday's ticker tape parade.
We're going to have extra staff because I think we might have an after party after the parade.
Fans like teacher Deanna Pearson is asking the city for this small celebratory request.
Can the teachers get a half a day so we can make it to the parade and celebrate? That's it.
For many New Yorkers, this championship is more than just basketball. It's generations waiting for this moment, and the celebrations have no signs of slowing down.
Yes, indeed. Basically, from minute one, people have been celebrating this historic victory. People have been waiting like 50 years for. Non-stop. Now, unfortunately, all of that celebrating may have led to the death of one K9 Knicks fan. A police shooting, which many are questioning its necessity. Let's go to KTLA 5, all the way Los Angeles.
Celebration of the New York Knicks NBA championship turned tragic when LAPD officers responding to a call about a screaming woman shot and killed the family dog.
A neighbor who called police thought that the neighbor was in trouble. Rachel Menitoff, live in.
Look at this. You can't look at this. You tell me that this dog needed this. Look at this. A good boy. This is a good boy right here. You can't tell me and say that. What? Huh? What are you talking about?
What you talking about?
As a good boy. Why? Why did this happen?
A neighbor who called police thought that the neighbor was in trouble. Rachel Menitoff, live in Canoga Park for us. She has details on this. Rachel.
Rick, Cher, this mother and son are absolutely devastated, and they're also confused about why an officer felt the need to use his gun on their family pet. They feel this entire situation could have been handled very differently.
Shot fired, officer, shot fired.
What started as a night of celebration turned to tragedy.
I can't process it.
Marie Marseille, who prefers not to be on camera, says she was getting calls from friends and family congratulating one another on the Knicks. This was on Saturday night after their championship win. Soon after, she gets a knock on the door. It's two LAPD officers responding to a noise complaint. The caller said that a woman was screaming and thought it might have been a domestic conflict. Marseille explains it's just her and her 2-year-old dog, Jameson, at home. The officers ask Marseille to move her golden Saint Berdoodle further back, but the playful pup ran out of the apartment.
Within that span of a few seconds, I see Jameson getting shot twice by the police officer, and then I go down on top of Jameson. I just watched him take his last breath.
An officer claimed the dog charged toward him, which led.
Could be scared of this dog. Are you kidding me? Really? Really? This dog is scary to you? You need a mental health check, pal. As the least scary dog I've ever seen in my life. That is like, I mean, I guess a Chihuahua would be a little less scary than this dog, but are you kidding me? What a joke.
Give me a joke.
Died in a fucking Knicks shirt. Just tragic. Just tragic. Senseless death. Never needed to happen. Well, sorry to interject real news into the celebration, but had to be done. Had to be done. This is a news show after all. All right. Let's go to more uplifting stories about the Knicks celebrations. Senseless tragedy. Well, one young girl, one young New Yorker is given a interesting New York Knicks twists to some old classics.
A young superfan in Harlem has made her own Knicks-inspired version of the classic New York, New York. As Noelle Lilly reports, it's a song that she's hoping to one day perform for the Knicks themselves.
The New York Knicks gained some new fans this NBA season, like 11-year-old Harlem singer Mariah Ray.
In the city that won the chip, 'cause Bronson's king of the hill.
I really didn't watch basketball before. It's my brother that got me into it this time. It's been 53 years. It's amazing.
So amazing that Mariah remixed her own version of the NYC anthem, New York, New York, with some Knicks references, of course.
He's Captain Clutch. They say he's 11, but he's #1.
This came to me in the shower.
Mariah's mother, Marsha, is not surprised. As a performer herself, Marsha recognized her daughter's big voice and even bigger creativity.
And in Harlem is...
Well, there you go. One young Harlem resident bringing Knicks twist to some old classics, hoping to perhaps one day perform for the professional sports team. Maybe she'll be that lucky. I guess we'll have to see. Okay, now to an even younger New Yorker who's getting a very early start. Perhaps the earliest start to Knicks fandom in recorded history. To Bellevue Hospital.
Perhaps the cutest story of the day and proof that you are never too young to become a Knicks fan. This was the scene at Bellevue Hospital where nurses created handmade Knicks gear for babies in the NICU. This gave some of the city's newest fans and their families a way to show their support for our champions. Look how tiny they are.
Oh my goodness. If that doesn't warm your heart, I don't know what will. Start them
No,
early.
When they're old enough to see those photos, they're going to remember that, and they're going to be Knicks fans for life.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Actually claim that. Like, I was born a Knicks fan.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's the, pedigree. I mean, you can post that picture. Be like, bandwagon. I've been here since the very beginning. Indoctrination. All right, you can see it however you want, okay? I think it's cute. I think they're right. You're a monster. You are a monster for shit talking this story right now. Okay? If you don't love it, there's something wrong with you, okay? But you gotta get yourself checked out. Okay, but I don't care if you're not a Knicks fan. Okay? Okay, that's cute. That's cute. That's the cutest thing we're gonna see all night. Okay, so enough celebrating. Move the Knicks to California. Wow. What are you, a Golden State fan? Are you a Golden State fan or something, Bo? Oh, even worse. Are you an LA fan? Is that the problem? Is that your whole team just like blew up? Okay, I'm gonna stop shit talking. I barely watched basketball last season. Like in the last 2 years, I've like barely watched I think I've watched like 6 games in like 2. So ever since I started the show, I don't have any time to actually watch basketball. You took the Dodgers, now we'll take the Knicks. You're sick. You're sick. You got enough teams over there, okay? Make one of them good. How about that? All right, that's not fair. That's not fair. You're going through a transitional phase. All of your good players that were on Golden State or LA, whoever you're, whether it was, I mean, I don't know if you're Clippers. I just realized you have two different basketball teams in LA to choose from, and then Golden State. And then you also got the Kings, technically, as well. Although, there's a whole thing. You had like multiple. You had Mike Brown coaching the Knicks. You had Fox over on the Spurs this year. I mean, hard to be a Kings fan 2026. I'm just saying, you have a lot of options. At least when it comes to Golden State and the Lakers, you're kind of going through a transitional period. All your best players are getting very old. You know? Although you guys picked up, Lakers picked up, what's his face? Didn't you, from Dallas? What's his name? I can't even think of his fucking name right now. It's because I haven't been watching any basketball. I can't even think of his name. The European guy. We lost Mo and Up. Why did we lose Mo and Up? What does that mean? Luka, thank you, lowercase. Luka Doncic. Thank you. Good God, that took too long. All right. We'll start off with this. Actually, this is in the wrong order. God damn it. How did I do this? We got one more CBS New York video here. Now, in the wake of the Knicks victory, there's a lot of celebrations out there. Some of them got a little bit out of control. There was footage of property destruction, like a taxi cab, which was vandalized, people jumping on it. And I think some of the right wing may have been saying, look, this is what you get with a communist mayor or something. What's weird, though, is that as it turns out, one of the individuals destroying said cab was a Florida man.
What?
Yeah! Hard to blame Zohran Mamdani for a Florida man.
Zohran Mamdani.
CBS New York, 4 days ago.
Police arrested a 21-year-old Florida man accused of helping to destroy the windshield of a cab. 21-year-old Saul.
Florida man. And enough said. Enough said. All right. Technically, some other people were arrested too. I blame Florida man, though. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Now to the parade. First, an aerial view of the parade from Freedom News TV. Freedom! Okay, why is this being so stupid? Why do you hate me so much? Okay, this isn't the best footage. So we're gonna go to, what do I got? ABC7? Yeah. ABC7 New York? No. Oh, wait, no. I want to do this in the other order. No, fuck this guy. There's Karl Anthony Towns. Is that Malik Monk? Oh no, that's Jumaane Williams. Why I think that's Malik Monk. That's right, Malik Monk's got braids now. Jalen Brunson and his child. And wife. Surrounded by police officers and adoring fans. Although, I gotta say, I think the ABC7 footage is pretty good, too. We're gonna switch to that in a second. We're gonna get both. We're just gonna scoop through both of them. Because this is the New York Mayor's Office footage, right? That's right, the New York Mayor's Office had its own footage of the parade. People said that he wasn't gonna... Remember when people were like, oh, Zoran's not gonna go to the parades. Oh, he's not gonna do the parade. Oh, he's not gonna... He doesn't love New York enough. Because he won't go to the, you know, Israel Day parade. We got commentary on ABC7 that you don't get over here. So we're gonna kind of see the differences. Where's the early on in this? Hold on. There's a spot where Karl Anthony Towns is just, I think it's right before this. Where is he? There's like a spot right before. Is it before this or is it after this? There's a spot in here. I was watching this where Karl Anthony Towns like walked up and let other like let the crowd all like just everybody like touch the touch the trophy. I can't remember where it is now though. Like he walks away from the police. And he lets just like regular people touch the trophy. Look at everybody. People are so excited. It's infectious. Oh, wait, is this it? Is this where he comes over here? It's at this corner. I know it's at this corner. I just don't know where, like, when he shows up. You work in the blueberry capital of the world? What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. Now, a bunch of guys like Mikal Bridges, I mean, he, like, I think he just got on the team this year, didn't he? That's this guy right here. Drinking the 8, the number 8 shaped drink over here. I think wasn't he just playing for fucking Brooklyn, or was it Phoenix? It was both. It was both. I was right. I just looked it up. Brooklyn. He literally just left Brooklyn last season, I think. It's honestly, there was a huge. There's been so many trades recently. This New York team looks completely different than the one that they had 2 years ago. I think Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson are the only 2 guys left that have been here. I think that were drafted by the Knicks. I'm trying to remember. Didn't Jalen he got drafted by the Knicks, right? God, I lost where's the roster? Motherfucker. You're fucking me up. Oh, he was drafted by the Dallas Mavericks. Oh, that's right. That's right. He was on the Mavericks. He was on the Mavericks until 22. That's right. I forgot about that. I guess Mitchell Robinson is the only one that's left. At least I think. Or did OG Anunoby was on the Raptors, wasn't he? Yeah, he got drafted by the Raptors. Anyway, as you can see, huge crowds see this ticker tape parade go through Manhattan. Here's ABC 7 with some more coverage of the event. Figure we should get a little commentary that's not just from me.
Certainly is. Good morning. Honestly, this is a celebration of everything that makes New York great. What we're seeing behind us is resilience, grit, and showing up for your team.
Can you believe that energy? Mike said it's like a game day. No, Mike. This is full celebration. Let's go, Knicks.
Okay, so we are nowhere close to the Canyon of Heroes. We are over on Trinity Place, but as you can see, they are making the most of it. Parades are nothing new, but we have never seen anything quite like this. People have started lining up late last night. They didn't sleep. They're all here to witness history.
And that's right. You mentioned this was the first ever Knicks parade. That's because the 1970 and 1973 championship teams did not get a parade. The city was in the middle of a financial crisis.
There is an unprecedented level of security here in Lower Manhattan. 10,000 New York City police officers along the route. That is a third of the total uniformed force. Anyone who enters the Canyon of Heroes had to go through intense security screening, the police presence exceeding anything.
Well, there you go. People have been waiting basically since the NBA started to get one of these things in New York. A third of the entire NYPD mobilized for security for this event. Pretty intense. Pretty intense here. Taking this parade pretty seriously. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Fun to watch so far out here. Come on these floats.
By the way, parade. I mean,
I would say Josh Hart.
Hard to say.
Josh Hart.
Hard to say
Josh Hart,
exactly.
a fan favorite.
Pause. It's hard to say exactly how long the parade went for, since people were waiting for the parade since the night before and had been partying basically all week. But the ABC 7 live stream, 5 hours long.
We love us some Josh Hart, the heart of the team. John Del Giorno did a good job explaining it earlier. We've got another float over here. I believe that is A Boogie with the hoodie. Yeah, a rapper from the Bronx. So a lot of celebrity floats, of course, as they, again, here in New York City, to be a New York Knick is to be a celebrity. And to be a celebrity is to be friends with the New York Knicks. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Anthony Carlo, you about knocked over Ryan over there with the narration.
Listen, if a boogie with the hoodie is in, you know the party's about to get started. He performed several times, both last season and this season at halftime, so definitely a part of this Knicks run.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's see. I think Zoran made like a speech, didn't he? I could have sworn that Zoran made a speech or something like that. Is this it? Is this where it happens? Am I wrong? Ah, yeah. Yeah.
Any longer. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 NBA champion New York Knicks.
Okay. Probably gonna have to clip that one out too because of the music. It's unfortunate, but that is the reality. That is the reality of this situation.
My fellow New Yorkers, for 53 long years we have watched and we have waited. We have watched from nosebleeds and through gritted teeth, on televisions in the windows of electronic stores, and from projectors balanced on fire escapes. We have watched alone in our apartments with our heads in our hands, shoulder to shoulder at bars where the signal flickers, alongside friends and family who we wish more than anything could be here today, sharing this moment. For 53 long years, we have watched the Knicks and we have waited. We waited as the memory of Willis Reed winning the championship on one leg grew fainter and fainter. We waited as Clyde came up clutch again and again. As John Starks dunked on Jordan and Patrick Ewing dunked on the Pacers. As Bernard King scored 60. As Charles Oakley pulled every rebound within reach. As Spike got in Reggie Miller's face. As Allen Houston put up a shot against Miami that hung in the air for an eternity. As Larry Johnson gave us the 4-point play heard around New York. As Starbury traded threes with Kobe and then sold sneakers every kid could afford. As Nate Robinson stuffed Yao Ming. As the city came alive watching Linsanity. And as Melo lived every Brooklyn dreams when he came home and made MSG feel like the center of the universe once again. We waited without ever knowing if this day would come, and we waited because we knew deep down in our sick, suffering hearts that it would. New York City, this team has done it. The New York Knicks are NBA champions. We are here not just because of this team that will go down in New York City legend. I'm talking about guys like Ronaldo Balkman, Marty Collins, Raymond Felton, Marcus Camby, Kristaps Porzingis, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, and the whole Knicks tape era. I'm talking about guys like Tony Douglas, who I watched tie the single-game franchise record for threes from the stands in 2011. I'm talking about Amari, who got this whole city fired up when he joined. And I'm talking about Jared Jeffries and Lance Thomas and Langston Galloway. Players who gave everything every game, even when a 20-win season was all that was in sight. This championship belongs to them too, because championships aren't just built in one season. It belongs to Emmanuel Quickley, R.J. Barrett, Dante DiVincenzo, Julius Randle. And also to a coach who helped lay the groundwork, Tom Thibodeau. Thanks to each of these New Yorkers and too many others to name, New York City has just had two of the most magical months in as long as any of us can remember. Over these past weeks, as the Knicks kept winning, our city has come together as one. Neighbors invited neighbors over. Strangers high-fived one another in the street. Subway conductors sang their announcements and bus drivers danced behind the wheel. So often when this city comes together, it is because we are forced to, by a moment of tragedy or adversity. What a gift it is to be brought together by pure, unfiltered joy. For as long as we live, we will remember this feeling of a city together, a city alive, a city overcome by happiness. But let's not pretend that this was inevitable. If you will allow me, I want to travel back in time 8 days. Game 4. 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are down 20. The analytics guys, the sports betting companies, the pundits who watch from far away, they do what they do. They run the numbers. They calculate the odds. They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game. A 99.6% chance of tying up the series 2-2, of reclaiming the momentum with the next game in San Antonio. A 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden, of another year of watching and waiting.
Holy Toledo.
But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team, that they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work. It is in that 0.4% that Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It is in that 0.4% that OG Anunoby watches the ball float from the top of the arc and start running toward the basket, fingers reaching towards the heavens. It is in that 0.4% that Karl Anthony Towns finds the strength to mourn his mother and still pull in rebound after rebound make block after block. It is in that 0.4% that Jose Alvarado shows every kid growing up in public housing that a son of Brooklyn and Queens can win for every one of the 5 boroughs. It is in that 0.4% that Mitch breaks his finger before game 1 and says, go get the tape. It's in that 0.4% that Josh Hart gets rebounds that break teams, that McCall Bridges proves he was worth every single draft pick, that Landry Shamet pulls up from downtown, that every one of these 18 players transforms the franchise, that Mike Brown keeps this team believing. Most of all, it's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. We win. Standing here before what feels like the entire city, there is a Jalen Brunson quote I can't stop thinking about. I'm gonna tell you. You are allowed to think about the worst possible scenario, but you gotta go out there and do something about it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
When Jalen Brunson took that pay cut, my friends, that was doing something about it. Time after time, we thought about the worst possible scenario. And time after time, the Knicks went out there and did something about it. The Knicks did not just win for New York City. They won like New York City. What is New York if not your back up against the wall? A dream that feels just out of reach, a rent payment you don't know how you'll ever make. What is New York if not 99.6% of the world stacked against you? And who are New Yorkers if not people who hear those odds and smile? Who look at a 0.4% chance of success and ask, why are you giving me a head start? This is our city. This is our team. For 53 years we watched. For 53 years we waited. Now we've won. One last time, New York, say it with me. Knicks in. Knicks in. Knicks in.
Look at this one kid in the middle. He is so excited about that.
Knicks in. Knicks in. So much.
Zohran Mamdani.
There you go, Zohran Mamdani speaking at the Knicks ticker tape parade. To a massive crowd. Okay. It wasn't just Zohran Mamdani at the parade. A lot of people. A lot of people wanted to be there for this moment. A lot of celebrities among the crowd.
Welcome back to our live coverage. We are now 1 minute and 23 seconds away from the start of this parade of champions. That is a little loose time here because it looks as though people are still getting organized there at Battery Park City. Welcome back to our special coverage here on CBS News New York. I'm Christine Johnson alongside Otis Livingston and also Rod Strickland, former NBA player and somebody who's going to give us a lot of insight here today. How are you guys feeling today?
today?
Feeling great. I'm anticipating. I've been looking at that clock. We're down to 50 seconds.
Yeah.
And don't forget, he's a coach, so he's very in tune with the clock right there, what's going on.
So anticipating the moment.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't think we're going to be hearing any whistles other than from the marching bands, though, here today. But yeah, we'll get through it. But we see some folks filing into place there. We saw the buses arrive here earlier with the players on there. I even got a little sneak peek of this truck.
Okay, we don't need much more of this, I don't think. But even Timothy Chalamet was seen at the parade. I think somebody in chat said that they thought they saw Larry David. That's entirely possible. And even Elmo.
Elmo made an appearance at the Knicks parade and apologized for that social media post. Well, someone dressed up as the Sesame Street character stood along the route holding a sign that said, "Elmo sorry." Elmo caused outrage over a post on X during the final.
Yes, people were very upset with Elmo for hoping both teams have fun, since Elmo is technically from New York. So how could you possibly support in this moment to suggest that both teams should have fun? I think it was very offensive to a lot of people. Thankfully, Elmo came to the parade and apologized. Elmo sorry.
Reading, Elmo hopes both teams have fun, remember? Well, fans say Elmo should have cheered on the Knicks since Sesame Street is fictionally located in New York City.
Elmo needs to wake up.
Yeah, get it together, Elmo. Come on. Terrible. Apology accepted, Elmo. Apology accepted. Okay. You know who doesn't get an apology accepted, though? New York Knicks owner. MSG CEO. What's his James Dolan, or whatever the fuck this guy's known. I always forget his fucking name. James Dolan. CEO of the MSG network. Doesn't get a pass. And he could ruin everything. He's got a ridiculous plan. He already brought Donald Trump to the third game. Fourth game? Fourth game. And nearly screwed everything up. Was it the fourth or the third game? It was the third game, wasn't it? I can't remember now. I think it was the third game. It was the third game. And it almost completely screwed everything up. Now he's got even bigger plans. You're asking how could he ruin this after the Knicks have won? Well, I'll let this guy explain it to you. I'm still confused about this show. What is this Matt Jordy report exactly?
It's the big Knicks parade down the Canyon of Heroes in New York City. It's the first ticker tape parade in New York in, I guess didn't, I think they held something for New York Gotham, the women's soccer team who won last year, but obviously not at this level. I mean, I remember in 1994, that was the last really big one. 1994, the New York Rangers won the Stanley Cup, and my dad took me to the ticker tape parade. I don't remember sleeping outside, so times have changed. And that Rangers team was very popular. Hockey in 1994 in New York City, that Rangers team with Mark Messier was the team. And
I remember that. That was huge, Brian.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab something.
It wasn't like, oh, hockey just wasn't big. No, hockey in 1994 in New York City was big. And I went to that ticker tape parade, and seeing the some of the images that it took me back. I was reminiscing a bit. But I think they said that they're expecting over 1 million people, if not more. I mean, I said over 1 million, but I mean, if not more than just 1 million, like maybe 2 million or 3 million or something like that. They're expecting a lot of people. Like I said earlier, they had announced, the New York City government had announced that the entrance points to the blocks where the parade was going down were packed full, and we're not letting anyone else enter at something like 7 a.m. The parade didn't start till 10 a.m. And it is, the scenes from down there, if you haven't seen it already, are just absolute celebration, joyous people, as happy as can be. The New York Knicks bringing the championship to New York, not for them in over it was half a century or something like that.
Yeah,
but in general, New York's big sports teams have been on a drought. So Knicks winning is just, and as people have pointed out, other sports, like baseball, you have the Mets and the Yankees in New York. You have the Rangers and the Islanders for hockey in New York. You have the Jets and the Giants in New York. But when it comes to basketball, no one here really ever accepted, or at least in the past 10 years, ever accepted the Nets as a real New York team in Brooklyn. So everyone who's a basketball fan in New York is a fan of the Knicks. So it's just absolute, jubilation in New York City. But then you're going to see this clip from James Dolan, the owner of Madison Square Garden and the Knicks.
Absolute
You're going to see this. Yes, you're going to see this clip. Let's get to the clip, and we'll talk a little bit more about James Dolan in a second. But you're going to see this clip and be very. He's going to put a damper on the parade. Let's put it. He's going to rain. He's going to rain on the New York Knicks parade.
At the White House?
As a matter of fact, thank you for asking me that. We just did receive an invitation from the White House, which we accepted. We still have to figure out the details, et cetera. But, yes, of course. I mean, look, I invited the president to come down for the game, right? He is a friend. I've known him for 30 years, and I'm very proud to bring the team to the White House.
You said you were privileged that a sitting president came to the Garden. First time ever for a finals game.
First time ever for any NBA finals. Yeah.
That's right. And then you guys get to go back and be celebrated for the entire country to see at the White House at some future date.
Yeah.
So that was James Dolan on the radio with SNY on the Cardin show, saying that the White House, the Trump administration, Donald Trump, his friend Donald Trump, has invited the New York Knicks to the White House.
Everything right, and they indicted
Dolan
me.
has accepted the invite. Or we have accepted the invite. I wonder who we is. My assumption is Dolan accepted the invite. That's why I said that.
He's really...
Wow. He's really pushing the envelope on ways to ruin this glow from the victory. He's like determined to make it worse. I don't know why. But the guy sucks. Now, whether or not all of the athletes will accept this invitation is unclear. Hopefully, most of them turn it down. Although, I do believe Mitchell Robinson is a Trump supporter. Okay, one last clip on this historical moment. What better way then let the mayor play us out.
Zohran Mamdani.
This is straight off of the New York City Mayor's Office YouTube channel.
The rebound. It's over. It's over. Nick Vance, this is not a dream. Your long, long wait has ended.
Nobody would have thought we would have been here.
It's always been Jalen Brunson's good, but
Here comes Fox. 5 seconds remaining.
As being a New Yorker, we always the underdogs.
You know who we lost to in '99? The Spurs.
Go ahead and cry after 53 years. The Knicks are finally NBA champions once again.
I've been waiting my whole 27 years of life just to see the Knicks here. 53 years. 5-3. Let's go Knicks.
Your long, long wait has ended.
if we win, we win. If we don't, we learn, we move forward. I'm just never afraid to fail.
It's everything we dreamed of. That's why I came to New York.
Being a New Yorker means showing up anyway, day after day, week after week, year after year. That drive that lives deep in your belly, to go after your dream even when everything is standing in your way.
When they said but, what was the but about?
It was too slow, not athletic enough, too small, all those things that don't measure heart. That's what I have.
That is New York City. You are New York City.
I am convinced that Zoran made that himself. You can't tell me you don't think at least that it's possible that Zoran made that himself. Like, I mean, he's got film industry experience. Okay. Well, that's it on this historical event here in New York. The Knicks ticker tape parade. Possibly millions. I don't know exactly how many people showed up to attend. We're going to move on to other stuff now. But we're actually going to quickly talk about Juneteenth again. I happened to be on the New York Mayor's Office YouTube channel, and I saw this. Didn't get a chance to watch this on Friday.
This lock is the actual lock that enslaved my great-grandfather, Steve Pace, in Alabama. This is the foundation of my history here in this country. What is art? Art is everything and anything. You can look at art as being a representation of our humanity. Artists tell the history of the people. If they didn't tell the history, we wouldn't know what the Egyptians did 3,000, 4,000 years ago. You wouldn't know what the Greeks did. You wouldn't know what the Renaissance was like if you didn't have the artists telling the story.
By the way,
I was taught everything about me was bad. My nose too big.
Before we get too deep into this, I just want to show everybody this. Yeah, that's what it's called. This is the triumph of the human spirit. located at Foley Square in New York City. A statue made by this guy, and he's about to learn about him and a bunch of stuff, and why that statue came about.
What the Renaissance was like if you didn't have the artist telling the story. I was taught everything about me was bad. My nose too big, my lips too big, my hair too nappy, my skin too black. And so when the art came into me, I began to emphasize those negative things I was taught. The lips, the nose, and especially the hair. And you see the black, beautiful skin. In 1991, my father passed away in Birmingham. After the funeral, my uncle Julius gave the lock to me. Brought it back to New York. The first thing I saw, big headlines in the New York Times. Discovered African burial ground in the heart of New York City. Slavery in New York? What? Come on, you're kidding me. That was a phenomenon for not only me, but for all New York. So I immediately went down to the site, jumped on the fence, and began to photograph. Because I felt that it connected my family with the enslaved population here in New York. And our mayor at the time, David Dinkins, he said, hey, everybody think about the South as slavery. We had it going on right here in New York. So the government was saying like, hey, you know, this is invaluable land. The African American community was like, hey, no, this is precious ground. We don't want nothing to be built on here. So they said, well, okay, we got to figure out how can we build a monument to honor these enslaved population. New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, Center for the Arts, put a call out for artists to build something that relates to that. I threw my hat in the ring. Over 400 artists had applied. They narrowed it down to 5, and I got the call. I was like shocked, you know. So I went to the Metropolitan Museum. This image, Chihuahua, just kept coming up in a number of different African countries. I said, oh, let me check this out. This is what I came out with, Chihuahua. This is what inspired me to build the monument. I said, I can't copy the image per se. So I said, well, why don't you see if you do something abstract that represents something? This is the model that I brought to the committee to look at. And they was like, hey, this is what we want. So you see this Chihuahua on top of a boat in a pool of water. The boat represents the first Native Americans, the immigrants, and then also the boat represents my history, how we got here. It's a painful story. New York City was the second largest slave port in the country. Taboo subject. Something like this is very difficult to talk about. Slavery is a very sensitive topic for us as well as for white folks. It brings up all kinds of ghosts. It goes to the bedrock of our country. How?
There you go. Story of a man told by the man. It is a difficult history to reckon with. But this statue made here by Dr. Lorenzo Pace, the triumph of the human spirit, will hopefully be there for future generations to help them reckon with the history of New York. and of slavery. All right, moving it along to the topic which the entire world seems to be solely focused on. That is the World Cup. Just to give you the vibes of the World Cup, here's a clip from last week. So the fledgling celebrations being seen on I believe, the streets of Boston. I have no sound. This video is useless without sound. God damn you. Okay, my browser is acting real stupid. I might have to reopen this. There you go, a bunch of kilted men screaming at a Boston cop juggling a soccer ball.
International FIFA fans are getting a real taste of American life, and by the pulse of their reactions online, they're getting a real kick out of our fine cuisine and have discovered a new love for ranch dressing. They're also blown away by our Mexican food and burgers. I mean, can you blame them? No. Occasionally, Carlos Saucedo shows
Our
the effects
Mexican
of
food.
World
Yes,
Cup mania.
our Mexican food.
The FIFA World Cup is uniting soccer fans and non-soccer fans alike to appreciate the international tournament that's drawing visitors to 3 host countries, including the USA. In Texas, England fans were seen getting a tutorial on line dancing in a saloon.
I always wanted to go to Texas. I mean, we got the games. I got lucky on the early draw.
And adopting the culture as well, lad.
The Americans have been sound. We were drinking with them last night. We were drinking with them. They're coming out with us today.
There seems to be a newfound love for America from those visiting abroad as they get a taste of our culture. Elsa, visiting from Sweden, has discovered ranch dressing, posting on social media, "Why did no one tell me ranch sauce is like crack? Europe, we need ranch ASAP."
Come on, crackhead.
Scottish fans in Boston were belting out John Denver's American classic, "Take Me Home, Country Roads," as they attended a watch party. And the oh-so-popular Tartan Army, which follows the Scottish national team, has been turning heads, wearing their kilts and belting out their bagpipes. At one celebration, police were seen dancing with Cape Verde fans after their historic draw against Spain earlier this week, showing that sporting rivals can still party together.
I was not expecting it here in USA. Like, the football culture is not the same as either Argentina or Europe, but it's been quite a really nice World Cup.
For this Argentine fan visiting LA, he was able to get his friend into the World Cup frenzy.
My friend got me into soccer. I'd never really watched it before, but the Korea game was the first game I'd seen. It was really fun. So, back at it.
Well, there you go. World Cup fever sweeping North America. All right, let's go up to Canada first. That was just those first 2 clips were just a quick warm up, because we're about to go across the continent, okay? And then we'll also be hitting other continents later on in the stream. But we're going to stick to North America first. You know, Canada, United States, Mexico.
Oh, Canada.
Starting in Canada, CTV News 3 days ago, where sales are booming in Victoria, thanks to World Cup fever.
We had a lot of red and white, a lot of
proud Canadians down here.
Isaiah Archer is with Whistleboy Brewing Company in the heart of Market Square in downtown Victoria. When Canada played Bosnia and Herzegovina in the first game of the World Cup, the viewing party in the square was electric.
You could really see a lot of energy down here, and I think every day that goes by, it's just bringing more and more excitement.
Business has been good, and with Canada squaring off against Qatar today, the prediction is that it will only get better. In preparation for bustling sud sales, the brewing company has been ramping up its production.
We're prepared for it, and yeah, we're not going to run out.
We're excited. Over at Fisherman's Wharf, Puerto Vallarta Amigos is getting in on the viewing party action.
So we had a plan
to erect a big screen on the dock.
We came to the Harbor Authority. They loved the idea.
Although there were some concerns regarding liability issues, and that's when the Amigos got creative.
So that's why they allow us to come and set up the screen on a boat.
This is a pontoon boat, and we make a frame.
So far, the unique viewing experience has been a big draw for local soccer fans, with Canada hitting the pitch, followed.
Honestly, this is fucking brilliant. Take to the seas. Take to the seas. It's maritime law. If we screen it on a boat, it's not on the land. It's not on. It's not on the property. Yes, I see now. I see what you've done. Very crafty. Indigenous Day. Is it Indigenous Day today? On Monday? Or Sunday? Did I miss a holiday today? Oh, it's Monday. Okay, good. I didn't miss one. It's just started. Okay, don't get me... Don't fuck with me like that, alright? We can't celebrate that now. I've prepared a full show. Maybe we'll get an Indigenous Day show today on Monday. I've gone 7 of 8 days streaming, by the way, everybody. So, I'm going to need a break eventually. And another reminder to everybody, we're 3 hours into the stream now. And we have made very little progress, almost none, on the Galactic content goal, which we need to complete to ensure that we get the entire stream. Otherwise, it might end suddenly. We technically have a little longer since I didn't announce it until like an hour and a half into the stream. Get a little extra content, but we gotta do something about this. Otherwise, we are in serious danger of having the show ending suddenly. All sorts of great ways you can contribute today. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Make your choice, Space Fams. Every dollar counts. All right, now down the coast to Seattle. Oh, by the way, before we move on, Canada in that game. I'm going to try and do this as much as I can for everyone in that game between Canada and Bosnia-Herzegovina. They tied. That was a Group B. It was a Group B bout, whatever you call it, match. Are people not value-tained yet?
Are you not entertained?
I feel like I have been trying to step up the value-tainment today. Bring you all almost exclusively just fun stories. Alright, King 5 Seattle, our USA fans took over 2 days ago. There you can see streets of Seattle filled with fans chanting all up and down the hilly streets. Got more. Got more for this. NBC Bay Area up next. Seattle brings the noise.
The excitement surrounding the World Cup at a fever pitch. Today, the marquee match, Team USA back in action against Australia.
From Seattle, where that match was played today, down to the Bay Area, a lot of people were glued to their TVs this afternoon. And thousands of fans also crammed into San Pedro Square, once again in San Jose, to watch the match. The crowd exploding with cheers when USA scored its first goal and never looked back.
We have live team coverage of the World Cup for you. NBC Bay Area's Robert Honda is live near the stadium in Santa Clara, where Turkey plays Paraguay in 3 hours. But we start with Damian Trujillo live in Seattle, where Team USA won just a couple of hours ago. Wow, what a way to go.
Yeah, Jess and Janelda, what an exciting game this was today. And it was a thunderous crowd in a stadium known for its fan noise. And Team USA did not disappoint. The crowd was cheering. The entire world was watching this awesome victory against Australia. The roar coming from the 68,000 lucky fans was at times deafening. Roars of USA, USA, USA reverberated across Elliott Bay and all across the state of Washington. Fans flooded the streets of downtown Seattle after the match and continued their victory celebration. Seattle.
Yes, indeed. Washington soccer fans and international visitors enjoying the competitions happening. USA and Australia duking it out in Seattle, where USA won 2-0 in Group D. And fans all over were watching this match in the United States, hoping for the W. Here's KGW news from yesterday.
Electric and something to celebrate on this Friday, because we're talking about 2 matches and 2 wins, something that has not happened for the U.S. men's team in the World Cup in nearly a century. How about that? Let's go right to live team coverage. John Adams recovering, so to speak, after a big watch party in downtown Portland, one that I'm guessing got pretty rowdy, and Art Edwards on the big win. Fair to say, Art, the vibes are victorious.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. You know, this was a perfect day for the U.S. men's national team in a packed stadium in Seattle. The fans, hey, they were really fired up and looking for a big-time effort from the national team. No Christian Pulisic, no problem. Got off to a great start when the U.S. got on the board early by way of an own goal in the 12th minute. They never really looked back after that against Australia. 43rd minute, Alex Freeman with the header to put the U.S. men's national team on top 2-0. Freeman, as it turns out, is the son of former NFL wide receiver and Super Bowl champion Antonio Freeman. The U.S. wins the match 2-0, advances to the knockout round. It's the first time that they have won back-to-back matches at the World Cup since 1930. The national team is on top of Group D right now with the 2-0 record. Now, they haven't won the group just yet because Turkey and Paraguay, they play later on today.
Yes, indeed, U.S. men's team taking it down 2-0 in the first 2 matches. Fans could not be more thrilled about the W. I haven't watched a single game. I haven't had time.
70 miles, give or take, for one of the loudest stadiums on the planet. But you know what? I saw it in my neighborhood. You could skip Electric and something to...
I'm too busy putting together these 8-hour shows every day to do really much of anything else. I know I might make it seem effortless, but actually a great deal of effort is put in ahead of time. Now, I'm not sure if these are part of the World Cup celebrations, but soccer fans in New Mexico, I think there's games being played in New Mexico and Arizona. May get a glimpse at some incredible roadside sculptures on Route 66. KOAT News.
Have you seen these along Route 66 in downtown Albuquerque? These sculptures are called alebrijes and ajuales, celebrating Mexican artists and history. Now, there are 8 sculptures near 8th and Central, and these are hybrid folk art animals like cats with wings or lions with bull horns. They're known for their vibrant colors, and even this one right here behind me lights up at night.
Sweet. Even lights up at night. All right, let's make our way over to Texas. If you can't tell, we are just making our way across the country to check out the different experiences of fans in different states. So we're going right next door. Texas fans gathering to watch USA versus Australia in the second victory for the U.S.
No, there's not going to be a penalty because Tyler Adams doesn't even see Metcalf's run as he's coming. Charles coming from Australia to be sure. And that's something Tyler Adams there in the ball said it was last week in Orange County.
And the audio just cut out.
Midway through the second half, the U.S. managing things very well right now. It's going to be Charles coming from Australia to be sure. 2-0 to the U.S. here in Seattle. Okay, here's the deal. Boy, Suto almost kicked Gary. And limbs everywhere, it's cleared away. Yeah, I've seen some tired legs from the U.S. out there right now, not following the runners. In short. Forward for Irvine, trying to... Here. World Cup. Malik Tillman got an exclamation point. Not going to get that. We're just kind of battling Chircotti to lose ball. That's the end.
Well, there you go. Soccer fans in Texas, a lot of them, here watching the game all together live on the big screen, celebrating the moment that the United States beat Australia, starting this World Cup off 2-0, something the United States has not done for over a century. Fuck yeah! All right, now up in Kansas City, fans are getting interesting welcome. Or they did get an interesting welcome, I should say, 5 days ago at the opening match of the World Cup.
Yeah, it means everything. I watched the World Cup as a kid growing up. Everywhere I've never been able to participate, and having it be here in our own backyard in Kansas City just means everything.
Oh, it fills my heart to know that everybody here is supporting Mexico. Obviously, being born in Mexico, it's, super, it just feels with hope that we're going to win today and then hopefully take the World Cup by surprise and take the cup. It's actually been an experience. I mean, being a Kansas City local, I mean, just watching it, how it grew from nothing to all what we have today. Super excited. I mean, just everything that Kansas City is bringing everything together. So a little bit of Kansas City culture, a little bit about, you know, the world culture. Flags are flying. I mean, I think everybody's super excited. Kansas City, I mean, people...
Look at this fucking guy with the sombrero and the goddamn mustache. He looks like he's having a good time.
Don't think of it as a big city where people get united. I think Kansas City, being in the middle of the United States, as you can see, there's cultures from all around the world. Kansas City, I mean, nobody knows that we have an actual city where we have skyscrapers.
We have an actual city.
So
do you?
I know it sounds like, oh, Kansas City, but it's a big town. We got a lot to give.
Are those the skyscrapers you're alleging? Okay. Okay, let's not get out of control with the Kansas City. I mean, it's good, but I mean, I'm not sure that counts as a skyscraper. Maybe that's unfair of me. Okay, no, actually, I'm taking a look at it. No, he's right. There's some skyscrapers in Kansas City. Look at that. Look at that. It's like a real city. It's beautiful. People having a great time here in Kansas City at the Fan Festival. Welcoming fans for the opening match of the World Cup. It's a clip from the AP. All right, let's go to Iowa, where fans in Des Moines gathered for a World Cup watch party yesterday.
The U.S. played in today's World Cup game. Some fans in Des Moines got in on the action this afternoon on Court Avenue. A full fan zone was constructed between 3rd and 4th Streets for the game, with a big screen for people to watch. Local 5 was out to talk to a few fans about the game.
We had a lot of fun. We love watching USA win.
You know, we love hearing them score or seeing them score, and we just like celebrating with everybody.
This is a big win. Like winning 2 straight games in our home country, like this is huge. We've been waiting for this for a long, long time.
There's way too many flags, sir. Although I guess the World Cup is the only time where I guess this is an acceptable behavior. I guess the Olympics and the World Cup are like the only 2 times. Otherwise, you're any other day and you're a complete lunatic. This guy brought out like 15 flags. He's got a flag cape, a flag hat, a flag shirt, just a flag, just a flag. I assume he's wearing flag boxers, socks, and shoes. Perhaps even pants. Hard to tell from this particular vantage point. I'm not sure I want to go down in that region anyway. There you go. A lot of people out there, even in Iowa, getting all excited about this thing. Now down in Louisiana, the World Cup kind of took over New Orleans, WWL-TV, from 2 days ago.
World Cup fever is spreading, with many heading out to watch the U.S. men's national team take on Australia. Bars here, like Vic's Kangaroo Cafe in the Warehouse District, are where fans packed the area watching the game. It just wrapped up a few moments ago. The good news is the U.S. won 2-0. They're moving on to the next round. Exciting.
Yes, indeed. Okay. Let's keep moving through these World Cup celebrations. Now, where's this next one? Is this in Boston? I can't remember where this game was played. I know I put this here for a reason. Massachusetts, Foxborough. Okay, yeah. Yes, indeed. Norway and Iraq. went head-to-head in Massachusetts, with Norway defeating them 4-1. A historic World Cup return for both sides. Fans jubilant.
This has been on my bucket list for my whole life. We have waited for 28 years for this. So, finally.
It's amazing. It's best experience I've ever had in my life. Flew from New York, 9 hours, then train to Boston. You know, it's been a long journey, but it was worth it.
Good performance and beautiful play. I didn't feel there was a difference between the Iraqi national team and the Norwegian national team, but a mistake happened and the second goal came.
Oh. A contentious victory for Norway. Apparently this guy's doubting this. I mean, it was a 4-1. I mean, I don't know about, he's talking about second goals. I mean, there's 4. More than 2. I know it can be difficult when your team loses in the World Cup. But technically, all these, I mean, many of these games, you still got a second chance, although I'm not sure about that. That was 4 days ago. I think it was an initial game. So I think technically Iraq still's got another chance to qualify. I think multiple games between now and the second round or whatever it's called. It's like different qualifier whatever's. I'm not an expert in the fucking soccer, I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing all this for you people. Okay. I played soccer, but in terms of like watching it, never really focused on it very much. It's not the sport. I mean, I've watched the World Cup before. It's been like 4 years. It's been like 4 years since I watched that, and I'm like not sitting here waiting for it to happen like a lot of people are, I think. If anything, if the stream wasn't a thing, I would have been waiting for the NBA Finals. Out of all of these sort of big sporting events that we're talking about here, that would have been the one if I didn't have other things that I need to be doing over here on the space station. Doing this show for you all. Stuff like that. Duck is not here. That's true. Duck not here. Duck sometimes not here. I mean, it's 12:30 right now. I feel like Duck shows up later in the streams. All right, we're not going to leave Massachusetts. Now, one group of football lovers from abroad have been causing a bit of a problem. In a city known for its beer brands. Boston was literally running out as a result of Scottish World Cup enthusiasts.
Boston bars are bracing for another wave of thirsty Scotland soccer fans. The Tartan Army nearly drained some pubs of all their beer during the first weekend of their World Cup campaign.
We're going to come here, we're going to drink your beer, we're going to put some money into the economy, and we're going to have a right good time while we're doing it.
Last Saturday, Scotland beat Haiti in their first World Cup match since 1998. The massive invasion of Scottish supporters forced bar staff to rush for emergency beer supplies. Billy DeCane is general manager of the Sam Adams Tap Room.
The framing of this Reuters report is fucking hilarious. The invasion of Scottish supporters is causing an emergency situation. We're running out of beer. It's an emergency. Oh my god, somebody help. Somebody help. The Scots are coming. The Scots are coming and they're taking all of the beer.
To rush for emergency beer supplies, Billy DeCane is general manager of the Sam Adams Tap Room in downtown Boston.
We're all running out of beer, and the local distributors are just doing what they can to get them in, and I know a lot of them got shipments in, and yeah, it seems like the Scottish pride themselves in having places like just drinking them dry.
At one point, the taproom had to call in a special delivery truck straight from a local brewery. Even then, DeCane worried they might run out completely.
It was like no other thing.
Emergency. I loved this story. I don't know why I loved it so much, but I really did. Emergency beer delivery in Boston. Beer's running out of the thing that they literally exist to serve, because Scottish sports fans are so thirsty.
You're on adrenaline the whole weekend, and you can definitely see that. And I was like, do they ever sleep? Do they ever get tired?
These guys
and
sleep.
here they were back at it the next day, 11 a.m.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu welcomed the fans with open arms.
The peaceful invasion has brought nothing but energy and excitement. Of course, our local businesses are very thrilled to be welcoming so many visitors, but our community also has been really proud to show the world what we get to experience in Boston every day.
The fans will...
There you go. Scottish sports fans testing the limits of Boston's beer supplies. Creating a literal emergency situation. If you can call it that. I mean, they called it that. So am I so wrong in doing the same? But it wasn't just the bars under threat. A statue of one man received a great deal of attention from Scottish fans. Samuel Adams. I still don't understand. I mean, what I assume is, and I've been trying to figure this out for a second. I don't think... I don't know, actually, if Samuel Adams was officially, technically Scottish. Like, I actually, like, look... Like, for whatever reason, I don't know that much about this guy. But Adams is, I think, a Scottish name. So, for whatever reason, I think, for whatever reason, these Scotsmen saw this guy. They're like, oh, Samuel Adams is the guy with the beer. He needs a hat. I don't know. I honestly can't say. I really wish I knew. I'm just guessing at this point. Drunk logic, exactly. It was some kind of drunk logic situation. They made sure Samuel Adams got a hat. And in a way, achieved greatness. And really, when you think about it, when you really think about it, this is Scotland coming to the United States and celebrating America. You know? Fuck yeah! This is just great respect for one of our founding fathers. Is he a founding father? Technically? Well, I don't know. An old guy. Okay. He needs a tinfoil hat. Look, you work with what you got. They had a cone. I think it worked fine. All right. We're gonna go a really long way to celebrate something happening quite nearby. What does that sound? I'm already wearing a tinfoil hat. This is silly. This is silly. All right. We're going to go a long way to celebrate something that's not happening very far away from Boston. All the way down to Haiti. God damn it. You're killing me. I'm working here. I'm working over here. God damn it. Haiti! People on the streets of Haiti leading up to the World Cup match between Haiti and Brazil, which was happening in Philadelphia. Now, this is the first time I think that Haiti's ever been in a World Cup. Twice. Oh, sorry. It was the first time in 50 years. It's like a New York Knicks situation for Haiti. They have not been to the World Cup since 1974. 52 years in the making. This moment, Haitians, as you can see, quite excited. Look at this guy with the blue goatee. Look at this guy. Hold on, we gotta hear what this guy has a prediction. Give us your prediction, sir. Where is he? Is it here? Where does he say it? Does he say it back here? Did I miss it? At some point, Blue Mustache Guy, he has a prediction. I can't find the spot. Suffice to say, people in Haiti clearly very excited about their breaking their 50-year-long drought of World Cup appearances, or lack thereof. Now, of course, there's a lot of Haitians abroad as well, and in New York and Philadelphia and all across the country. They were showing how excited they were. Let's go here. CBS Philadelphia 2 days ago. Whoopsies. What the fuck? How did I do that? Don't do that. Go back. Why do you hate me so much?
While Brazil fans have seemingly taken over the city, Haitian.
What did I ever do to you to deserve this treatment?
While Brazil fans have seemingly taken over the city, Haitian fans are also here to celebrate and represent. They're having parties to get ready to watch their own squad for the first time in 5 decades. Our Dan Snyder covers the heart behind the headline on what tonight means to them.
A sea of Haitian red and blue in Fairmount Park as fans get ready to cheer on their nation in tonight's World Cup match against Brazil in South Philly.
I am just so happy that I am actually living right here in Philadelphia during this time.
The pre-match party was packed with hundreds of people at the Discovery Center with Caribbean music, Haitian food, and plenty of dancing. But community leaders say it's also a moment to show their pride.
We're very prideful, and I think it's really great for Philadelphia to see, like, hey, Haitians, we're here. We live here. You know, we're here in this community, too.
Things weren't much quieter out in Willow Grove. At least near Gilbert Ovid's house. The Haitian native is thrilled to watch his home country in his own backyard.
It's so excited to see that. It's like a dream come true.
Gilbert has family from Florida and New York in town for tonight's match, some who will head to South Philly. It's Haiti's first time in the World Cup since 1974.
With the political, financial, all those crises, and finally the Haitian people find something to make them laugh and have fun.
This team bringing in unity across all the Haitian diaspora. All the Haitians are proud right now, wherever they are.
Haiti will face a tough test, though, in perennial juggernaut Brazil, whose fans have made their presence felt here.
By the way, that...
Yes. Brazil is a freaking titan of international soccer. They've won multiple World Cups in recent history, and they don't miss a single one. But crowds in Philly were crazy. Both Haitians and Brazilian fans turning out in droves. According to 6 ABC Philadelphia, record crowds. And they're not kidding. There's no room for any more people. Maximum people.
FIFA fever in Philadelphia. From South Philly to Lemon Hill, the energy is electric as soccer fans spread out across the city. Tonight, Philadelphia Stadium played host to a highly anticipated match. Haiti, widely considered the underdog, faced off against Brazil, the winningest team in World Cup history. The celebrations echoing long into the night. Now at 11, the big story in Action News is World Cup exhilaration taking over the city. South Philadelphia, once again, the backdrop to all of the action that brought out droves of soccer fans this evening. Let's take a live look from Chopper 6 at the mass exodus at the stadium where Brazil defeated Haiti. The Brazilian fans are bringing carnival to the city of brotherly love, celebrating the team's 3-0 victory. And in Lemon Hill, the party is winding down here as fans...
Well, massive crowds for this big game between Brazil and Haiti. Sadly for Haitians, after 50 years getting taken down by Brazil in this match. However, the exuberance of Brazilian and Haitian fans continued, regardless of the result of the match.
A what now?
CBS Philadelphia. Yesterday.
One city, two nations, and thousands of passionate fans. Brazil and Haiti put Philadelphia at the center of the soccer world tonight. A sea of yellow, green, and blue filled the stands for the second World Cup match at Philadelphia Stadium. Stadium, better known locally as the Link. Good evening, I'm Don Bell in for Yuki, Washington. The match was the main event for these international fans, but they've been taking over parts of Philly for the last 24 hours. CBS Philadelphia's Carrie Corrado has followed the fans for most of the day and is at the sports complex with reaction.
South Philly is alive tonight. The game just ended, but the party, it's just getting started right here at Stateside Live. These Brazil and Haiti fans are everywhere and say they want to continue celebrating into the night. This is the kind of energy that echoed through the streets of South Philadelphia. Everyone had FIFA fever Friday night.
Bora Brasil!
Stateside Live was on another level for the Brazil versus Haiti game, which was right next door at the Link, also known as Philadelphia Stadium.
Man, it's awesome. I love it out here.
I've always known this atmosphere growing up being a soccer fan, so getting to experience it like in person, like with people from all over the world, is amazing.
Fans from both sides say unity is what the World Cup is all about, and they enjoyed celebrating with people from all over the world.
It feels great. I'm originally from Brazil, so it feels great to have your community, everybody together.
It's great. Everyone's coming from different places.
The Asian community and then the Brazilian, they really get together so well because we are all here to spend a good time and enjoy the World Cup.
Many fans say they explored the city and watched the USA game earlier.
It is amazing. We love Philadelphia. Americans are amazing. We love them. We had so much fun.
Right before the game, many Brazil fans gathered at the sports bar.
Well, there you go. Directly from the fans themselves. A lot of fun had at this World Cup celebration in Philadelphia. No video? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Did I mess that up? Sorry, Vertical. Sorry, Vertical Jet. All right. Now. There was another game in Philadelphia between Ivory Coast and Ecuador. And shockingly, Cote d'Ivoire took it down 1-0 in Group E. Not sure if that means that they'll be advancing or not, but people were celebrating like they were going to advance. This was last Sunday outside of the Link. I think that's where it was played. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Okay. Well, there you go. Cote d'Ivoirian fans ecstatic after this win over Ecuador. It was a fairly formidable soccer team, if I'm not mistaken. At least they usually do. Big W for the African nation. All right, staying in Philadelphia. This is from just a few hours ago. Rocky soccer fans already gathering outside of the Philadelphia Museum of Art before the World Cup match happens today on Monday. It seems to be a bit of a theme with these events we've been talking about today. A lot of excitement.
Let's talk a little World Cup right now. It's the eve of the third World Cup game played right here in South Philadelphia, and fans are gearing up for tomorrow's match between Iraq and France. Our Eva Anderson is live at the Art Museum steps where Iraq fans are gathering. Hey, Eva, a lot of people out there.
Hello, Nikki. Oh, yeah, a lot of people. We're at the top of the steps right now, and you can see behind me, you can probably hear it too, those little horns that they have. There are horns, there are drums, and there are people chanting and singing. It is just a joyful atmosphere here. It's such a beautiful thing to see Philadelphia taken over each day by people from a different country, and there's a lot of Iraq pride right now as they gear up to have their match against the French team. You can see just how excited they are. Fans started gathering just before 5, carrying their national flag, playing traditional music and dancing. Fans say they are feeling confident despite the fact that France has consistently been ranked one of the top teams.
Yes, indeed. France and Iraq will be going head to head today, 5 p.m. on Monday. That's Eastern Standard Time. But of course it is because it's happening in Philadelphia. You see, we are covering all of this, and we're not done yet. You're not going to go south. Now we're going to go south to Florida, where World Cup fever has hit Miami, with Saudi Arabia and Uruguay facing off earlier this week.
And CBS News Miami has team coverage on the match and the excitement generated by the World Cup. We kick things off with CBS News Miami's Mike Cunio at the stadium in Miami Gardens.
Well, here at Hard Rock Stadium, otherwise known as Miami Stadium for the FIFA World Cup, fans are hitting the exits after the first ever World Cup match here in South Florida. It ends in a 1-1 draw between Uruguay and Saudi Arabia. Whether you are inside or outside, the passion of the fans on full display here in Miami Gardens. The match, though, may be a bit of a surprise. Uruguay came in confident against Saudi Arabia, but Abdullah Al-Amri in the 41st minute had something else to say about that. He gave the Saudis an early lead after knocking on the door for much.
Well, there you have it. Saudi Arabia coming away with a draw against a top-ranked contender, Uruguay. Well, but you know what I mean. I don't think they were like number one, but they certainly have a good team. Fans of Saudi Arabia certainly thrilled about the result. I'm just going to skip ahead just for time's sake and just keep this moving.
Yeah?
I think Saudi should have won.
Saudi should have won. The goalie played incredible.
Yeah, of course. But of course, the Saudi was always better.
It's great to see so many people everywhere from every country, and it's amazing to see.
Okay. Now, to more of the celebrations in Miami. Now, unfortunately, while the games are fun, getting to them has become a nightmare. With traffic jams, giving fans a serious struggle.
Of FIFA fans, though, flocking to South Florida for the World Cup matches. But it hasn't been all fun and games like you saw in Mike's video there when that goal was scored. Our team coverage continues right now with CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister. She is your reporter live in Miami Gardens, where simply getting to the stadium has been a struggle for fans and traffic a nightmare for locals here. Anna.
Yeah, Chelsea, definitely a certified struggle trying to get here today. I'm not even exaggerating. We drove around for about an hour and a half, just trying to find parking, anywhere to park near the stadium. Right now, we're down the street on Northwest 27th Avenue at a park. It's the only place that we were able to park to set up. And earlier today, when we got here, there were just thousands of fans. If I take you to this video, you could see them. They had to walk. They parked pretty far away from the stadium, and they had to walk even in that blistering heat. And even when we were driving up here, Chelsea, at some points, there were cars just pretty much crawling at a standstill.
There you go. Residents and fans facing serious traffic jams as a result of the World Cup festivities happening in Miami. Now, the little country of Cabo Verde stunned World Cup audiences, tying Uruguay, just as Saudi Arabia had done. This is earlier this evening, CBS Miami on the story.
Now at 6:30, Football Frenzy is sweeping South Florida. Fans cheering for their teams as Uruguay and Cape Verde face each other on the pitch at Miami Stadium, the temporary name of Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens. Now, Cape Verde is the second smallest nation to play on the big stage this year. I'm Chelsea Jones. Thank you so much for joining us. We do have live team coverage for you tonight. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister is standing by in Miami Gardens. But first, we want to kick things off with CBS Miami's Mike Cunio. He's joining us live from FIFA Fan Fest in Bayfront Park. Mike, lots of excitement where you are.
Wait for Uruguay to come forward.
Yeah, Chelsea, lots of excitement, and now it's a little tense here in Bayfront Park because we just had a big goal from Cabo Verde to take a 1-0 lead over Uruguay here in Group H. And this is a big match because Spain beat Saudi Arabia earlier today. They're at the top of that table. Winner here is going to join them at the top if we can, in fact, get a winner here. Now, I got to tell you, this is my first time at Fan Fest, and this place has not disappointed. This is a very fam-friendly event. There's kids playing soccer, they're dancing, they're singing, they're rock climbing here with the skyscrapers and the downtown Miami skyline as a backdrop.
There you go. People of all ages having a great time here in Miami doing the World Cup stuff. Cape Verde, or Cabo Verde, which is, I think, at his debut World Cup this year, tying Uruguay in this match today. Not sure what that means. I think there's gonna have to be another. It's gonna have to be another game. I forget what happens. Let's go down to Mexico. Talk about how fans are feeling there. Because for some, well, it's a feeling of exclusivity. As if there was no thought for the everyman in availability and accessibility to these games.
Hundreds of passionate Mexican fans filed into a Fan Fest event in Mexico City to see their national team play in its first game of the 2026 World Cup. Other devotees have opted to watch matches from home, including Eduardo Marin, who has followed the team for years. He said he can't afford to attend World Cup matches in person.
It gets said a lot, but it is true. It was meant to be for the people, for everyone. You always hear stories of people selling their cars, mortgaging their homes, doing whatever it takes to go, right? And even so, this World Cup became very expensive, like Formula One. It feels as if soccer is starting to become more of an elite sport than a sport for the people. So yes, I feel the vibe is not the same anymore.
Siento yo que la vibra ya no fue la misma.
Back in 2018, Marine and 8 friends painted a bus in Mexico's green, white, and red and drove from Germany to Russia in support of El Tri, a nickname for the national team that comes from the tri-colored flag of the country. Marine said the total cost for his trip to Russia, including tickets to 3 games, was about $5,000. For this tournament, some fans paid that for a single ticket to Mexico's opening match against South Africa. Despite
$5,000 for one ticket. Good God. Costs like, I mean, way less for a Galactic stream. Especially if you spread it out over everybody watching. Speaking of which, we are in a seriously tight situation here. A bind, if you will. Almost at 4 hours. I would take a break right now. But I think, gotta say, I'm gonna skip break and instead put us into the countdown, the deadline right now. We are serious. We got like 45 minutes left to complete this galactic content goal. This thing might end. So I'll try and get us through some more stuff before that happens. Just a reminder, everybody, follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing, one of the many ways we have available to you. Your donations on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon are not only appreciated, but help keep this stream alive. Every dollar counts. Well, while we're in Mexico, we may as well go to Monterrey for an interesting phenomenon. That is the behavior of Japanese fans.
China!
Nope, I said Japan.
Japanese people are raised with the habit of cleaning up the space after using it. It is considered as a common courtesy in our culture to clean up everything we've used so that the next person can use it comfortably.
Well, there you go, Japanese fans of the World Cup down here in Mexico, cleaning up after themselves, an apparent tradition of Japanese World Cup soccer fans. Leaving the stadium as clean as as it was when they came, apparently. A very thoughtful tradition. Now, here's a question. Since we've gone from Canada to Mexico, how is, I almost called him Sepp Blatter, how is Johnny Infantino attending multiple games every single day? Well, got an answer for you, and it's not great.
Have you noticed FIFA President Gianni Infantino seems to be at a lot of World Cup matches? Seriously. On opening day, he was in Mexico City for Mexico against South Africa. Then just a few hours later, there he was in Guadalajara watching South Korea take on Czechia. The next day, Los Angeles for the United States against Paraguay. And then on Saturday, somehow he managed to make it to both San Francisco and Vancouver for 2 more World Cup matches. So how is he doing it? According to FIFA sources, Infantino is trying to attend 2 World Cup matches a day whenever possible. According to reports from the Guardian, and The Athletic, he's been getting around on a private jet provided by Qatar Airways as part of the airline's sponsorship agreement with FIFA. At the last World Cup in Qatar, Infantino was at a lot of matches as well, but there's one big difference. In Qatar, all the stadiums were within about 46 miles of each other. This World Cup, there are 16 stadiums spread across 3 countries, with some host cities separated by as much as 2,800 miles. Not surprisingly, that sparked some criticism. Environmental groups have raised concerns, with one report estimating the World Cup could generate around 9 million metric tons of carbon emissions, and roughly 7.7 million tons of that could come from air travel alone. So while fans are racking up airline miles trying to follow their teams across North America, the FIFA president might end up flying more than anyone else.
Yeah, this guy's just jetting around on a private plane given to him by Qatar so that he can make it to 2 games a day. Not sure that's necessary. I feel like 1 game a day would be perfectly fine and nobody would complain about that. You know who the real MVP of the World Cup is, though? Apparently, it's ranch dressing.
TSA has a message for international travelers flying home from the World Cup. You cannot take home bottles of ranch dressing in a carry-on. The popular and uniquely American condiment has captured the taste buds of international visitors to the States. They're discovering the delight of its tangy flavor on all kinds of foods, from pizza to vegetables. TSA reminds airline passengers that all liquids more than 3.4 ounces need to be packed in checked luggage and not a carry-on. And there's no need to leave all that flavorful goodness in a TSA trash can.
Yeah, there you have it, folks. That's right. The Europeans especially have found ranch and also found a love of ranch. And are trying to bring it back in droves, but can't do that. You're gonna have to find a way to purchase it when you're back home in your respective countries. The owner of FIFA is Trump's butt buddy. Anyway, yeah, that's true. That's true. He gave Trump the FIFA Peace Prize, the most nonsensical prize of all time. All right. Almost done with our North American World Cup coverage, although we will be revisiting World Cup in the near future. Few more clips. Let's see what this great lover of soccer had to say.
That's hot.
What does that mean to you, just to see the way that despite everything going on in the world, everyone is coming together for these games?
I think that's the really magical thing about sports, is really bringing people together from all around the world to come and do something that they love. And I think that's why it's such an incredible sport, because it really is so many people's passions. And I can't wait for my son. He's only 3 now, but one day he'll be playing soccer at school, and I'll be a soccer mom. And
oh, wow. That's a lot of reasons to like the World Cup. For Paris. One day she's going to be a soccer mom, and it brings everybody together, and it's all so great. Thank you, Paris. So great.
That's hot.
I only left that in there because of this.
That's hot.
That's hot. That's hot. That's hot. That's hot.
All right. Now, one guy is starting to figure out social media, apparently. I guess not a guy. Really, puppet. Elmo. After fumbling the NBA Finals, Elmo's now realizing who he's supposed to be backing in sporting events.
Fuck yeah!
8:25. Here's my headline Sunday morning.
Well, even Elmo has learned one thing about sports fans, that you can't always stay neutral. Now the lovable red monster is setting the record straight.
To win, okay? But Elmo loves everybody. Just to be clear. Don't make this a thing.
Elmo is a
Elmo wants Team USA to win. Elmo loves everybody. Just to be clear, don't make this a thing. Thank you, Elmo. Appreciate that. Public service announcement from Sesame Street that we as adults needed for some reason. Some inexplicable reason. Because let's be real, it's not kids on Twitter upset about Elmo. It's adults. It was adult humans on Twitter upset at Elmo over the Knicks thing. Oh, I'm glad Elmo's getting wise over here. Now, before we move on from World Cup related internet stuff, I think we should talk about World Cup ticket scams, which are apparently a big thing online. Here's the AP from 2 days ago.
Looking for a last-minute World Cup ticket? Experts and authorities are warning fans about cyber scammers trying to take advantage of the buzz around the tournament. Be especially careful when you see ticket offers on social media sites. Authorities warn that scammers will use online posts to try to funnel fans to fake websites selling scam tickets. Or they'll try to move the conversation to an encrypted chat app, and then once you hand over the money, they'll disappear. So if you see a Facebook post offering tickets to that game that you've been dying to go to, take a beat before handing over your money. One red flag is when a seller uses high-pressure phrases like lots of interest or I need to sell right now. Resale tickets are available from established sites like StubHub or SeatGeek, though FIFA warns you'll risk fake tickets or inflated prices. So if you want to be safe, first go directly to the official FIFA site, FIFA.com, for direct and secondary ticket sales. But
thank you, sir. Thank you, AP. There's a important PSA for everyone here. Why do I have fucking... I don't need that. Why do I have this? Don't do this. There we go. AP warning us about the scams online with World Cup tickets. All right. No more Steam gift card scams. Yeah. Oh, God. All right. I was talking about scams. We should also talk about grifts. Or grifters doing scams. Or is it well, I'm not sure this next thing is necessarily a scam. Let's talk about, actually, yeah, that's how we should segue this. Let's go from talking about sports to talking about something certainly relating to sports, and that is the thing that's taken over the minds and wallets of many Americans. And that is prediction markets, where now everything is a sports book. One man saw this as a great opportunity. Might be familiar with him. Perfect time to talk about this guy. Pride Month. George Santos. This one makes me laugh. Like, before we even get to it, I can barely get this one out. George Santos has a fascinating new scam, which I guess anybody in public eye can now do just kind of like whenever. The majority report on the story.
This story from NPR, very upsetting. The relentless
homophobic attacks.
George Takei. No, George, not that I'm aware of. I don't think George Takei is scamming anybody or doing anything even close to this.
Homophobic attacks.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Of this great American after he served how much time in jail? Was it 6 months?
Was it longer or shorter than he was in Congress?
He got I guess pardoned or a sentence commuted by Donald Trump.
3 months he spent.
3 months in jail, and his sentence was commuted, right? What was he originally in there for?
He was originally in there for 87 months and got out after 3.
So he served
30 times less than he was supposed
it's less than 5%. He served like 3% of his.
I did way more in my military contract than he did of his prison sentence.
In February, writes NPR, 4 months after being released from federal prison, former Republican Congressman George Santos took to social media to express his enthusiasm about attending President Trump's upcoming State of the Union address. I'm going to be there for the State of the Union in the gallery, guys. At the time, traders on the prediction market site Kalshi were placing millions of dollars worth of bets on who would attend.
Oh my God.
Santos's video confirming his presence sent odds soaring.
This is incredible.
Oh God.
This is incredible.
But he didn't show up. Watching the State of the Union address.
Can anybody guess what happened from here? Oh my God. I mean, you gotta give him this much. He is consistent. Oh boy. I mean, he knows it when he sees an opportunity to enrich himself. Old Georgie, he lasers in on that shit. And the fact is, none of this is illegal. In fact, isn't this all technically exactly the thing that Kalshi and Polymarket said are what make this better? Actually, we haven't gotten to that part. I'm getting ahead of myself. Please hold. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spoiler. You'll see what I mean.
From Airport TV was not part of the plan. FML, is that family?
F my life.
Oh, F my life. Sorry. Santos wrote on X. Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go. He posted the message as Trump was speaking, making those same odds in the Kalshi market plummet. What Santos didn't say was that he had already placed bets on Kalshi that he was not going to appear at the State of the Union address. This is according to 3 people with direct knowledge of his trades who were not authorized to speak publicly. They say Santos misled the public and turned a profit based on that deception in the tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh, no.
Kalshi detected Santos's trades, froze his account, and referred the case to the Commodity Futures.
Wait, he did the very thing that I thought that they said that they wanted. It is more accurate. It was more accurate because he bet on it. An insider bet on the information. How is this any different? How is this any different? I don't understand. How is this any different from any of the other instances in which they say that having insiders betting is actually an improvement to the markets? Someone explain it to me. Just because he tricked the market? Is that's the problem? He managed to trick the market with social media posts? I mean, I don't see any difference here. I see zero difference. It is hilarious to me, though, that they're referring this to the CFTC like they're going to do anything about it.
Trading Commission and the Department of Justice, which both opened investigations into Santos.
Even Couch is like, we don't need this kind of action.
No.
We're an arbiter of truth.
Yeah, we're a prediction market.
Reached by NPR, Santos said, well, that's news to me. NPR asked if he had had a Kalshi account, and Santos said, I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no.
So the advice your lawyer gave you?
Otherwise known as I'm saying nothing. I'm saying nothing. My lawyers have told me not to answer any questions. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. That was a fascinating one. I'm not gonna lie. But apparently it gets more. Actually, you know what? It's Sunday Fun Day. We're gonna stay on this because this thing honestly somehow gets funnier. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it gets funnier if I recall correctly. I can't cut this short.
Exactly, right? Like, I had no idea there's an investigation going on, but I want to make it clear I plead the fifth to you.
Yeah. The lawyer's like, don't confirm or deny. And then he just says, I can't confirm or deny.
He went on to say the co-founder of Kalshi, Luna Lopez Lara, is a fellow Brazilian whom he personally knows. He said he would call her to get to the bottom of whether an investigation had been launched.
Brazilian to Brazilian.
Santos promised to update NPR on how the call went. But weirdly, he did not respond to NPR's follow-up messages. The call must have gone great. I'm sorry, I can't return your call, NPR, because I'm so ecstatic that I'm not being investigated.
Yeah, that must be it.
Oh, this is weird. The person familiar with Kalshi's investigation said Santos does not know Lara. That's weird. Is it possible that
lie about
George Santos wouldn't lie about something so random and weird like that, would he?
Would not do that.
The fellow Brazilian?
I mean, they're both Brazilian.
Both Brazilians.
There's only 213 million Brazilians.
Are they?
He knows all of them.
And then it goes on, then it becomes a hit piece by NPR. He said he is Jewish. He is not. He claimed his grandparents escaped the Holocaust. They did not. I mean, just come on.
Come on!
You know what I love about George Santos? And we don't know. This is just an allegation. We don't even know if there's an investigation, although NPR says that there is. So according to the reporting, there is an investigation. How guilty do you have to be for the DOJ to be like investigating you when they know you're Donald Trump's buddy?
Yeah, I didn't know we still had a CFTC. I didn't even know that existed.
Right, barely.
Exactly.
I thought it was gone.
This must be their only case.
And how bad are you at this? He must have so few friends.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at the very least, just go to
Well, he's radioactive.
When you think about it, he's like a sacrificial lamb where they can be like, look, we're bipartisan. We are using the DOJ in a bipartisan manner. We're going after Democrats and Republican George Santos. Look at us, it's completely, above board. All this other stuff that we're doing.
I mean, dude, don't you have a neighbor or something? And go?
Like, honestly, I'm half expecting like a Tenet, like an investigation into Dave Rubin over the Tenet situation. Like that's the next lamb, that's gonna be out for slaughter here, I think.
Like, hey, look.
Right. Yeah. Basketball players are like, I'm not gonna be playing tonight.
Here's $5,000.
Yeah.
Bet on me to not show up at the State of the Union, and let's split it.
Did you hear about the story out of France? Hairdryer trick behind 25 million euro win. France probes potential weather data scam linked to Polymarket. And this guy bet on the weather and then went up to the sensor with a hairdryer. Shot the temperature sensor to make the temperature spike.
I don't understand. I don't understand how Kalshi can allow for bets on something that can be so, the outcome of which can be so easily manipulated.
Oh, it's I mean, that it seems to be the entire fucking business model. It's like, look, you can bet on stuff that you personally can affect. Like, this is the most egalitarian fucking thing possible, right? Like, you can change the odds of this situation right now. You can go out there, you can commit crimes, you can do all sorts of shit. Like, I mean, that's kind of what it feels like it's being... it's not being explicitly said, but it's quite clear a lot of people are taking it to that level, right? Like, they make a bet on something, and then they're like, at some point, they're like, oh my god, I need this bet to pay out. I better go and, like, commit this fucking crime real quick so that it actually happens. Like, there were supposedly people betting on, like, the LA fires, and then there were people, like, literally out there, like, starting fires. I don't know if those two things were necessarily connected. We're never able to officially connect those two things, but we can all imagine a scenario in which that might happen. People do crazy shit for money. You know, and capitalism is killing everything around us. Including sports. All right, back to sports. But I'm not the only one talking about it. David Dole at the Rational National is going to tell us about how capitalism has apparently killed hockey.
No!
Night in Canada. Hockey night in Canada. Apparently it's some CBC show.
Hockey Night in Canada, which has been broadcast on CBC, Canada's public broadcaster, since the year 1952, is getting killed off. So in this video, I'm going to explain how we got here and what this means for Canadians, as well as what some are claiming the reasoning is. And it is so ridiculous that you almost have to laugh at their propaganda. But first, let me show you where this truly began. And that is with the initial deal between Rogers and the NHL. So back in 2013, this deal was signed, giving Rogers the rights to all NHL games through 25-26, which is where we find ourselves now. At the time, that deal was worth $5.2 billion, a 12-year agreement. Rogers obtains the national rights on all platforms to every NHL game through the 25-26 campaign, including all playoff games and the Stanley Cup Finals. So you may be wondering, if that was the case, then why were we able to watch Hockey Night in Canada on CBC for the past 12 years? That is because of the sub-licensing agreement that they made at the time as well. So Rogers selected the CBC as his partner for the English language broadcast of Hockey Night in Canada every Saturday, and then, of course, TVA for the French language broadcast. So they wanted to continue the tradition. I mean, there was money exchanged, obviously. The details of that we're not privy to. But they wanted to continue Hockey Night in Canada on CBC as long as, you know, CBC was able to pay them for the rights to those Saturday night games. Near the end of that deal, there was also a deal signed with Prime Video, Amazon Prime, to host Monday night games, which they continue to do this year. I assume there'll be a new sub-licensing agreement next year. Again, details of that deal are unknown. You can imagine Amazon having a lot of money, likely paying a good chunk for those Monday night games. That is hard to imagine CBC at this point now matching, especially considering what the new deal that the NHL and Rogers signed last year is for the rights to games. So again, this is back in 2025. Rogers and NHL extend their agreement by 12 years. This deal that goes through 2037, 38, now worth $11 billion. more than double what the initial deal was 12 years ago. So the NHL is doing very well, and there's more demand for hockey more than there's ever been. So this deal is something that Rogers, having a lot of money, understanding that demand, feels that it's worth what it's worth now, $11 billion. Well, that of course prices out CBC, which gets us to this week's headline. Hockey Night in Canada won't return to CBC when new Rogers deal with NHL begins. So before I even get into more details here, I have to first show you.
Nope, there we are. I'm back. I am back. I also want to say thank you to the person who chose to remain anonymous in their message. Valuetained.
Are you not entertained?
20 bones. On PayPal. Thank you very much. That helps us with the galactic content goal. That's like half of it. That gets us to like halfway. Not bad. All right. Starting to think we might actually complete the goal. I was worried. I was worried that Father's Day was just going to end suddenly. And plus, we technically have real news to talk about later, towards the end of the stream. Probably relevant. Ay, ay, ay. Just a reminder to everybody, if you haven't already hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Support independent media if you enjoy what you're watching. But suffice to say, capitalism killing hockey night in Canada, and maybe everything else. Bunch of hypocritical weirdos on Twitter and other crap that David got into here, but we don't got time. We don't got time for that right now. Gotta keep this moving. We got other stuff to talk about. More about money. Money is, of course, ruining the American government as well. Donald Trump, a billionaire, now in charge of the executive branch and basically the entire federal government, since the Supreme Court and Congress let him do whatever he wants. He's been spending money on all sorts of ridiculous things, like the Memorial Reflecting Pool, or the slush fund for Jan Sixers. I mean, there's a litany of things we could go down. Trump has been spending money on. Most of it's covered in gold, some of it green. And apparently, that ballroom we've been talking about is going to be getting taxpayer money. And it's new. The source of this taxpayer money is quite interesting. We'll get into it. CNN from Friday.
There's new reporting now on the ballooning cost of the White House ballroom and who may be paying for it. Despite President Trump repeatedly saying taxpayers will not pay for the ballroom project, the Washington Post reports more than $350 million of tax money for the Secret Service has been redirected to the White House, with a source saying those funds will help pay for the project.
That's past tense, has been. So, a third of a trillion? Wait, no. What did you say, 350 million? A third of $1 billion. $350 million of Secret Service funds have now been redirected to the construction of the White House ballroom. Now, that money is supposed to go to the Secret Service, not a ballroom. I would just point that out for anybody who was confused about it. Now the full budget, 2025. I don't know what it was 2026. It was $3 billion for 2025. So this is like more than 10% of all of the funds intended to go to supposedly keeping the president safe. Now just going to constructing the ballroom that wasn't supposed to be built with the U.S. taxpayer funds. And which I also find very strange, because there's been supposedly multiple attempts on Trump's life. Why would you take funding from a thing that's supposed to protect you to build a ballroom? Now, of course, we already know that they're planning on building like a bunker in this thing, but it still takes money away from that essential service. I don't know if it's essential under Donald Trump, but, you know, in theory, essential.
This comes after reporting from the Post found the project has grown to $600 million, with more than half of that funded by taxpayers. The president has repeatedly said it's funded by himself and donors.
And I'm paying for it. I'm paying for it. The country is not. We're donating a $400 million ballroom. Myself and donors are giving them free of charge for nothing. We did this no charge to the taxpayer whatsoever. Rich people and people are putting up the money. Zero taxpayer dollars. We didn't ask for any tax money. We have no tax. This is taxpayer free. We have no taxpayer putting up 10 cents. We're putting up $400 million to do the ballroom section of the ballroom. We are putting that up privately.
Well, not so much. Jonathan O'Connell is an investigative reporter for the Washington Post and joins me tonight. Jonathan, this week, millions of taxpayer dollars allocated for the Secret Service were redirected to, quote, White House security measures. What did you find in your reporting?
Yeah, we have a source, Anderson, who told us that this money is specifically going to construction for the East Wing. This is the project, the White House East Wing project, that includes a ballroom, an underground bunker, lots of other security measures, and it's sort of the latest detail about the ways that taxpayers are going to be paying for this.
And are all of these funds going for the ballroom project?
It's a good question. The source says that this is what it's for. It's going to a pot of money that could be used for other parts of the White House. There are other projects going on at the White House.
I mean, it's pretty wild. $500 million being spent on this ballroom, and that's what on top of whatever else has already been spent on it. This thing is going to turn into like a multi-billion-dollar, multi-year project that literally nobody asked for or even approved. Donald Trump just unilaterally decided to build it. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, his use of the term, the whole integrated cohesive project, that sounds like a term from a legal document or something.
They've put themselves in a little bit of a corner here, because legally it does help them, I think, or could, to argue that this is all one structure, which it is genuinely, and that maybe the whole structure is a security, purpose, or that the security is needed there. But at the same time, they're trying to, he's been talking about this project as a ballroom that will be privately donated forever, or for months anyway. And to now say, well, actually part of it is a privately funded ballroom and part of it is, we need to find appropriations for and the public should actually be paying for. It's hard to make that distinction at the time when they're in court and trying to argue the whole thing is one secure structure.
Yeah, Jonathan O'Connell, fascinating as always. Thank you so much.
There's new reporting that reveals just how invested President Trump is in
wait, hold it, Gatlin. Hold it right there. God damn it. This one is fucking bonkers. Clown show type shit. Oh my God. Prepare yourselves. We have been making fun of Trump for all of the gold shit that's been getting put up all over the White House. At any time in the last year and a half, did you have in your mind that Donald Trump himself was putting it all up? Well,
yeah, Jonathan O'Connell, fascinating as always. Thank you so much.
There's new reporting that reveals just how invested President Trump is in gilding the Oval Office during his second term. In their upcoming book, Regime Change, by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan of the New York Times, it's out next week, and everyone should read it. Part of it recounts how the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, once walked into the Oval Office only to find the president, quote, clutching a tube of super glue and attempting to affix gold decorations to the marble fireplace mantle.
Oh, no. Oh. You know, the more I look at all of the decorations, the more it becomes clear that, yes, this was all done literally by Donald Trump's hand, right? They're off center a little bit. Some of them don't make any sense. Why are they there? Even if your goal was to make it as gaudy as Trump has made it, I mean, it now all makes perfect sense. Trump has been putting his own decorative hand on the White House itself, super gluing as much gold shit as he can find to literally every surface. And it's incredible. The guy is deranged. The guy is deranged. This is the president of the United States, and he's got super glue. He doesn't have anybody around to put super glue up. The super glue, he's got to do it himself. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
The authors add that, quote, as he was known to prefer his own aesthetic handiwork to anyone else's, the sight of the president squeezing glue onto gilded appliques and mounting them on the wall himself surprised no one in his inner circle. On that front tonight, my political sources are S.E. Cupp, who is the podcast host of Off the Cup, and Karen Finney, who is a senior advisor to Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign. I mean, S.E., it's really not that actually hard to picture the president doing this.
Well, it is and it isn't. It is unfathomable to imagine a U.S. president supergluing anything in the Oval Office. That's wacko. But it's easier to imagine this president doing it. And it's kind of a perfect metaphor, as so many things are, from the reflecting pool to the ballroom. Like, Trump came up in business by putting his name on buildings, right? He didn't have to own them. Superficially, he was looking to look powerful and important. It's why he used a pen name when he'd call reporters to pretend to be someone else. Like, I think the artifice to him is often more important than what's underneath, than the substance of things.
But it's just so ridiculous. I mean, we all know this about him, but that it reaches to this level, it's cartoonish. It is genuinely, it's a clown show. There's no normal timeline where the president is supergluing decorations to the White House in any real, like, you know what I mean? Like maybe as even as a fucking like a photo op for whatever reason. I can't think of what reason. Like, I don't know, like a plaque or something to commemorate something. I could maybe see that, but still, why would you superglue it? But, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even for that, it seems a little bit ridiculous. But, like, the fact that he is spending his free time sitting around gluing gold shit to the walls and the marble fixtures and whatever else, the fucking, like, I'll bet he was literally, I'll bet he got, like, a ladder out and, like, put up the, like, you know, the sign outside of the Oval Office that looks like it belongs at, like, a Florida spa or something. Like I'm just, like, going through all of it. Did he put up all the signs? Like, did he put up the walk of shame? Was that him one night? Like, he was just, like, he's like, all right, we're doing it. No, me. When I say we, I mean me. The royal we. The royal me.
This makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean, as I was watching the Obama library stuff today, they showed they have a recreation of the Oval when obviously he was in office. And looking at it compared to how it looks now reminds you just how much has changed and how much the president has put his own stamp on this. Karen, can I also ask you, though, I mean, speaking of the Oval, in this book, Maggie and Jonathan also write about how the president's response to that infamous day in the Oval Office with President Zelensky, where it was this huge shouting match between the vice president and Zelensky. Trump actually thought it was great, according to this book, Regime Change. He told an advisor it was, quote, better than The Apprentice.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what that tells you about, I mean, speaking as he was talking about, Trump's previous life before presidency.
It's just, what a buffoon. Truly. You're right. I mean, there's no, like, he's so fucking dumb. And let's not forget about the pool. Just want to remind everybody about that reflecting pool.
Looked before, said it could have used some work. I think people in DC would probably agree with that.
Yep.
An intern at CNN, one of our excellent interns, shot this video today. The blue material that they talk about, the reflecting pool blue, is peeling off the bottom of it.
I'm sorry,
I mean,
Caitlin.
just that image.
That is not reflecting pool blue. That's American flag blue. We've talked about this. That right there is American flag blue. I mean, is it the color the reflecting pool was for like a day? Yes, but it's not reflecting pool blue. You've mixed it up.
That's $14 million to remind people that was spent to renovate the reflecting pool, Essie.
Again, this.
What a great job we're doing. So much money being used for so much good stuff. War in Iran. Blue pool for a day. It's all worth it. All worth it. Now, if you don't think it's worth it, clearly you're America last. But you get out there, you can start voting. You could have been voting all week, actually, in New York. Early voting for primary elections ended earlier on Sunday. CBS New York. Oh shit, I forgot to clip it. You idiot.
Today was the last day to cast an early vote in the New York City primary before Election Day. Polls closed at 5 p.m. The city's Board of Elections says in total, nearly 173,000 people across the 5 boroughs hit the polls.
I'm going to have to take the day off. I'm sorry, I just had a realization that I've completely fucked up. I didn't do that thing I was going to do. I was going to clip the last, although I guess, right, I have Utah to do still, and we're going to talk about that in a second. So I guess I'll just do, yeah, but either way, I'm going to have to take off today. I got to clip through all this stuff and put it up before the elections start happening here soon. Because there's a freaking election tomorrow, and then there's multiple elections next Tuesday. And if I don't do it now, I'm going to be mad at myself later. I was thinking about clipping like state by state, as well as clipping each individual candidate. We'll see how that goes, time-wise for me. But suffice to say, we had a lot of good candidates in New York. Talked about them recently. If you recall, this was our list. Ching. A lot of good people here. Fortunately, not enough challengers in some races that we would have liked to have seen challengers in, especially in New York's 8 against Hakeem Jeffries. He's like my number 1. Then there's a bunch of other ones in there too. But still a lot of great candidates in there. Tomorrow is Maryland's race, and by tomorrow I mean Tuesday. While we're in New York, there's been one man, well, a few different people, but one guy has been pretty involved recently in New York politics. Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker?
Yes, that guy. So, holding rallies, at least, or participating in rallies, for a number of different candidates. You know who's most afraid about that for some reason? Fox News. Or, I don't know about most afraid, but they're certainly... they're sounding the alarm.
A communist.
Harris Faulkner issues bold warning. Is this the one? Is this a socialism one? Yeah. Oh, here it is. Oh, let's go.
It seems like the Democrat Party is sliding to socialism. 74% of the Democrats say they like Democrat socialism. 66% said they're totally fine with socialism. And that ideology is just the junk food of modern American politics. It might feel good at the beginning, it might fill you up for a moment, but the reality is the crash is coming later.
A new headline reads, Mom Donnie tests his political clout in New York's primary as he looks to reshape the Democrat Party.
Calling democratic socialism Democrat socialism is so funny. Because, you know, they're like, it's a classic trope, like, where Republicans will always say the Democrat Party. They won't say it's the Democratic Party, they'll say it's the Democrat Party. So now it's Democrat socialism. I love whenever they go, wow, look at what these guys are promising as campaign promises. And then it's literally like, you know, things that we can pay for that virtually everybody wants. Like, who the f going to look at this and be like, wow, you mean tax the billionaires, end the wars, Medicare for all, housing for all? Wow, I hate that. I hate that.
You know what I'm going to do? I hate to do this, but... I think we should just take a break now before we get too far down this road. Since we're like halfway through the galactic content goal, I won't end the stream quite yet, but we are at the end of the content goal timer. I'll keep going for a little bit longer though, but we'll take a break now. Hopefully we make it through the rest of the stream. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, everybody, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. And if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Don't forget to like the stream while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Throne. And, of course, Patreon. Anyway, everybody enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack.
CD_Unk just cheered 100 bits.
Thank you, Unk. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to get going once again. So you're probably gonna want to get back in those seats, otherwise you might miss it. Okay, we're back. Second half about to get underway. We still got a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. And during the break, we made even more progress on that galactic content goal, which means we'll most likely get the full show that I have prepared for you tonight. Still got election stuff to talk about. We've got some other little Sunday fun day bits in here, as well as more World Cup action and discussions, as well as what the fuck is going on in Iran right now. And I keep saying Iran. In Switzerland, where talks regarding Iran are supposed to be going on. But, are they still? Yes, we'll get into that.
Harris Faulkner issues bold warning. Is this the one? Is this a socialism one? Yeah. Oh, here it is. Oh, let's go.
It seems like the Democrat Party is sliding to socialism. 74% of the Democrats say they like Democrat socialism. 66% said they're totally fine with socialism. And that ideology is just the junk food of modern American politics. It might feel good at the beginning, it might fill you up for a moment, but the reality is the crash is coming later.
A new headline reads, Mamdani tests his political clout in New York's primary as he looks to reshape the Democrat Party.
Calling democratic socialism Democrat socialism is so funny because they're like, it's a classic trope, like where Republicans will always say the Democrat Party. They won't say it's the Democratic Party, they'll say it's the Democrat Party. So now it's Democrat socialism. I love whenever they go, wow, look at what these guys are promising as campaign promises, and then it's literally like, things that we can pay for that virtually everybody wants. Like, who the gonna look at this and be like, wow, you mean tax the billionaires, end the wars, Medicare for all, housing for all? Wow, I hate that.
Yes, everybody hates taxing billionaires and having health care. But yeah, $10 was donated over the break on PayPal by Young C. Thank you for the awesome Father's Day stream. I am very glad to give it to you. Any fathers in the chat, I hope this is improving your Father's Day. And someone became a member of Patreon. We're making progress. Serious progress. Over 50% now. I don't know the exact amount, but we're doing good. I'm surprised that still no one has taken me up on the opening up of Throne as an option for donations to Galactic Content Goal tonight. It is one of those, one of those things. It's such a great way to donate. Yet everybody has been sleeping on Throne all week for some reason. And today, of all days when I've Made it count towards the galactic content goal. Better time than ever. They honestly take a very small cut from what I can see in comparison to what other platforms that we use tend to take, aside from directly donating on Cash App.
Hate that.
Mamdani and Sanders will take the stage in what is Sanders' latest effort to back far-left candidates in primaries nationwide and remake the party in his own Democratic Socialist image. For Mamdani, it's war. He's campaigning against Democratic Party leaders who even endorsed him for mayor, like five-term Congressman Adriano Espaillat. Mamdani's instead backing Democratic Socialists Daria Lisa Chevalier, Claire Valdez, and Brad Lander in 3 House races. The most controversial Chevalier says she now deeply regrets deleted tweets that said she wipes her hands with the American flag, said F former VP Kamala Harris, and called former President Biden a rapist. She's now campaigning on abolishing.
Wait, why are they showing this? Why are they showing this on Fox News? Are they trying to get people to go out and vote for Daria Lisa? They're gonna be like, wait a minute, I don't like what he said about the American flag, but this is Joe Biden rapist thing.
I'll vote for that. I'd vote for that. I hear that and I say, oh, that's the kind of woman that we need in Congress. Yeah, like a bunch of like Texans are gonna like go to New York to vote for her now that they heard that. Oh, we're gonna stop the steal for that Espaillat motherfucker.
I like it quite a lot. Maybe I'll vote for this Daria Lisa. I have no nuance to add. Fuck Kamala Harris. Maybe I like this Daria Lisa. She don't like Kamala Harris. She don't like Kamala Harris. And she don't like Joe Brandon. And guess what? I've said those dang things about both of those dang demons.
And says all deportations are wrong, even for convicted criminals.
Is that something you still believe?
That phrase, yes. I still believe that all deportations are wrong.
That would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yeah, I think the greatest example to this is my example that I've used. The greatest argument to this is, yeah, dude, I want them to be fucking held accountable. Like, I want them to be in prison. I don't want them to get a free trip back to what country they came from. If someone did a rape on U.S. soil and raped an American citizen or a tourist or a migrant, I want them to be in prison for their crimes. I know this sounds like an insane concept for many of these fucking dumbass Republicans, but I would like to punish people for doing crimes.
What? Crimes? My God.
Violent crime.
Okay, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. Go back to this Fox News piece he was looking at.
Nancy Pelosi a communist. I've heard Candace Owens call Jeff Bezos a communist, okay? Yeah, Chrysler 300 looks like a Maybach until the Phantom roll-up is right.
Communists with very deep pockets are pushing hard to get a slew of candidates elected in November. Those groups are Democrat Socialists of America, the Working Family Party, and Justice Democrats. And they are willing to take out members of their own political party to put socialists in office.
So here's the thing I don't understand. Also, Frederick Douglass Haynes is beast mode. One of my favorites. Here's what I don't understand, though. I thought this was good for Fox News. Why do they seem so worried about this Democratic Party, Tea Party moment? Because I thought, maybe I'm wrong, because that's what Third Way always tells me. That's what, you know, all these guys are always saying is like, it's good. It's good for the Republicans if there are more radical people in the Democratic Party, because then the Democratic Party now.
Yeah, but also, I mean, of course, they have been calling Democrats socialists this whole time, like decades at this point, since like Obama. And now all of a sudden, in 2026, there's a socialist takeover? I thought the socialists already controlled the Democratic Party, the whole thing, the apparatus. I thought Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi were communist, leftist, Antifa, Marxist.
He looks more radical, and that's really bad. We'll never win another purple district ever again. Yada, yada, yada. And it's really interesting because I don't think the Republicans see it that way. I don't think the Republicans like this insurgency taking shape within the Democratic Party. They keep leaning into the centrist Democrats. It almost feels like they want better opposition that is easier to defeat. It almost feels like they know centrist do-nothing Democrats are far easier to defeat and destroy. What's going on? Very interesting. Very, very interesting stuff.
Look, this is not just a fluke now. There are so many of these socialists, and they are winning in many places.
Yes, Harris, and it's great to be with you as always. The truth is that what you see looking backward kind of illustrates why we got to this point. If you look at the Iowa caucuses, for instance, back in 2020, you saw the level of dominance that Bernie Sanders had among younger voters, dominance that goes back throughout his career for those voters who are under 30. Those voters are older now. They're going to be 37, 38 in the coming elections, and those voters are increasingly a significant portion of the Democratic coalition. So when you look at these blue cities, you're going to see the takeovers by these DSA candidates, just like we've seen in New York and that we've seen,
I like that they're putting Sue Altman on there to pad the numbers when she got defeated by Hamawi.
Out in terms of Nithya Raman making the runoff in Los Angeles. We've seen it in Seattle. We see it in Chicago. And I think that what you're going to have there is very powerful mayors who are going to control the politics of the Democratic Party going forward and essentially add to the increased.
Yeah, this does not help your cause. Guy who hates you and your cause. Always. This may be the reason why, to my DSA brethren, we must run as many people for as many offices as we can. Dem Socialist America plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress plus 4 points. Net favorability among Dems. Who's more popular? Democratic Socialists or Dems in Congress? From
my perspective, the real problem that we're going to end up with here is we're going to have capitalism become a monopartisan affair. There was always this belief that.
Oh, no. Might just be Republicans left defending capitalism and corporate profits. Oh, what a sad day that would be. I think we're a little ways off of that, but it's funny to watch them all have, a little meltdown over there on Fox News over it. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's been some seriously great candidates that have made it through the primaries, but it's not like a super majority of the Democratic Party yet. That would be interesting to get there. Not quite there. But we are seeing some serious moves that are going to meet. They're hopefully going to reshape things in Congress. We're not done with this Hassan Piker guy right now. He was on the Majority Report after doing a DSA event in the Bronx earlier this week. Emma was still wearing her Nick shirt.
We're about to be talking after our conversation with Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. I struggle with it, but I think I got that out. Who's running in New York's 13th district? She's a part of that slate. I just reflecting. I think, could you reflect on the rise of DSA here in New York specifically, and what that means for creating progress across the country nationally?
Yeah, I mean, New York is leading the way, but there is a lot of appetite for necessary change in this country. And the DSA system has been so successful in this city in organizing that they got some.
Was this before the event? I'm sorry, I couldn't remember the timing of this. Look, I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect, okay? I got a lot of clips here. They're all from different times, and I don't know. I'm not, I'm not infallible. I appreciate the correction, though.
Really solid and very popular politicians with national prominence, from both, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez all the way to, Zoran Mamdani. And they're banking off of those victories to put more numbers on the board. I've already interviewed the DSA slate last time I was here. I was very, or not even the last time I was here. I've been here a lot,
right?
But I'm very familiar with them. I've done some work with all of them.
Like, everybody knows that I don't take notes, right? Like, I honestly don't have space. In my current setup, I don't even have space to have put notes down somewhere, or like a book. I have a planner that I use, but I don't use it for notes for the stream. I keep everything in my head. I watch all of this stuff ahead of time, or at least most of it. Like, at least the stuff that I feel like I need to watch ahead of time, I watch ahead of time, and I try and remember it for later. I'm just like, every time I do a stream, I just like, yeah, you'll be fine. That's basically my strategy. Like, I do research on stuff. I got, while I'm doing it, like, I'll have multiple pages open, Wikipedia, whatever else. If I'm doing elections, Ballotpedia, and the number of other sorts of resource materials I use. I never write any of it down. I'm terrible at that. I also used to get in trouble in math class for not showing my work. That's the guy that I am. If I did try and write things down, I would probably just drive myself fucking crazy. So, certain details go by the wayside. Most of them are inconsequential. Sometimes it's a little worse than that, but...
From Claire to Daria Lisa to the lower, like the local races as well. And I wanted to highlight every single person and make sure that they get a little bit more shine right before early elections start, because I think it's very important to show this success and to continue building on this momentum, especially at a time when people are looking for alternatives.
Yeah, and I also, even just to quickly talk about the Knicks, it's almost like there's a little bit of class consciousness even in that conversation too. Seriously, because people look at what contrast Zoran up in the nosebleeds with Trump shutting down the whole goddamn thing for himself. I don't know. I think that's like instructive for the jocks that care about the NBA, for example.
Sure.
Let's radicalize them.
No, I think so too. I mean, you got Dolan.
Yeah.
Trying to actively wage war with the mayor and also with the working class fans that made the New York Knicks what it is.
Yeah.
In spite of his bad vibes, in spite of his best efforts to ruin his own team, the Knicks have somehow been able to pull through.
Yes, we have overcome billionaire interference and more.
Wow, Specs00. I'm not familiar with you as a chatter, but are you doubting that I don't take notes? That seems like a weird thing to doubt. Honestly, I wish I was the kind of person that did take notes. I feel like I would be more, I would feel more prepared before every one of these streams. But if I were doing, that's the other thing. If I were actually sitting here writing down shit too, I would never get anything done in my life. Like, I have to be researching mostly on my phone, sometimes at my computer, but mostly on my phone, and simultasking, right? Like, dishes, whatever, right? Like, I can't just only focus on this. And with 8 hours, right? Like, think about the math of it. Like, 8-hour streams 5 days a week with like 4 hours at least of prep usually every day ahead of it. Like, that's 12 hours right there. Maybe I got an extra 4 hours, maybe. But like, I'm often like that's really, after the stream is over, there's still other shit that I tend to be doing just to try and end it, into like, I guess just don't have time to do that. I wish I was the kind of person that took notes. Keep calling me banana. It's very rude of you.
How rude.
Okay, let's quickly talk about the elections that are happening in Utah. next week. We talked about New York. We talked about Maryland. But actually, it's not next week. It's tomorrow. What am I talking about? It's tomorrow. It's Colorado that's the 30th. Maryland, New York, and Utah are tomorrow. Oh my God. It's on Tuesday. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We don't have a lot of candidates for Utah, unfortunately. They do things differently in Utah's Democratic Party, I think, because they did elections at the convention. The only race that's undecided right now going into the primaries in Utah is in the 1st district. The guy running there that we think is going to be the best candidate to vote for, guy by the name of Nate Bluen. Here's a clip from him 6 months ago on ABC4 Utah.
In politics now, the latest on the race for Congress in Utah's new District 1. There's a new contender in town. Here's a clip of Utah State Senator Nate Bluen announcing his candidacy on Inside Utah Politics with Lindsay Aerts.
We want to introduce you now to the newest candidate in the race as of right now. Joining me, welcome to the show, Senator Nate Bluen.
Thank you, Lindsay. Good to be here.
You're running.
I'm running. We are going to put my name in the race and get moving on December 1st is the real launch date for this campaign.
That's kind of a big deal. I mean, your name has been rumored for a long time. You said for a while, I'm seriously considering it. But what was the impetus for getting in this race?
Yeah, it is such a challenging time for so many folks. And I'm really fed up with what we're seeing in D.C. and what we're seeing here in Utah. Folks my age are having a hard time getting by. We're seeing people spend the money that they would like to spend on a mortgage on childcare these days. We're seeing overreaches from our federal government. Just every day we've seen Trump making announcements about treasonous congressional Democrats and potentially political hangings. And I think that's just completely inappropriate. We need folks who are running for Congress to represent Utah that are going to push back on the majority that we have here in the state and the political climate that we have right now.
Okay. There's a quick introduction to Nate Bluen. We got more from this guy. Couple of clips. It's from last month. Nate Bluen for Congress.
Just deal with it. I heard it my whole life. All working people do. Well, I'm done dealing. Big corporations, billionaires, and Donald Trump have rigged the game for too long, and every day Utahns are losing. When I was 19, I packed up my Honda Civic and I headed west. I ended up here in Utah. There were cheap rooms to rent, and you could be up on top of Little Cottonwood Canyon in just a few minutes flat. Then student debt piled up, a couple surgeries and medical bills I couldn't pay. SNAP benefits helped me put food on the table when times were tough. That's not just my story. It's a reality for too many. And as Utah gets more expensive, it's only getting worse. That's why I stepped up to serve my community in the first place. I'm not afraid to take on the establishment. I ran against a 36-year incumbent from my own party who had a track record of cutting bad deals with Republicans, and I beat him by 50 points. Since I took office, I've fought tooth and nail for the people I represent. Republican leaders have cut off my mic and called me a punk for speaking truth to power. And you know what? I'm proud of that. I'm Nate Bluen. I'm a Democrat running for Congress in Utah's 1st congressional district to take on big corporations and the billionaire class, to make housing and energy more affordable, to fight for Medicare for all, to protect our public lands, and to build a future for us, not for them. I'm running to stop Trump and his Republican enablers who represent Utah in Congress. You're never going to wonder where I stand on tough issues like abortion because I'll tell you. We're going to take back the House and codify Roe. Trust me, the same folks who got us into this mess are not going to be the ones to get us out of it. It's up to us. If you're sick of the same rigged game, if you're done just dealing with it, I hope you'll join us.
There you go, Nate Bluen. Running in Utah's 1st district, the only undecided primary left tomorrow in Utah. We've already talked about all the other candidates that we think people should vote for if they're in New York, or Maryland on Tuesday. At least that is for the House races that are going on. Where is the donate button? It's gone. The give money button or donate button is gone now. We don't have memberships anymore, or super chats or super stickers. We were demonetized at the end of April and have now been 2 months without that feature being available, or with me. I'm no longer receiving ad revenue from people watching the streams. Hoping to get remonetized towards the end of July when I have a chance to reapply to the YouTube Partner Program. Been trying to go through all the videos, making sure that we adhere to the rules. And hopefully they'll be back. But right now we still have other options. Twitch, Donos, Cash App, and PayPal. We got Throne if you'd prefer to know exactly where your money goes to when you donate. You could buy me drinks or snacks. Like right now. You could know that you've bought the tea that I'm about to drink. It's delicious. And other things that would help me out in my life. Like the fact that I'm running out of undershirts because they keep, they're very elderly shirts. Holy, in fact. Not officially, but there's a lot of them. Not recognized by the Catholic Church, but so holy they are, on the verge of sainthood. Other stuff like stuff to help maintain my e-bike. Got Patreon memberships too, but no YouTube donos. It's a sad situation we are hoping to solve ASAP. But till then, we are in limbo, YouTube donos wise. Technically, all of the emotes exist, which I found fascinating after being demonetized. I still have all of our emotes available on YouTube. If you look, I could just do, see, I could just do one of these. Right, like I still have all of them. So I guess in theory, if we get remonetized, we would get all of those back. It would seem. All right. In lieu of talking about environmental news today, let's go here. Talk about a particular plant. Whoa. No. What just happened? Why are we doing this again? I don't know. Why do you hate me? You've been fooled by a tinfoil covered banana before? Really? Would you like to tell us about that situation? I'm intrigued. When did this happen? Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Fixed my browser. All right. In lieu of environmental news today, we will be doing a little discussion about drugs.
Illegal.
Good work, Dan Toomey, on the story. The story of whether or not Wall Street types still do drugs. Or what's up with that?
Wall Street. The Wolf of Wall Street. Billions. Industry. This is a list of names I'm considering for my firstborn son. But they're also the names of famous films and television programs who depict the high-flying world of finance as one filled with coke-snuffing sleazebags who absolutely love they drugs. But is the culture of Wall Street really this awesome and nose-forward? Let's find out.
To begin my investigation, I got word that for the right price, you can purchase the private journals of the very people working on Wall Street. And while I was surprised how easy it was to gain access to such a trove of information, I was at a loss for where to start. But sometimes the best path forward is the one right in front of you. Now I had a name with plenty of vowels. All I had to do was butter him up with charm.
I'm Alex Saidi. I'm a reporter with the Wall Street Journal, and I cover finance, banking, and Wall Street.
Those are my 3 favorite words.
They're 3 pretty sexy topics, I would say.
The man was clearly comfortable enough with me to proposition sex this early in the conversation.
They're 3 pretty sexy topics, I would say.
I have that effect on people. But we couldn't move on to something so unprofessional so soon. We need to talk about drugs. Let's talk about drugs.
Let's talk about drugs.
Do people in finance actually do drugs anymore?
Absolutely. They're just maybe not the drugs you think they might be doing.
You think I'm wrong?
I think you could be wrong.
If I watch an old finance movie, right?
Yep.
I'm seeing a guy in a pinstripe suit doing blow off of a stripper.
Right.
Is that what's happening nowadays?
No, not these days. You know, there's definitely been a cultural shift in the types of drugs used at the office. I think outside of work, people are still partying just like they are in any industry, and I think Wall Street in particular does attract risk takers and also clout chasers. And I think cocaine lends itself well to both of those types of people. But in terms
What is wrong with Dan? Seriously. What is wrong with Dan? I'm just wondering. Am I the only one?
Chasers. And I think cocaine.
Dan Doobie, clout taker, risk taker. Oh, okay. No, I guess that explains it. I don't know. This guy sounds boring. Let's see if we get anybody else here to explain to us what's going on with this situation.
Folks who work in finance today, and I asked them to confirm whether Alex's bleak picture of the industry's current drug culture was correct. To protect the longevity of their careers in this episode about doing drugs at work, I conducted the interviews whilst I was inside the Good Work Anonymous reporting portal.
Nah, everyone's locked in, dude. We're all robots. Legit. We're all fucking robots. We're already the AI agents, my dude. Like, legit. I think more people lean towards doing, say, Adderall than cocaine in this day and age. And, like, you can get that prescribed through Tier 1 health insurance at your 40-year firm quite easily. I'm sure any tech or finance bro will tell you how easy it is to get an Adderall prescription through their health insurance. Do you find that working in finance necessitates some type of stimulant?
Well, the thing is, Dan, that it's like running shoes. You know, you don't need shoes to run, but they certainly do help a lot.
The new finance drug of choice, it would be like extreme Zins. Like I'm talking about like 9s, maybe like some European 10s. And people are popping that like it's chewing gum.
Now, quick point of clarification here for anybody feeling lost. In this context, European 10s refers to high-dose variations of Zyn nicotine packets. In basically any other context, European 10s refers to hot-ass people from Europe. And by that, I mean the following. I'm talking about 7-foot Dutch elvish baddies, weathered day laborers from Minsk, all of Dua Lipa's Albanian cousins, my Airbnb host Milo from Brussels, who I am still very much in love with, stray Ganona, genderless, heavily pierced East Berliners, the coastal French, the urban French, the rural French, Copenhagen baristas, Ronaldo, jaded Norwegian professors, and when the light is right and I've had a few stiff drinks, the toads they got croaking over in Cardiff, Wales. And also my Portuguese au pair from when I was little growing up. Guys, this will be on the test, okay? Okay, great. Folks, you've been putting it off for too long. Don't act cute with me. You know what I'm talking about. Your doctor.
Oh, Dan with a goddamn sponsored ad placement. Why, Dan? Why do you insist on doing this to us?
Why? Better care of our health.
Clink.
Now, where were we?
The perception is definitely not the reality. It's way more depressing. I mean, you're still working the same long hours that you see in the movies, but it's mostly off of like energy drinks and nicotine. The amount of people I saw and even interacted with that were hopped up on some kind of stimulant was a lot. Not so much with more of the harder substances at work, but outside of it, that's a different story.
And most of the preconceived ideas that we get from work in finance come from media. Like, you know, if you look at the movie like Wall Street, you know, with Gordon Gekko or American Psycho, or even The Wolf of Wall Street, they all come from the pre-2008 time. And even when you work in finance and, you know, these days.
The financial crisis ruined the party culture of Wall Street. Let's see if we can find an old guy. One of those old guys. Explain to us what it was like before those times.
Got flown down in a helicopter to Atlantic City. I got my key to my suite, and so I like check in and I go into my room, and on the coffee table is my name in cursive written with cocaine. So Turney Duff is written, and I'm just like, God damn it, why did my parents name me Alexander Hamilton?
Turney Duff was a hedge fund trader in the 90s and 2000s. In 2013, he wrote a spectacular memoir of his time in finance called The Buy Side, after which he served as a consultant on billions.
We used to call it playing through. So like, you basically don't go home, or you just change your suit and you never go to bed. My longest streak was 3 days, which like...
Three days, no sleep.
Yeah. I woke up Wednesday morning and didn't go to bed until Saturday.
Turney told me that his partying on Wall Street began because his hedge fund job on the buy side lent itself to having a lot of brokers looking to entertain him, hoping to entice him to invest through their desk. And entertaining turned out to be something that Turney was totally baller at.
During the day, you know, sitting next to a guy from Harvard, a woman from Duke, and I had no shot. And what I figured out was, at happy hour, I could crush the guy from Harvard, I could crush the woman from Duke. And so when the office lights went out and the city lights came on, like, that was my time to shine.
I'm thinking of the people that you worked with that were the Harvards and Dukes, but they didn't socialize. Was them not doing drugs almost an impediment on their career at all? Or
partly, yeah. You know, I would be on a private jet with, you know, 15 to 20 people doing lines and, you know, partying our asses off.
Illegal.
And, you know, when I got back that weekend, any trades that I had were given to the people who were on that plane.
Well. The corporate party culture of Wall Street, fueling a bunch of ridiculous corruption, I guess. I mean, it really does. It sounds a little corrupt. Not gonna lie. However, those days are now over. And guys like this going the way of the dinosaur, being replaced by a different group of individuals.
Put an end to the whole entertainment business.
If you read stories of like traders in the 80s, most of these guys didn't go to college. They were just really social animals that knew how to like buy and sell and capture a spread in between. Today, that's unthinkable. The computers are almost doing like half of the analysis that goes into like a big trading operation these days. And I think what you see as a consequence of that is much more nerdy, introverted people are attracted to the industry now.
Granted, as a financial journalist, I'll admit that hearing about the greater scrutiny being placed on large investment institutions simply warms the cockles of my heart. And the heartles of my cock. However, as a guy who also loves him some hot drama, I gotta admit that this new era of Wall Street sounds a lot less sexy and maybe even more intense with this new era of drugs. A generation that's traded snorting coke while listening to Whitesnake for taking Adderall while listening to a 2-hour productivity playlist.
I think for a lot of people, it's just a way to keep going. Finance has a lot of long hours, whether you're working on the retail or more
institutional side, you're gonna be put through the ringer. And it's just a cheap, easy way to keep going.
Any 100-hour work week type schedule that requires you to lock in, especially on a computer screen.
Well, here's the solution. We can stop being so focused on profits all the time.
Do you know what we're here for?
Oh, snap. He's got a raid from Walking Stick Library over on Twitch. Welcome in, librarians. Hope your stream is good today. We're just changing topics. Just a little Sunday fun day action talking about drugs on Wall Street.
Illegal.
Yes, I see you. I see you, Walking Stick Library. Good to have you in the chat. All right, people, one piece of space news real quick before we move on to the rest of the stuff that we got planned for tonight. Oh, I gotta double check what's going on latest with the fucking Switzerland situation. Yeah, we still got news to talk about here on planet Earth. It's not in the United States. Yes, indeed, and we'll get to that right after this quick clip. Talking about how NASA is trying to usher in a new generation into space using social media.
Facebook,
A
Zuckerberg.
historic launch, moon base unveiling, and new crew announcement.
We are in a golden age of exploration.
Astronaut Kjell Lindgren says just as his imagination was captured by watching the Apollo astronauts, decades later, a new generation is seeing what's possible.
It is the human and human spaceflight that makes the endeavor so challenging, but it is also the human and human spaceflight that makes it so compelling.
Helping make that connection, NASA's embracing digital media. In 2025, the agency overhauled its social media strategy to better connect with audiences, an effort evident during Artemis II, bringing people along for the ride in ways prior moon missions couldn't.
How cool is that? We get their playlists, we get to see their videos, we get to follow along. You know, the little things that happen during the mission make it real.
NASA's Najud Moranci says going beyond polished, perfectly curated, influencer-type content and sharing real, organic moments and emotions is key.
It's the crew being excited about seeing flashes of micrometeoroids on the moon, the bottle of Nutella floating through the cabin. It's those little things that I think have the most impact.
And for those inspired, but aren't sure where they might fit in this new world of space exploration,
I hope they just keep following along and then let their curiosity guide them. There are so many.
Well, there you go. I felt like the right one for us today on Father's Day. Since it is Father's, to some degree. At least half, depending. Responsible for ushering this new generation. Some of whom will inevitably go to space. Not a large portion of them, but, you know. Some, and we gotta continue with our space endeavors. At least some of them. Some are more important than others, let's be real. Like going to Mars, like Elon wants to do, to like build a base there, probably pretty low on the list of things we need to or should be focusing on doing. There's a number of projects people want to get into that are kind of dumb, but we still do need a better understanding of space. Now, moving along to the Earth news. Which, as I already mentioned earlier today, would be full of World Cup stories. This is one of them. Actually, what order do I want to do this in? Actually, I guess it just makes sense to do it in this order. This is fine. All right, yeah, let's go to Mexico first. Talk about one puppy who's stealing hearts at the World Cup. He goes everywhere with me every day, all day. So I told him, Osito, we're going to dress up in Mexico gear for the World Cup inauguration. I never expected this reaction. Everyone was asking for photos, cheering for us wherever we go. Perrito. There were people dancing and shouting, look at the little dog. I'd love to take Osito to the stadium. Hope we can fulfill that dream and celebrate goals together. That would be another dream come true. And if we could be right down by the field, that would be even better. Supporting our national team. I'm totally in love with him. It has been wonderful. He's so cute. He's so stupid cute with the glasses. Just riding around in the bike. I mean, come on. I think they deserve tickets. Look at, come on. Look at, I mean, it's gotta be one of the cutest stories of the night. It's between this and newborns with Nick's gear. It's a very close race between the two of them, in my opinion. Okay. I lost my place. Ah, right. Let's go down now, a little south to El Salvador. To a shocking sight in the streets. Look at this thing. Oh my god. Okay. For those of you just listening, there's a giant soccer ball, inflatable soccer. And when I say giant, I mean it is bigger than this SUV that it's right next to over here. The thing is enormous and is just flying down the streets of San Salvador in a storm. World Cup themed. Really bringing the World Cup to the streets, quite literally. All right, crossing the Atlantic now to London, where people were celebrating the World Cup by decorating their homes with British flags. Reuters from Tuesday.
And I said, right, let's go door to door. Let's ask everyone if they want a flag, if we do it. And that's, like I say, for the rest is history.
We say every football tournament with England, like, yeah, it's coming home. You just got to have that hope, and it doesn't matter even if it doesn't. You still got to get behind them every year. We get behind the ladies every year as well.
This young lady,
you just got to have that hope, and
this young lady was 2 months old when England last won the World Cup in '66.
I was 2 months old.
So
when
let's
they
hope
was.
she's a bit of luck here when we bring it home.
We've never done it no different. We've never done it for anything other than supporting the England football team. And like we've always said, if you're not from England and you're living on this estate, if your team's taking part in the tournament, get your flag, put your flag up, and we'll move ours aside. So we're trying to be inclusive as we can. We've got a French one up there, we've got a Colombian one round the corner, we've got a Scottish ones up.
Yeah, unfortunately for this tradition, the far right have embraced the British flag, and it's been causing some people some concern. Okay, now before we leave the United Kingdom, got a couple of more things to talk about. First, the victory of England over Croatia, an 4-2 victory 3 days ago. Here's the reaction of some British fans.
I was impressed by the mentality, by the quality of the players, today I'm probably the most happiest man alive on the planet,
I predicted 4 goals to us. I should have placed a bet.
The first half was great. The second half could have been a little better, but Modric played really well too.
Well, there you go. Fans of the United Kingdom celebrating this victory for their team. Although I don't know their current record. That was from 3 days ago. I think they played another game between now and then. But the more important potential competition is heating up in British politics. In the Labour Party, where Keir Starmer and now potentially Andy Burnham might be in a potential head-to-head race, or Keir Starmer might resign. Right now it's unclear. There's been some interesting developments on this, including Donald Trump tweeting earlier on Sunday, I think it was, some interesting claims from the president, to say the least. Here's France 24 from 6 hours ago.
It was exactly 10 years ago this week that Britain voted to leave the EU. The day after the Brexit vote, David Cameron, the then Prime Minister, resigned. He was gone within a month, speaking of the need for a successor to, quote, steady the ship. Off he went, famously humming, as he left the political arena.
So we'll have a new Prime Minister in that building behind me by Wednesday evening. Thank you very much. Right.
Right. 5 Prime Ministers later, there's talk of...
Okay, just to be clear, because it seems like some chatters aren't aware of this, but someone's saying the Labour's done. Technically, the Labour Party is not done. He might be done, but Labour's not done. Because they won the parliamentary elections 2 years ago. The Labour still is in power, and if he steps down, it will be another Labour prime minister that will be put in place by one mean or another. Most likely just going to be like an appointment and not an election. But it would only be an election within the Labour Party if there were to be an election in the first place.
Downing Street lectern being set up tomorrow. Once again, that Keir Starmer has chosen flight over a fight to remain in office, with reports that his cabinet have told him time's time. His power base appears to be crumbling. His likely political challenger, Andy Burnham, is on the ascent after winning a seat to become an MP again.
They should just replace this with a lettuce. I don't know why they don't just do it. Just replace this with a lettuce. I think we should petition, like the mainstream media. It's more recognizable. Lettuce lasts longer than she does.
This week.
I don't know if everybody is familiar with this phenomenon, but Liz Truss, as you can see there, lasted only 2022. Only part of 2022. I don't remember exactly how long it was, but it was enough that you had 2 other leaders during that same year, both Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak. So that's how short Liz was in charge.
Sent after winning a seat to become an MP again this week. This is the headline in The Observer this morning. They think it's all over, they say. And in The Telegraph too, talking about Keir Starmer about to resign. It's what Donald Trump is saying too. We don't know on what grounds, but the US president has stuck the boot in as he did. He said it was immigration and his attitude on British energy policy that will cost him the job. He wished him well, he said at the end.
They're making this tweet sound so much better than it is. Keir Starmer will resign as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He failed badly on two very important subjects. All caps, immigration and energy. Open North Sea oil. I wish him well. President DJT. And I found this fascinating. I don't know if this was a result of something he saw on Truth Social, or if somebody from the Labour Party would reach out to him. I struggle to imagine somebody in the Labour Party reaching out to the Trump administration to tell them that Keir Starmer is resigning. Perhaps that's just me. The banana is tired. Maybe we should let him go. What's that supposed to mean, Specs? You got a lot of weird comments coming out of you. I'm not gonna lie. Feels a little rude. I don't know why you would suggest that I don't even see you in this chat so I don't even know what you're going on exactly. It's the first time I've ever seen you. It's weird.
That's really weird.
Okay. But are these the last hours of Keir Starmer? Who's to say? Could be. Although he, just like yesterday, said that he would, or like 2 days ago, that he would fight to the bitter end. They would have to call an election, an internal election within the Labour Party, and that he would stand for that race. But I guess he could U-turn at any time. Okay. Up. Nope, not up. Down. Down to France. For a little bit of artistic appreciation. Before we go back to talking about World Cup things. Just for a little bit of a cultural respite. Before we get back to all of the yelling and sports talk.
A giant cave inflated around the French capital's oldest bridge. Street artist JR's latest creation has been sparking curiosity for weeks. Now open to the public after storm damage delayed its debut, the installation is drawing happy visitors.
I'm always impressed by his creations.
I like the idea of monumental artworks in Paris. It brings the city to life, transforms the buildings, gives you a new perspective.
The project is a tribute to artists Christo and Jeanne-Claude, who wrapped the bridge in pale golden fabric 40 years ago, drawing around 3 million visitors. The 120-meter immersive gallery combines visual, auditory and olfactory elements. The smell of damp earth, the sound of the wind echoing beneath the vaults.
You can smell it. There are scents, sounds. It's an unusual, unexpected landscape.
It really feels like you're in the mountains.
I didn't expect it to be this big, this breathtaking.
The artist JR is often referred to as the French Banksy. His works have famously taken over iconic Parisian landmarks such as the Louvre, the Palais Garnier, or the Eiffel Tower. But they can be found all over the world, from this piece on the Mexico-US border to this one in Cuba.
My projects are often more likely to fail than succeed, but when they do work, there's something magical about them because everything has been done by hand. And in a world where technology is always advancing faster, this fragility brings us back to ourselves.
10 days later than planned, the opening may have come at just the right time. The inflatable structure, covered in canvas, is said to provide a cool refuge against the sweltering temperatures expected in Paris in the coming days.
Okay, well, there you go, people. A little cultural appreciation in France. A JR exhibit reimagining a old bridge. Oh, snap. Somebody just donated on Throne. Hey. That's gonna do it. Well, 6 hours into the stream. Never too late. We completed the galactic content goal. Wait, why is that not working?
Never give up, never surrender.
There we go. Yes. Somebody just donated this. This is something we've been talking about now for like over a month. On-air sign on Throne. Donated. By Splash Sun. Thank you, Splash Sun. That complete... Wait, we don't have any confetti. Why don't we have confetti? Oh, right, because we're over here. Confetti time. There we go. A little confetti action. Yes, indeed, everyone. Thanks to all of your beautiful and incredibly generous donations. We've completed another galactic content goal. That's right, we took the limiter on the Throne off. And that was included. The on-air sign, that's going to help out. That's going to help out big time. Now I'll know when I've muted myself. That's the whole plan for that thing. That's the great thing about Throne. You can all help me in shopping for things that will hopefully be very helpful to me in my real life, including stuff that'll be helpful with the stream, like that. Much appreciated. All right, everybody. Confetti party coming to an end. Yes, indeed. Thanks to all of you. We now go unimpeded through the rest of the stream. We still got a bunch of stuff left to talk about. All right, time to go back to the World Cup, which, as we've been saying, has taken the entire world over, not just North America, to Parliament in Norway.
En bedre måte å gjøre det på enn å ro. Dere med på det? Og jeg har klubba, som faktisk fra nøttetre til George Washingtons eiendom. Første slaget kommer. Heia Norge!
Okay. Oh, there you go. If you're wondering what you just witnessed, that was Norway's parliament doing a Viking row in support of their World Cup team, which we saw, I think, who did they defeat again? I can't remember. Uruguay? No, it wasn't Uruguay. Anyway, I don't know if that had an effect, but they were over there rowing regardless. Iraq. It was Iraq. But not just Norway. Across the Baltic or whatever that is there. In the Netherlands, thousands were dancing at the Orange Parade. I'm just like looking at something right now and I'm just realizing I don't think that this is in the Netherlands, because this is something called the Orange Parade, which is apparently something that Danish football supporters do in other countries. But where is this then? Where in the fuck is this? Hold on. This is outside of Dallas? This is really outside of Dallas? Okay. Wow. Bringing a piece of Netherlands to Dallas. Apparently in a tradition for fans from the Netherlands in the host countries where these world... Wow. They really take their football seriously. Good God. Okay. Well, that was a unintentional trip back to the United States just now. Let's pretend like that was in the Netherlands. Look. I made a huge, tiny mistake. I'm not perfect. You could have been easily tricked by that too. By the way, every single person who speaks during that video speaks Danish. So... I'm sorry. Not Danish. Whatever it is they speak in fucking... Danish is actually the Denmark, isn't it? Ah, fucking hell. Whatever it is, the language that they speak. Isn't it? Wait, hold on. Now I'm confusing myself. It is right. It is from Denmark. What are they? God damn it. I should know this. How do I not know what fucking language they speak in the Netherlands? Dutch, thank you, Dutch. God damn it. I was thinking Dutch was in Holland. But I'm just remembering that Holland is part of the Netherlands. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Yep. Look. Listen. Look and listen. Look and or listen, or both. Sometimes I make mistakes. Because I'm American. Okay, settle down. Yes, I know we've come to the conclusion they're the same thing. Alright, settle down. Literally everybody. Let's go to Poland. Take a little break from the World Cup action. All the excitement. Alright, we're moving in order here. From the Netherlands to Poland. At least I know where the countries are located. Alright, Netherlands, Poland. For non-World Cup action. Little chiller, in fact. Much chiller. A retro train. Adventure could be yours. A Wi-Fi-less trip through the past.
If I have to go to work and it needs to be quickly, there should be Wi-Fi, etc., I would choose Pendolino. But on vacation or a city break, I would definitely choose this one.
We offer an old-fashioned Polish menu. All products are cooked by our central kitchen and our experienced chefs, and prepared here on board. The pork chop is a classic, I think. Sauerkraut stew, sour rye soup. Now we have a new cold beetroot soup, also very good. and kielbasa, as you can hear.
I really like it because it has such an old school feel. I like that it has a locomotive with a historic paint job. The overall vibe of the ride itself is also very nice. You can see there's a lot of interest. And when I found out, I immediately wanted to ride it.
Oh, there you go. Strange thing in a time where I think we all expect Wi-Fi at every moment in our lives. A train that is intentionally of the past. All right, back to World Cup. To Bosnia, where fans celebrated in Sarajevo after a win against who was it? Which was it? Oh, right. No, right. No, it wasn't a win. That's why I'm confused. It was a draw against, I think, Canada?
Prva utakmica, prepali smo se bili malo. Sljedeća, ako bude ko protiv Velsa i Italije, ja se nadam prolazu 100%.
Okay, I have no idea what that guy just said. Let's assume that he's excited for his team's chances in the World Cup and to be here celebrating with people. Although I'm not sure that they're advancing. I think they lost to Switzerland in their latest match. So I don't know if they're going to qualify for the next round. Not clear. Let's go over to Turkey now for another non-football related clip to a cat who stole the show. A ballet of Romeo and Juliet. Interrupted, but not necessarily ruined by this cat's decision to become an impromptu member of the cast. The cat's getting applause. Juliet is trying not to laugh so hard. Well, there you go. Cat popped in for the ending of Romeo and Juliet and became a improvisational part of the show, going viral on the internet. All right, back to football. And down to Africa now. Got a couple of stories there. First, honestly, all the way out in the Atlantic. Let's talk about Cape Verde and their first ever World Cup debut. BBC News from Monday.
He's
not about power. It's not about where you come from. It's not about the size of our country. It's about love for football, love for the community.
Even though it's a small island of Africa, we still have big, big dreams coming.
They have a very high chance of winning as long as they believe.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
How proud are you to be Cape Verdean right now?
Very proud.
Well, this is the inside story of the footballing nation that shocked the world. Cape Verde is one of the smallest countries ever to compete at a World Cup finals, but somehow they managed to stop Spain in their tracks. We're going to tell you all you need to know about Cape Verde, how they did it, and what it could mean for the country. But first,
before we do that, just take a look at this. I mean, they have won a bunch of games already. Or not just one game, but then made it all the way right to this World Cup Group H, and then put up against some of the best teams in this tournament. Spain, Uruguay, tying both of them. Just put them in contention here to go to the next round. They're going up against Saudi Arabia at the end of the week. That should be a big match.
do you know where Cape Verde is?
No, not really. I'm sorry. I have no idea. I'm bad at geography.
Oh, off the coast of West Africa.
It's Southern Africa, no? It's like Western Africa. It's an island.
He's right. A big tick there for our German fan. It is a small archipelago of the west coast of Africa. It is made up of 10 volcanic islands and 5 small islets in the Atlantic Ocean. And the smallest nation by landmass ever to compete in the World Cup. Cape Verde is known for its clear blue waters, great food and vibrant wildlife. What else should you know about Cape Verde? Let's get some answers from Paul Nye, who is in the capital, Praia. Paul, it is a quick fire round for you. First up, what is the population?
Well, the population of Cape Verde is about 500,000, but if you include the diaspora, it will be about more than twice that number.
What language is spoken in Cape Verde?
Portuguese is the official language, but most people here speak Cape Verdean Creole, which is a mix of West African languages and, of course, Portuguese.
And what is Cape Verde like as a country?
Well, Cape Verde, as you did express earlier on, is an archipelago of 10 islands. It's a very great place. It's mostly a touristic destination where about 1.2 million people visit every year.
Paul, stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. Well, Spain is, of course, a footballing giant, reigning European.
That's going to be it on our Cape Verde discussions here. But I think it's pretty fucking awesome, this tiny island nation. Smaller than essentially every single country it's gone up against, or will go up against, and yet making it to the big show. Testament to perseverance. Now, the East African nation of Ghana went up against England on, what was it, Wednesday, Tuesday? Or is it coming up? Wait, oh, it's tomorrow. Sorry, take it back. Ghana has already beaten, I believe, Panama in its last game, now eyeing its clash with England. Tuesday. Let's see how Ghanaians are feeling about this match.
I'm very proud I'm a Ghanaian. And trust me, we are going to make it.
So you can see the atmosphere around. Everybody is happy. We are enjoying. We are going up and down.
Our next match is against England, and we are hoping for the best. It's either win or draw. We are hoping for the best, and we know we are not going to lose against England.
There we go.
Africa, we are here.
There you have it. Ghana. Very excited and certain that they'll be taking down England in this Group L qualifier match. Or whatever you call it. What is this shit? All right, hold on. First, you tell me to get my energy up, Specs, and then you proceed proceed to say, "Why does everything you say sound condescending?" How is this message not condescending? Get your energy up. Feels a little rude. How rude. Feels a little rude. And to follow that up with, why are you being so condescending, seems a little hypocritical. Don't you think? Maybe turn the looking glass inward, because I'm bored of your comments. Oh. All right, let's go to Syria, where people there have been escaping the burdens of daily life by celebrating the World Cup. Yes, indeed. Bashar al-Assad gone, people trying to enjoy themselves, even with Syria not in the World Cup tournament. Now, one group of people are simultaneously enjoying and also not enjoying the World Cup. That group of individuals are known as Iranian monarchists, who've been fuming over the presence of the Iranian flag at World Cup. Here's Novara Media from Tuesday.
The 2026 World Cup is underway. We are 5 days in, and so far, there have been no dud matches. That includes Scotland-Haiti, which I did stay up to watch. Good first half, not so good with the second half. And while a match in the early hours of this morning wasn't the best game we've seen so far, it did feature 4 goals.
Damn, Specs fell by the wayside. You're on the wrong side of the mods, it would seem. Mini doctors just took you down. Timed out. Aww. It's very sad for you. Take this moment to think about some of your chat behavior.
Say. It was perhaps the most politically charged. Iran versus New Zealand was the second game in Group G and ended 2-2. But some of the most interesting action was off the pitch, both before and after the game. Ahead of the tournament, FIFA had stated that the old monarchist flag, featuring a sun and a lion, would not be welcome inside the Los Angeles Stadium. But that didn't stop some people from trying.
This flag is a prohibited item, so if you want to keep it, then you can go back to your car and put it in your car. But if you want to stay and enjoy the match, we do need you to hand it over to us. So you're not allowed to take pictures of it for now.
I'm not taking a picture. I'm recording this conversation because we're suing FIFA because of this.
We're suing
it's
FIFA.
It's freedom of speech. It's a freedom of expression. We're living in the United States.
She tried, poor lady, doing a good job under tough conditions. Ahead of the match,
we are suing FIFA. We are suing you for this flag discrimination.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The flag of both teams was spread across one half of the pitch. In Iran's case, that of course meant the flag of the country after the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Both before and after the match, there was name-calling and even fighting between those supporters who back Reza Pahlavi and others who either don't, maybe they oppose him, or simply have no strong opinions. Here's one video of monarchists shouting a torrent of abuse at a German-Iranian man.
طرفدار جمهوری اسلامی؟ بابا کی گفت همچی حرفی؟ بگو جاویدشاه. جاویدشاه اصلا معنیش چیه؟ من فارسی به این خوبی نیست. من آلمان به دنیا آمدم. بگو جاویدشاه. یعنی چی جاویدشاه؟ بگو پرچم شیر و خورشید بگی دسته. پرچم شیر و خورشید بگی. بیا. پرچم شیر و خورشید بگی. پرچم شیر و خورشید بگی. بگی. بیا پرچمو بگی.
I believe Javid Shah is loosely translated to "Long live the king."
You think these people can run a multi-party democracy? Really? Come on! This poor man, German-Iranian, he's saying, I can't speak very good Persian. His Persian's very good. Much better than mine. And he's speaking German towards the end of that clip. The man's saying, take the flag. He said, I don't want to take the flag. He's very calm. And then he goes, F your mother. There's somebody walking around with a placard saying, fuck Islam. They're giving him the finger. He just wants to watch a football match with his family. I mean, calm down. By the way, there's lots of people. He might even support you.
Seriously. It's pretty unhinged for them to get this worked up. And a football match. Actually, hold on. We're not done with this.
He might even support you.
Hold on. Yeah.
Not after that. Then there was this interview between an Iranian-American supporter of Team Melli and a camera crew.
How do you feel about this massive match with New Zealand?
I mean, I'm pretty excited. I want to see how the national teams go up against each other.
This is not our flag.
We're
this is the Islamic Republic's
No,
flag.
Pops, it's okay.
This is not our flag.
We're gonna have
this
like
is Islamic
Pops,
Republic's
don't yell at her.
flag.
It's okay.
That's what's playing over here.
Don't yell at her. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna have a lot of problems with these flags. Personally, I'm keeping politics out of football. I'm gonna go enjoy the country and our culture and the sport, and may the best team win. You know, it's just good spirits. Comes every 4 years. You know.
Why do you think there are these problems with the flags? Is it just what's?
It's political warfare back there. You know, it's a country divided right now, and I'm just choosing not to include in that energy for today. You know, that's not needed today. Yeah.
Finally, what do you think of the New Zealand team?
I have not watched New Zealand, but I've heard that they've had a pretty good squad, and they just got a good victory against who? They just played someone. My friend was telling me that they had a good victory.
They played England. It wasn't a victory. It was a 1-0 loss, so we're happy with that. England's good.
Yeah.
But Iran's a pretty good team, aren't they?
We are, as it terms to like the region, but whenever we're facing European teams or outside of our continent, we're like defensive heavy and long balls, so it's not the comfiest wins when we do win. So I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of that today. Parking the bus and long balls and headers. Yeah.
Good luck. I hope you enjoy the occasion.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
What a nice guy. And it's true, Iran plays what the kids now call haram ball. Arteta-style football, not the nicest to watch necessarily, although Arteta actually wins. What a nice young man. We'll talk about it more in a moment. Then there was this video of a man being hectored, and apparently he's not even Iranian.
You rent your mom! Sugar daddy. You let your mom for money. You like Palestine? You let your daddy. But you let everybody. Sugar daddy. Oh, Islamic Republic. You make no sense. You make no sense.
Jesus Christ.
That's enough then. Go ahead. Go. Go. Come on. Drink.
These people just want to watch football matches.
Really, really bizarre. I mean, they have effed up, right? The Iranian monarchy. I mean, it's similar to the previous story we were talking about with Netanyahu, which is they've taken this massive gamble, which is they've sort of supported Trump to go into this war, which just like Netanyahu, actually, the Iranian monarchists had been telling sort of the American government, if you go in and start this war, the regime will crumble, and then the people who back Pahlavi will just take over, and it will be easy as pie.
Yeah. And none of that's going well, so I guess they're just now berating people at football matches. It's an interesting shift. It doesn't seem very productive, I guess you might say. But there's a little bit more to talk about with Iran, because the team itself has been having some problems.
I do quite like this idea of you saying it's second referendum coded. I was always a critic of the second referendum stuff. It was never quite that bad. Besides divisions among the fans, there are, of course, the players, with senior voices from the Iranian side commenting on their unique treatment in this tournament. Speaking to the BBC, head coach Amir Golani said Iran was the, quote, most oppressed team at the World Cup, citing the constantly changing arrangements his players were subject to. He went on to say this. After the game, they said to us, you have to leave immediately. This is after the game against New Zealand. We've been asked to get on a plane and return to our camp in Tijuana. Remember, this is in LA. And we are really troubled by that. They're forcing us to go back early. They're making the situation more and more difficult, more hurdles. But we're not going to let that stop us from doing our best. After the match against New Zealand, Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, went into the Iranian team's dressing room to speak directly to the players.
Tonight was a tough game. With a bit more luck, you win.
امشب بازی سختی بود با یک کم شانس بیشتر نتیجه رو می‌بردین این بازی رو.
But you showed to your families, to your friends, to your people, to the world that you are in the World Cup, that you perform and you have 2 more games to go.
ولی به خانواده‌تون، به دوستاتون، به دنیا، به جهان نشون دادین که شما تیم تو جام جهانی هستین و 2 تا بازی دیگه هم دارید.
And in these 2 games that you have to go, you will make again everyone in the world proud of what you do.
و تو این 2 بازی هم که دارین همه رو دور دنیا باعث افتخار خواهیم بود براشون.
Thank you for being here.
خیلی ممنون که اینجا
It's also a big emotion. I know what you go through. I understand. But you are stronger than everything.
احساسات خیلی بزرگه. من درک میکنم شما چه احساساتی دارین ولی شما از همه این بزرگتر هستین.
And you send a strong message to the entire world.
You send a strong message to the entire world. Now leave. Get on the plane.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye-bye.
It's exactly the vibes of that meeting. It's like, great having you. Now get the fuck out. We'll see you for your next 2 games.
How rude.
All right. Thank you, Navarra Media. Oh, God, I am actually getting tired now, finally. Ay, ay, ay. It's been a long freaking week. 7 streams, 8 days. Hopefully you're all feeling fairly value-tained. All right, we're almost done-ish with the World Cup. We might revisit it a couple more times. But we're about to switch over to talking about current state of affairs with these peace talks in Switzerland. But before we do that, let's talk about this fucking bullshit farce FIFA we were just talking about has trotted out this U15 peace match. And U15 references the ages of the players. Yeah, they want Israel and Palestine, children from both countries, to play each other in a symbol of peace. Really, it'd be a symbol of delusion the Western world has been living under. Here's Middle East Eye from yesterday.
FIFA has proposed a new under-15s tournament in the US with Israel versus Palestine as the opening match to promote peace. But has this symbolic gesture considered Israel's impact on Palestinian footballers, FIFA's funding of Israeli teams in illegal settlements, and the stark difference in conditions for players in Israel and players in Palestine?
Let's work together. Let's work together to give hope to the children. Let's work together for that. We have a beautiful under-15 tournament coming up where we will invite all 211 countries to participate, all the children of the world.
FIFA has long framed football as a bridge for peace, which is why, amidst the genocide, FIFA President Gianni Infantino tried to encourage a handshake between Israeli and Palestinian football representatives.
Representing a criminal like Bibi, and he is in FIFA Congress, and speaking on behalf of Bibi as if Bibi is Mother Teresa. You know, this is, how can I shake hands or have a photo with such a man?
FIFA also established the FIFA Peace Prize in 2025 to recognise those who have taken extraordinary actions to promote peace and unity around the world.
Yeah, no, of course we all know about that farce, but like the part of this that I want to focus on is just the incredible inequity of it all. Right? I mean, first off, Israel's committing a fucking genocide, right? And they continue to occupy the West Bank. They've destroyed basically all of the places where people would play football to begin with. Murdered hundreds of Palestinian footballers, and now they want to fucking do a peace match between Palestine and Israel? Israelis back in Israel have health care and health facilities, actual football pitches, and actual coaches, the live ones, not ones under the rubble, right? I mean, it's insane that you would have, I mean, a country that's occupying the other, like one country that's occupying another, play each other in some kind of quote-unquote peace match. I mean, as if a football match, a soccer game, could somehow solve that is just beyond me. Truly insane. Okay, now let's talk about this Iran deal. Because it seems like it's completely fallen apart. Something that I said might happen, since JD didn't manage to get the goal, get the ball across the finish line last time in Pakistan. Why would we expect anything better in Switzerland? But before we get to that, let's go here to the Majority Report. Talk about how angry Fox News has been at Donald Trump for this deal.
When the leak came out, the Trump administration's official position was, that's not true. That's not the details. That's not the details of the MOU. That's false, fake news. But it's like, okay, then just provide us with. But then the questions from even their own right-wing audience, their own right-wing media outlets. I mean, Fox News was really, you know, and other media outlets were pushing hard. Like, what is in this? Why are you guys keeping it secret? And then yesterday, it came out officially. And Trump spoke on it at the G7, I think, right?
That's right.
But once it was out there, the reaction from literally everyone, even Trump's own, I mean, aside from the MAGA cult, the cultists who stand by Trump no matter what, which you know, I know some of you were saying, oh, that's Fox News and stuff. And for the most part, it usually is. But when it comes to Iran and this deal, even Fox News, at least some hosts on Fox News were like, what's going on?
Yeah, we played Kill Me yesterday, just ranting on it.
Yeah, and then we got some clips coming up in a little bit of others in the right-wing media sphere just going nuts over this. But this deal, I can't imagine that someone who's so great at making deals like Donald Trump
Part of the deal.
would come to this one, would come to this deal. Just to run by some quick key terms here of the MOU with Iran and the U.S. U.S., Iran, and their allies agree to immediately and permanently end military operations, which Israel did not actually end up agreeing to. Let me tell you, the Israeli. I'm sure Israeli government figureheads are really pissed, but they haven't really come out, as far as I've seen, publicly, because they still want to have this good relationship with Trump. But others in like the very pro-Israel media sphere have been. I saw one person tweet out, "Save us, Biden." It's like, what?
I'm staying in the race.
It's like, no, you guys got everything you wanted with Biden, but it wasn't enough because you thought Trump was going to give you absolute.
Save us, Biden. Was ridiculous. That's the last sentence I was expecting out of 2026. Not gonna lie. But it seems like this deal is maybe falling apart at this point. But let's just go to this last part of this clip here. What Donald Trump said at the G7.
How the neocons and MAGA feel about Iran. You all know how Trump feels about Iran. He literally is the president who declared war and went to war with Iran. This Iran MOU comes out of Trump trying to get out of the war he got into with Iran. But here's Trump now. Just yesterday at the G7 conference in France. Here's him discussing Iran. And again, remember, the Iran deal that Obama had facilitated, Iran agreed no nuclear capabilities. Here is Trump now on Iran's right to defend itself.
In the history of our country. So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some. Somebody said you shouldn't give them more. And I have guys. I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? They're going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. It doesn't work that way.
Is that how it works?
It doesn't work that way. Missiles aren't the problem. Missiles are, they hurt a little location, but...
That is one of my favorite Trump statements of the week. Look how sad Marco looks. I said it last time, but I mean, it's so incredible. Look, we're gonna sell missiles to Saudi Arabia. We're not gonna let Iran have them. That's not how it works. I mean, that's how people want it. That's how a bunch of these people want it to be. But Trump is actually right for once. It's not a fair state of affairs to allow Israel to have nuclear weapons and to suggest that Iran can't even have anti-aircraft defense systems. It's a bit hypocritical. Now, more Trump statements were made in the last 12 hours or so that shaken up the state of affairs here. The Swiss deal, which was supposedly on the table, falling apart as a result of, possibly as a result of a Trump tweet, but it's not clear. As we said before, Israel's continued we know that Israel's continued occupation of Lebanon is still pissing off the Iranians. However, Trump is directing his anger not at Israel anymore, all of a sudden, and is instead directing his anger at a different group of people.
It's been an intense day here for people as the U.S.-Iran talks finally got underway at the Bergenstock Resort in Switzerland. Vice President J.D. Vance told reporters before the talks that the U.S. sought a reset with Iran. But back home, President Trump threatened Iran again over its support of Hezbollah, and that appears to have hindered progress. It's still unclear what progress these talks will make, but today certainly proved the path ahead for the U.S. and Iran remains a difficult one.
Yup. Trump tweeting about Hezbollah earlier on Sunday sent these talks into a tailspin, it would seem.
As I think a lot of you appreciate, peace is never easy.
As U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance assured Iranian officials in Switzerland on Sunday that a peace deal could be achieved, U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to restart war. In a post on social media, Trump wrote, quote, "Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble," apparently referring to Iran's Hezbollah allies in Lebanon. The talks in the Qatari-owned mountaintop resort of Bergenstock.
Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble. If they don't, we will hit Iran very hard again. Just like last week, only harder. President Donald J. Trump. He is a psycho. Why would he say this in the middle of these talks? The only reason that I could come up with is that he got a bunch of flack from a bunch of pro-Israel people who are looking to prolong this war because they're not getting out of it what they want. However, it does seem like this is not going to benefit anybody besides from Israel. The prolonging of this war. Certainly not going to help America. It's not going to bring down prices. It's not going to make America more popular on the planet by continuing to work with a genocidal fucking nation on its, an ethnic cleansing / territorial expansion fucking campaign. Ay. Doesn't open up the Strait of Hormuz, I know that much. Alright, let's go here. 7 hours ago, Al Jazeera English, U.S.-Iran talks end without breakthrough as tensions over Lebanon persist.
I want to bring you some breaking news now, and that is that talks between the U.S. and Iran taking place right now in Switzerland have concluded. Let's go straight to Osama bin Javed, who is in Bergenstock. Osama, what do we know at this point?
Well, I've just spoken to a few delegates who've told me that the talks for today have concluded, and all the teams are still here, and they're working on a joint communique for this meeting. It has been an extraordinary day, a historic day, as was opened by the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance as he went into the first round. We were in the room. We saw the commotion when the Iranian foreign minister came in and then told the Pakistani prime minister that he was not going to be coming in front of all the cameras. So the Iranian delegation stayed outside, then they went in when the cameras had left, and that was the first round where those statements were made by all sides. And then came the tweet by President Donald Trump about the threat that this team perceived against them, that they will not be able to go back to their country. So since then, there's been back and forth between all sides on what are the major issues, how can they be brought closer. The Qataris and the Pakistanis have been holding bilateral, trilateral meetings, and at one point, I've been told there was a quadrilateral session as well, albeit very brief. So it appears that for tonight, the talks have concluded. All teams remain in the room. At any point, I've been told that we're going to be given a joint communique. We expect that the departures that were set for tomorrow are going to be the same from some of the delegations, but there has been no breakdown, as one delegate told us, as was being reported by various sides earlier on during the day.
So, Osama, I just want to clarify what you're saying here, because you mentioned the threats coming from President Trump toward Iran. Obviously, the Iranians did not take this kindly.
The insistence that talks haven't broken down is something that I would disagree with. I think this is more, diplomacy talk. Like, Iran left pretty pissed off about a number of things, including their belief that the United States was not serious enough and that Israel was continuing to do the things that it was not supposed to be doing. And the United States delegates are now leaving Switzerland. We didn't even show up on time, and now we're leaving early. How is that an achievement in any way, shape, or form? I don't see it. Or how is it that that's not a breakdown? More so, right? Like, sure, we'll be talking still. That we were doing that already. Right? I guess it depends on what you want to define as a fucking breakdown. Yeah? Because I guess you could say, well, as long as we're still talking, it's not a breakdown. But the thing that was supposed to happen didn't happen, right? This was supposed to be a big show of, okay, the war is over, Straits open, all this signing ceremony, big public event, in a neutral country in Switzerland. That was the whole fucking point of this thing. And now we get none of that. So how is that not a breakdown? I still don't quite understand it. I'm going to keep calling it a breakdown because that's what it feels like.
Let's go over to Al Jazeera's Al-Migdad Al-Ruhaid, who's standing by live from Tehran. So, Al-Migdad, you were just listening to what our colleague Osama bin Javaid was reporting there from Switzerland. I wonder, what are the Iranians saying at this point about their decision to pack up and go home tomorrow?
Well, actually, Tom, what we can say here from the Iranian capital, Tehran, is that these talks seem to have succeeded in keeping the diplomatic track open. We have seen in the past few hours that there's many media, especially from here, saying that there's the collapse in talks, but at the same time, they are sending many signals that the Iranian delegation have walked away from the venue. At the same time, we have seen this report from our colleague Osama bin Javaid, who is in the venue inside that room. So right now, from what we can understand, that Iranian delegation will definitely travel there to follow up, to force American to implement or to force them about the memorandum of understanding. Many of the clauses within the memorandum of understanding is being one of the most demands right now for Iranian to move forward.
By the way, I just want to remind everybody, although it's not clear whether it is fully closed, but Iran said that they were closing the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? It was like in the last 24 hours, I think. 24, 36 hours, Iran reclosed the strait because of the latest strikes in Lebanon that Israel said they were going to stop doing. So the breakdown of these talks means that this strait is probably going to go back to being closed, or at least semi-closed. Like, you know what I mean? Like Iran might let some boats in, but it is not going to be the 60 days of toll-free travel that we were told about.
And we can just remind our viewers by the first one is about the situation in Lebanon. We have seen in the past couple of hours actually many messages coming out of Tehran regarding the situation of Lebanon, especially from Tasnim News Agency, which is a semi-official, regarding the situation there and also the situation in the Strait of Hormuz and about the lifting the naval blockade. So these are like 4 clauses within the memorandum of understanding, Iranian officials demanding to be implemented on the ground to after that moving forward.
So Al-Migdad, Osama mentioned a moment ago that, look, the Iranians obviously needed to rein in Hezbollah. The Americans obviously needed to rein in the Israelis. But for the last day or so, we have seen relative quiet in Lebanon.
Is it obvious that Iran needed to rein in Hezbollah? They weren't doing any strikes in Israel. It's not clear in what way did Hezbollah need to be reined in. Nobody can give me an answer on that, I don't think, because all they were doing was literally defending within their own territory, right? It's like Israel or the United Arab Emirates using, or like any of the other Arab, the Gulf countries, excuse me, using their air defense systems against missiles from Iran. What's the difference? What, because Israel's physically occupying the nation of Lebanon? Well, that's Israel's fault, isn't it? Like, this is the thing about it. It's just like we keep having to live in this. Even Al Jazeera is like fully doing like Hasbara like this lately. It's kind of out of control. Because they used to be a sort of a source that was more, what's the word, neutral about the situation.
I just wonder if we can conclude here that that a ceasefire in Lebanon was not good enough for the Iranians, that they wanted to see signs that the Israelis were actually going to withdraw, and they didn't see that because the Israelis have made abundantly clear through the Defense Minister Israel Katz, who said, look, they're not going to withdraw from what they call their security zone. So is that the issue that ultimately the Iranians had with these talks moving forward?
Well, actually, from what we can understand, from what we learned, and also from what just our colleague Osama bin Javed said, that the state of Israel is being like not happy with this deal, not implemented on the memorandum of understanding. So it could be a huge setback for Iranian to move forward, Scott. And we can have a taste from the Iranian media here. We're speaking about the situation in southern Lebanon, speaking clearly about the situation there. For example, the Tasnim News Agency and Iranian Parliament, also Iranian Parliament Speaker, sent a very harsh language regarding to latest comment from the Donald Trump. So this is the language coming out of Tehran, and from the semi-official media regarding the situation in Lebanon, they are saying clearly that the withdrawal of Israeli forces from southern Lebanon is being one of the main demand for them to move forward with the negotiation. But at the same time,
yeah, that's been the one that Israel keeps violating over and over again in an attempt to prevent this deal from going through. However, in the last few hours, I haven't even watched this clip yet, but in the last few hours, there's reports that Israel is signaling its intent to do a quote-unquote limited pullback in southern Lebanon. Whatever the shit that means. That's what it says in the thumbnail, on the title. Let's find out.
When you hear the words of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Israel Katz, they talk about they are not going to be withdrawing their troops from southern Lebanon, and that Katz says that they will continue to conduct their defensive, or they will continue to work to eliminate threats from Hezbollah. What the military analysts are noting is that Katz did not say anything about the offensive operations or assaults or attacks, and that seems to be in response to American pressure. According to the Israeli Broadcasting Authority, it says that the Israeli army has finished its offensive operations, and that's why it's looking to scale down on some of the forces deployed in southern Lebanon.
What a farce.
Give me a joke.
What a farce. Okay, so a limited pullback has nothing to do with the territory that Israel continues to occupy. It's just a reduction in murders and the number of troops that exist in that occupied territory. Oh, great.
Aren't I a good guy?
How nice of Israel. So generous of them. We can all look forward to that. I'm sure that that will be plenty for Iran, right? Just Israel continuing to occupy 30% of Lebanon or whatever, not allowing 1 million plus people to go back to their homes. I'm sure Iran will be fine with that, right? Right? And they didn't specifically just get done telling us that a withdrawal of troops was the actual thing they wanted, like of the occupied territory. Like, you can't like say, okay, we'll take some troops out. We're going to continue to hold the exact same territory, and we'll just slow down the murders. Like, it can't possibly go down well in Iran. I don't see how. But I guess I've been wrong before about things. I don't know what you all expected from that clip. I don't know what I expected from that clip. But, yeah. I don't expect that to have any real relevance. It's just a fake... It's like the fake ceasefire. It's a fake withdrawal. Oh, we'll withdraw a little bit. Temporarily. Yes, exactly. All right, well, that's it on the Middle East. We're now going to move on to Asia to finish off this stream. That's right. We're not going to end in the Middle East for once. It's a Sunday fun day, after all. Okay, Southeast Asia. We're going to start not very far. Yeah, but did you know that there's not a single Southeast Asian nation that is qualified for the World Cup in 2026? Even though it's an incredibly popular sport. Here's Al Jazeera from Friday.
Thailand's ultras. These are the die-hard fans, full-blooded chants as they march towards the stadium, ahead of a friendly with Kuwait. But there hasn't been much to cheer about. Once again, Thailand failed to qualify for the World Cup. Despite an increase in places for the Asian Football Confederation, Thailand didn't even get past the second round. The stadium isn't even half full.
I think our team needs so much more training.
It's about preparation, to train our players to be ready to play against tougher opponents.
It's not as if there's a shortage of interest or income. Thailand has a thriving domestic league, and Thai players have made it to European and British squads in the past. Thai fans have shown themselves to be some of the most devoted to the big global football brands. But when it comes to the biggest tournament in the world, they're nowhere to be seen. And it's not just Thailand.
This might not feel like the home of football, but Southeast Asia has some of the most fervent fans of the beautiful game. It's estimated there are 165 million football fans in Indonesia, 51 million in Vietnam, 22 in Malaysia, another 21 in Thailand. There are 14 million in Myanmar and 7 million in Cambodia. In total, that's nearly 300 million football fans in this region, and not a single one is going to be represented at this year's World Cup.
Jeez, that's depressing. That's like some huge portion of the fucking planet. They'll all not see themselves represented at the World Cup. It's a very sad situation. Good God. Well, speaking of representation, let's talk about representation in cinema. In India, let's talk about the representation of male intimacy in the country. Reuters. On this story of Cactus Pears. This is the director of that movie.
I wanted to show intimacy and not just sex, and that poignant moment. So that nude sequence was imported in a way that, in India, most films show toxic masculinity. So that's why I wanted to show this tender moment between these two men, that they are in each other's arms without their clothes and they're comfortable. And, I could have shown them having sex, but that was not important, because I think what was important was the moment after they have sex, where they just lie in each other's arms, because that's what most films don't show, this side of men.
There you go, a quick clip from Reuters. Director of Cactus Pears, an Indian film which shows the romance between two men. And the side perhaps not seen enough. A more sensitive side. All right. Now let's go all the way up to South Korea. Back to talking about the World Cup. Talk about South Korea's love of the game.
Oh man, I mean, I see it here everywhere I go. Like, people want to.
I just realized this is in Mexico. This is another one of these clips that I didn't necessarily watch. This is in yep, Zapopan. Look, listen.
Oh man, I mean, I see it here everywhere I go. Like, people want to take photos, and there's that chant like "Coreano hermano." Yeah, I think the brotherhood with Koreans and Mexicans are very strong. Like you said, I can't speak for all Koreans, but it's been a warm, welcoming, friendly experience, and I hope other Koreans that haven't been to Mexico can come and see what it's like here.
My husband's Mexican, actually, so it works out that we are here in Guadalajara watching Korea and Mexico play. I think there are lots of similarities between our cultures. We both like to drink heavy, party heavy, and we're very family oriented, and we have a love for food, and we're very proud of our heritage.
Okay, well, there you go. South Koreans being welcomed in Mexico for the World Cup. Celebrating each other and themselves. That's what the World Cup is for, isn't it? Celebrate ourselves a little bit, celebrate everybody else a little bit. The global community. All right. Let's go to Japan next. Talk about the tradition of Japanese fans' love of cleaning up after themselves.
We're back with the good stuff. If you're a tourist whose behavior makes news, it is usually bad news. You've thrown punches on a plane, you've broken a local treasure,
illegal,
you've bothered the local wildlife, or you've just generally made a fool of yourself very far from home. Which is why when you first hear about Japanese soccer fans at the World Cup waving these giant blue plastic bags around, you might assume the worst. But this is not another case of soccer hooliganism or tourists gone wild, far from it. When the game is over, win or lose, or as seen here yesterday after a tie with the Netherlands, they use those blue bags to clean up the stadium, bottle by bottle, bagging trash until it's gone.
It's like respect for everything, respect for the players, supporters, and also for the stadium. We're kind of honored to be here, so we don't want to make the mess and then leave it.
In fact, they've been doing it since the country's first World Cup in 1998, and the Japanese players bring a similar idea to the locker rooms, even leaving thank you notes in the local language. And the reverence, it seems, goes both ways. This is a Japanese fan being tossed up by fans of the Netherlands, celebrating him. Now, of course, Japan...
Well, there you go. A great tradition of Japanese soccer cleanliness. Now, well, we got a couple more stories in Japan unrelated to football. We have been talking about the scourge. Last couple years, the increase of bear attacks across the country. And Japan is now taking some rather unorthodox measures to prepare for those attacks. Yaita, Japan. 4 days ago.
There really have been more bears around recently, so this kind of training is necessary.
I couldn't see a thing, and it was hot. Yes, I think actually running simulations and putting them into practice is very relevant to real-world.
No, I don't know. I can't speak to how relevant this is necessarily. All I know is it's fucking hilarious to see this guy going around in a bear costume and these guys pretending to shoot him and then him pretending to fall asleep. Oh my god, there's something about it that's just really screamed Sunday Fun Day to me. I've been holding on to this one all week. It's too funny. Now, our last story in Japan, I felt, belonged in the Father's Day stream today. An interesting innovation in Japan, bringing loved ones closer. This one's for those who no longer have fathers on this planet of ours. Postbox to Heaven. NHK World Japan.
A temple in Aichi Prefecture in central Japan has set up a service that lets grieving people express their feelings to deceased relatives and friends. It's called the Postbox to Heaven. What thoughts and prayers did they send in their letters?
The recipient of this letter has passed away. The Postbox to Heaven lets you send such letters. Yojuji Temple held a Buddhist memorial service. Many people gathered for the event. The Postbox to Heaven sits in the temple's main hall for the 2 days of the ceremony.
I wrote to my great-grandmother. She was so kind and played games with me. I said I'll do my best to balance club activities and studying in school. I sent
I'm not going to watch this whole thing. But I did, like I said, think this was a good story for Father's Day, since some of us no longer have fathers alive on Earth or in this galaxy. Myself included, I'm afraid. Lost my father when I was quite young. Yeah, it's been more than 15 years. These days are difficult, sometimes. I could maybe use a post box to heaven.
At the end of the service, the letters are offered in a ritual.
Remembering what the deceased did for us, the words they said, it helps us re-examine ourselves, and I think that becomes the path we should take in life.
Hopefully, these letters give the writers the encouragement they need and bring the presence of loved ones even closer. The postbox to heaven will be set up again next year.
Okay. We got 2 clips left. They're both down in Australia. By the way, great job to everybody who made it this far through the Galactic Father's Day stream. Didn't get quite 8 hours. I'm sorry about that. Like, I try and time these things out as best as I can. Sometimes I under or overshoot. Don't worry, we'll still have a Galactic after stream. Fret not, Space Fams. Don't be like these Australian fans who lost to the United States earlier this week. Here's the live stream of fans in Sydney who gathered to watch that match. I'm sorry, look, I tried my best to bring fun stuff, but, I mean, somebody's got to lose some of these matches, okay? That is not my fault. Do not blame me for the outcome of World Cup matches. I am not in charge, okay? Look, I don't make the news, as I always say, I just report it. Yes, I'm afraid fans were left downtrodden after this loss to the United States. Yes, indeed. A lot of disappointment here in this crowd, I'm afraid. I don't think Australia is technically out of the tournament yet. Still a chance in there for them to continue, I think. Beating Turkey in their most recent match, 2-0. I think they'll be up against Paraguay on Thursday. So fret not, Australia. I'm sure you already know. You're only down, not out.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Exactly. All right, people, final clip. Can't forget, it's not just Father's Day. Or finally the end of my birthday week. Or celebrations for the Knicks. Or earlier this weekend, Juneteenth. I mean, it was so many things happening this week, my God. But of course, all month, it's still Pride. And the star of Supergirl, Millie Alcock, an Australian, by the way, had this to say about Supergirl and her orientation, I guess you might say.
It wasn't, but in honor of Pride Month, as I'm getting all these questions, I don't know. I think that what makes this film so beautiful is that it's not centered around a man. It's not centered around love at all, if anything. But we'll see. I don't really know. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. She'd probably go both ways.
Oh. Well, you heard it here first, Space Fams. Supergirl goes both ways.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Yeah.
I think we all kind of knew that intrinsically. I support Supergirl. All right, Space Fans. Well, hopefully that was maximum Father's Day valuetainment for all of you. Phew. Boy, oh boy. I mean, what did we cover? I mean, talked about toxic masculinity and the figures at the forefront of that. The interwebs. All the things we could do in lieu of being toxic on the internet and or in real life. Things like music appreciation, theater, dance, board games, books, science, the beauty of Mother Nature, sporting activities, golf, raids, the TV. I mean, there's so many possible things you could do other than being toxic, dads. We also talked about the Knicks for quite a while. The World Cup for basically the entire goddamn stream. We tried to pepper in some actual news topics like Donald Trump's goddamn $350 million taken from the Secret Service budget, now being used for the ballroom, the Epstein ballroom.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
We talked a little bit
This
about
guy's been talked about for years.
Yeah, that's true. We talked a little bit about the elections that are happening tomorrow, Tuesday, the 23rd of June. We talked more about the World Cup. A little bit about space. A little bit about that Iran deal. More about the World Cup. A little bit more about dads. And a little bit about pride. A little bit of absolutely everything I think possible for a Sunday Funday / Father's Day stream. That's just my personal opinion.
Are you not entertained?
Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. So I'll see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Wheeling, Detroit, Sisyphean Dask, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Duckersy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6th, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S. Hecate, wait, no. What have I done? Hold on. No, I'm not giving up. I did this work earlier today. Where is it? Motherfucker. No, not you. Also not you. You? No. You. Yes. Ha! Hagate! GND and Sweet Chewy Forever. There we go. I did my job today. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. All right. That's why. Well, we can't go to the After Hours Galactic Chill stream yet. First, we gotta talk about another group of patrons. The Galactic Benefactors. Whose list I forgot to update today because I'm a big idiot.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But we're still gonna talk about them. That's right. These are the Galactic Benefactors. A group of Galactic Patreon members who've decided to go just a little bit further on their patronage of this stream. So many great people on this list. PB, the first person to decide to be a benefactor. Nadia, an individual who's been around nearly as long. Moanop, our first ever galactic mod, also a benefactor, taking her level of galactic support to a truly unprecedented level. Donald James X, also up in there. Great guitarist, great man, Omega Star. Another galactic mod and benefactor, MIDI Doctors. What is up with that? So many of you, so beautiful. Supporting the Galactic News Network in every way known to man and this galaxy. Disco Wolf, a canine lover of the stream. Narwhal by nature, one of our our aquatic viewers. Calibrating. Never speaks, but's always here. Skelts, an Aussie of great galacticness. Icebreaker. Go subscribe to Icebreaker. Icebreaker Gaming on YouTube. Also subscribe to this channel. And patron. Selena. Where are you, Selena? Haven't seen you in a while, but you're still beautiful to me. Mish. Another great galactic benefactor. Free Palestine. A great message. Not the name of the person who actually chats in the stream, but that's the message they want read out, and I'm doing it. Lori Lunchmeat. I think a Twitch-specific chatter and benefactor. Hermit Horologist. HBX. Just so many great people on this list. I can't make that clear enough. Great patriots, one and all. Galactic variety Manda. Frizzler. What can be said about all these people? It's unclear. Glitchmaster. Each one of these people has decided that going further in their support of the stream. The Anarchist. All of them. Benefacting as hard as possible. Alright, I'm ending the vertical stream, starting the Galactic chill stream.